君のことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
It is playoff time here in the Blue Otter Draft League, where we have coverage on this stream of the Ruby Division and the 4th seed versus 5th seed going at it right now. It is the Astronauts against the Kernals. We're heading straight into the draft here. If you win, you advance to face either the Gorillas or the Frogs. It will be the Frogs' choice of quarterfinal winners and who they would like to face in the semifinals. You lose, you're going home. So that's what's at stake here. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ferris. I'm here to show the world. I'm with Chong on the broadcast desk tonight. and we're ready to get things started and kicked off in this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for this. It's been a while since I've been here in the BOL scene. Finished up my series, but looking over the rosters, there are some players that I did get to play against in the Emerald League over here. So excited to see how they do in some different roles here, but it's gonna be spicy. Always interesting when you go from Fearless to a regular draft, and a first pick Jinx, I think, is a choice. She's definitely in a strong spot on the patch right now, with a lot of the other AD carries getting nerfed, so I'm not surprised to see a priority on a hyper carry like this.
And the response for the Kernals here it's going to be the potential Seraphine lock-in here. I know Astronauts were a team that ended up like to play the Seraphine, but with that Jinx lock-in, could have just been a takeaway from Giggle, who's played 5 games of Jinx, or actually Giggle's on the Kernel side. I'm getting my sides flipped up here. That is a takeaway from Giggle, who did play 5 games on that Jinx. And they also banned away the Ashe. So those are the 2 primary champions for Giggle that are off the board right now. So good targeting of the champion pool right now that I'd like to see. Corki in response, Chong, I would have to believe this is going to face that Jinx down in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Corki is still as strong as ever in that dueling position with the way his whole kit works now, with the small update to him a few patches ago, getting that increased true damage on his auto attacks. But I think the talk of the town is the pick of Ambessa, the newest champion, to Summoner's Rift. I ban this thing in every solo queue game because I'm like, my team is either gonna int with this thing and I just don't want to see it. A lot of the more experienced players, higher elo stuff are like, she's kind of like Asante, gonna be kind of always weak in solo queue wise, around like a 46% win rate, just because of how high a skill ceiling she has and skill expression, making her such a strong play in competitive and professional play. So I'm really excited to see how Astronauts work with this champion. But then we see the Lissandra locked in, so we already know bot and mid lane for the side of Kernals here. I'm excited to see how they play this one out. Giggle going to get his hands on this Corki, who is extremely strong dueling power, which is going to be hard on Jinx in early laning phase.
It certainly will be. And the value of Lissandra to stop all that dashing and movement of Ambessa as well could be valuable. Part of the reason why the Kernals are opting into this pick here for East Pity and could provide some value. We're heading into the second round of bans here, so we still have top lane counter pick to come through. Unless this is some type of Lissandra top lane tech, I don't believe it would be. You still need to see what that answer into the Ambessa is going to be for Kaz. The Garen is taken away from the Astronauts. They're targeting that pool. The Xerath taken away as well from Defoe, has so many games on Xerath, and Brand as well. So I wonder if Brand is going to be, oh, actually Brand was taken away in the first round bans. Never mind, I didn't even look at that. But we'll see what the top lane answer is into the Ambessa here for Kaz. Still has access to things like the Ornn, like the Alawi Tom Kench, Gwen, they have played as well. So I really want to see what they pull out into it.
Yeah, I was gonna, you already, alluded to it, but I was gonna say, if there's the potential for Lissandra top lane here being locked in, I would be curious to see if Kaz plays this. I know Kaz as a jungle player, but always had a more niche champion pool. Big fan of a Kayn player in that jungle role, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him pull out something weird here that he thinks could get the advantage over the Ambessa. But it's definitely interesting because now they're hovering Maokai, and this keeps their draft very flexible. He's still a strong support. He did get the buffs to the saplings and just his base health, making him even better for jungling. So Maokai's still a flexible pick. So Kernals comp's still not really locked in on who's going where, while Astronauts is more one-dimensional. We know who's going where already, so I'm curious to see what they pick here. And it's Swain. Okay, so Swain made and the Rakan picked. So this is the world where I'm thinking it's interesting, because if they play it, the Lissandra support does counter Rakan, but it just makes their draft so weird. So I'm curious to see what Kernals is going to do to round this one out.
It's going to be very revealing for this final pick. You have all of those question marks. Maokai jungle, Lissandra top. You can even throw Seraphine mid and throw Lissandra support into that Rakan. I mean, it would kind of, the stars would align because of the fact that Astronauts have ended up picking this one on their B5. Viego is going to be the choice here for the side of Kernals. That's going to be Necro taking that into the jungle. This is actually the first Viego for Necro in Blue Otter draft. So it's a very important pick in their team. It has to be that carry alongside the Corki. Will get buffs from the Seraphine in the shield department, movement speed, all of that good stuff. So shutting down the Ambessa, making sure Jinx is not off to the races, have yourself a good lane phase against her, and then if you can set up Necro for success here, Chong, if that Viego comes online, the resets and everything, that will be a huge bit of success for Kernals, something they have to look to play towards.
Yeah, I mean, when you pick yourself a Viego, especially R5, you're like, hey, you're going to carry us this game. Like, we're going to do everything for you and hope you pop off. But I know everybody's eyes are going to be glued to that top lane match of I believe it's going to be Ambessa versus Maokai up in top lane. So definitely going to be interesting to see how Kaz plays that one out. But, I mean, on the side of Astronauts, you just have a clean front-to-back team fight. You got Billy on the Jinx with everybody else just being there for Peel, CC lockdown. It's going to make a really hard life for the Viego in these team fights, but Ambessa's life going to be even harder with the amount of CC that Kernals has drafted through Lissandra, Seraphine, Maokai, even the Viego stun. So we're going to see Ambessa in her full glory here, the full skill expression champion that she is with 700 dashes, 300 resets. You know, somebody's probably already got a copy pasta made for this champion, and, you know, maybe we'll be seeing it here in this first game.
I think the value of public execution is really high for Ambessa in this one, the value you can get from her ultimate, because you can skip and bypass all of this crowd control from Kernal's side and get straight towards target or priority targets like the Seraphine, like the Corki. The Maokai and Lissandra can be a big thorn in your side. I think part of the reason why Kernal has drafted that. So we'll see how much of Ambessa has Geyser really been practicing here? Can they pull out the big masterclass game? That's the question here too. The team fighting is absolutely incredible from Astronauts. So I would say for Kernals here, Chong, getting ahead early is absolutely necessary because they are quite formidable in the fights as well. They have good CC, they have pop-off potential with Viego, but if that Jinx gets a reset, if a big Curse of the Sad Mummy rolls through, that is going to be so insanely good for Astronauts that I feel like they're going to be able to roll over a lot of these fights. So if you're to analyze how is that lead going to be accrued here from Kernals, where are you looking for if you are trying to lead this team in the right direction?
I mean, for Kernals, it's basically just do what you can to not get outplayed in these early games. You have Viego who needs to do farm up. Same with Amumu in a way, but Amumu has more agency with double bandage toss for ganks. But the biggest thing for Kernals, what they have to look for is in these team fights, you need to get flank angles for this Lissandra and Viego to just get onto the backside, get on top of Billy, while Seraphine Corki are just, you know, creating that space with their long range poke and damage. It really comes down to if Kernals can set up team fights correctly and find the flank angles that they want with Lissandra getting into the back line, and then just the chaos that Corki can bring with his just insane amount of damage that he puts out between the rockets, Gatling gun, and auto attacks. But if they can't do that, this game is just going to be over before it even starts, just because of the pure front to back team fight power that Astronauts have and drafted for themselves here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in that assessment. So for Astronauts, I would say to prevent that flank from coming through, that big frozen tomb onto your 80 carry, I would imagine that the Jinx here, that would be Giggle, or sorry, not Giggle, it is Billy Badass is going to take cleanse in this match. You would absolutely have to. There's so many things that can lock you down. And if you engage first, if you are Astronauts, that will prevent a lot of those flanks from coming through, because then it's going to be Kernals who are scrambling to try and keep their backline safe, and they're less worried about the Jinx, more worried about getting themselves out of a poor situation. So I think we have clearly outlined the two big win conditions for these teams. It's those picks to start the fight off for Kernals and snowball that. It's keeping the Jinx safe, get maybe one reset, get that engage that you need, and start to roll the fight. And Ambessa dashing everywhere, Swain in the Demonic Ascension getting all of those resets, Rakan with engage to follow up. This is our completed draft for our game number one here. This is the best of five. This is going to be potentially a long series. These two teams are pretty close. Their previous meeting was a 2-1 that went in favor of the Kernals. So this could be a very close series. We could be in for a very good one. And while we enter that spectator delay as they're wrapping up that in-client draft, we will head to a short break. And when we come back, this series kicks off here in the playoffs, quarterfinals of the Blue Water Draft League. Onto the Rift for game number 1 between the Astronauts and Kernals here in the Blue Otter Draft League playoffs. And this is the quarterfinals. It is a best of 5. We're going to see the first meeting between these two right here, right now. I'm Ferris. This is Chong on the caster desk for the stream today. If you're just joining us, and we're ready to kick things off here onto the Rift as Petty and run right into Defoe. Nevermore lands. This should just be some petty trading back and forth between mid laners, though Geyser wants to get involved, but can't quite close the gap there on the Mbessa. Hasn't unlocked all those dashes there, Chon, just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're lucky. If Mbessa had like 60 dashes to go, it's easy peasy, get the first blood. But, you know, just looking over summoner spells here and keystone choices, you know, nothing really sticking out. Both AD carries choosing to go cleanse makes a lot of sense for both of them to be taking that summoner. And then, you know, the bot lane for astronauts taking the ignite over the exhaust for Kernals, giving them more 2v2 kill pressure in the lane, while, you know, since Mbessa is going to be trying to get onto that backline, look for that flank, makes a lot more sense for Seraphine to be taking the exhaust in this matchup. But overall, I think a lot of this game is going to just be based on Necro versus Fool of who is going to be getting the advantage for their lanes gank wise and just hovering for proximity pressure and looking to get their laners advantages that way. It's definitely going to be a slower paced game early, but a lot of explosive stuff going on late.
I would have to agree, definitely. And we'll see. Maybe we get a whole lot of action here. I would expect the Fool on a Mumu to wait for that Curse of the Sad Mummy to roll on through before getting too involved around these ganks, counter ganks, and these types of things. You really only have access to Bandage Toss for CC. That's about it. And not a lot of setup otherwise, so unless you get the setup from your other laners, so Nevermore from Defoe or Grand Entrance from Blue Man, I would expect level 6, especially so with Necro as well, who we already talked about wants to farm on the Viego, get access to Heartbreaker, get those resets going. That's what both of these junglers want, and I expect to see some full clears rolling through. And I'm also excited to see how Geyser does in this top lane up against the Maokai. You know, we've seen, you know, knowing all of these matchups about Mbessa, we're learning it slowly and slowly. This champion has more time on release, but into the Maokai, I would assume that Kaz would, until Mbessa gets a little bit more damage, have the priority here, as we can see right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would be lying if I said I knew everything about Mbessa. I think I played this champ once in an ARAM and only seen it like twice overall. Not really being played a lot because people are still learning it in like normals, not really playing in solo queue ranked. But it's definitely probably Maokai favored just based off Maokai's early stat checking abilities with just his base damages and high HP pool. Makes it harder on Mbessa. I've seen a lot of people having to play her more assassin-like than like a more Passante style, which a lot of people akin her to. But I think once guys are like gets that level 6, gets an item or two online, it's gonna be really hard for Kaz to be able to respond to anything that Geyser tries to do in this top lane. And like we said, guys are just getting on top of Giggle in the back line or Pity in a team fight could just be the end of a team fight before it really even starts.
I would have to agree. And Black Cleaver might be the first item for Geyser. We're talking about different builds. You mentioned that high damage lethality build is Giggle and Nightian. They are inside of this middle brush. Blue Man and Billy Badass have no idea that this is happening. And they're going to run right into double encore, or that's going to miss. That beat drop is going to go wide. Flash has to be utilized from Billy. And so now the Jinx, without this summoner spell here, Chong, a lot more vulnerable to any follow-up ganks that come on through. Pity's getting hit with the bandage toss. Should be able to walk this one out. Did use the flash already. So that's flash burned on different lanes here for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened mid lane there to cause Pity to use that flash, but as you see, Defoe also almost died first blood style there, but was able to get out. Isn't even going to have to probably burn this TP to get back to lane, but since Pity is, he's going to respond, but yeah, like you said, Billy Badass had to burn that flash early. The fact that the beat drop missed on top of them from no vision is just a heartbreak because it could have easily been a kill because Necro was there on the Viego. But, you know, not having a death go down, only having to burn flash, you just play safe for the next 5 minutes and hope to just be able to get ready for the team fight when that comes back online.
It's so close. Oh my
blood.
goodness.
Wow.
First blood for Geysers and Bessa on this stacked wave too. And no TP for Kaz Chong. Oh my goodness. This is so brutal for the Maokai. Gonna miss all of that CS here under the tower.
Yeah, well, we were looking elsewhere. Kaz probably took a really poor trade into Geyser there and then had the TP back. Geyser just using the advantage of Mbessa, I guess. Probably some sustain built into the kit. I'm not sure how much, but able to just force an early TP, force a flash, and the whole stacked wave going down there for Kaz is really rough to be seeing here. I was curious to see how this match would play out, but never mind.
In trouble here. Spectral Maw connects. Good CC chain from the Kernals mid jungle. They force the flash, and Defoe will be without that one. The Fool was just too late trying to show up for the counter gank, but that didn't happen. Yeah, exactly. This Ambessa is definitely more accelerated than we would have expected. We thought the Maokai might give her a hard time, but I guess apparently not going to be the case. Necro is going to find the Fool here inside of the jungle. The Fool, you got to pay attention to what's going on your screen. Now going to see that the Viego's here, but the solo kill in mid lane went down while we were watching that. Beast Pity picks that kill up, able to even the kills 1-1 for both teams.
Yeah, Defoe just trying his best to clear out that wave, not respecting Pity hitting level 6 there, and just full comboing him between the ultimate and the everything else Sandra has. Yeah, burning the flash early on that first gank from Necro and Pity on Defoe was really good there. Before hits Necro.
Necro's in trouble. He's going to drop, actually. The second bandage toss goes on through. Nightian used the flash as well to try and save his jungler, and didn't end up doing so. Now the Grubs, their open season here for the Fool, and Geyser has priority as well. Big plays off the back of that solo kill in the Grub pit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things people don't expect about Amumu is he does have very good AP scaling, so when they're rushing this Leandry's build that every Amumu is doing, the amount of damage that just comes out from a single bandage toss and the tears crashing down around you, you just do not expect to get blown up like that. And Fool playing it very well there and getting in onto Necro when he was in that mist and was able to just get the kill, pick up 2 grubs there for his team, burn a flash out of Nightin, and just very good play out of him to recover from what happened in the mid lane with Defoe going down.
And this top side now for Astronauts is very much ahead. We already talked about the Ambessa. Now that kill into the Fool's pocket. Well, the Fool, again, I said top side, but this is the jungler here. It can affect a lot of the other lanes. And let's take a look at that bot side too. Jinx, especially now that she was able to survive that cheese brush strategy that Kernals went for. Unfortunately, that beat drop did end up missing, like you pointed out there. Chong has been able to escape this lane phase thus far unscathed, has pretty good CS, is actually ahead of the Corki and working their way towards that mid game where they can sit in the mid lane and start hitting those mid waves and getting towards that 3-item spike. Looking like they're building into, with the BF sword start, either the Infinity Edge or those Yuntal Wild Arrows, as Necro, you've walked right into the saddest mummy of them all, and the curse will be applied, has to flash to the Krugs.
Yeah, I mean, very good play there by Fool, you know, just knowing he can take that invade, has the ward on the red buff, and his level 6 to Necro's level 5, just able to do it, but big damage there on Nightin, but Billy Badass also taking the worst end of the trade. This is what I'm talking about.
On Biggle going right in. Is gonna drop, no barrier. has cleanse, but wasn't really able to make use of it. And I guess I just cast her curse, the Jinx. I was talking about how well she was doing, and now she falls here as the Fool is in a 2 versus 1 inside of the opposite jungle. Now Nature's Grasp going to be used. That one's going to connect. Flash still available for Fool. No Curse of the Sad Mummy. East Pity's going to join in on the action as well. It's looking like Mummy is going to be on the menu here for the Kernals. He's going to try and trade one back, but the Frozen Tomb actually cancels the bandage toss, but he still finds the kill anyways with the second charge. Now trying to run out of the jungle. Defoe is here to try and save his jungler. Public Execution lands onto Kaz. Nevermore lands as well. The Fool is going to escape. He is not the Fool. Don't believe that name. He is the mastermind manipulating the jungle and getting astronauts their third kill.
Yeah, I was about to say his name might be the Fool, but he just made all of Kernals look like one. The way he just played outside of that vision, going 3v1, getting a kill, getting out with the support of the rest of his team coming in there quickly to pick him up. What a play out of the Fool here to keep his team in the lead, keeping his tempo up higher and the advantage on the top side of this map for Astronauts. As you said, we did see Billy Badass go down there in the bot lane, but that's just the power of Corki. He can just get on top of a Jinx and do way more damage than you were expecting out of an AD carry in these early levels. So very well played by the bot lane of Kernals, but even better played by the top side of Astronauts here.
I wonder if the Fools even had a game plan going into that. He's like, oh crap, I got 3 people swarming me. I need to call the homies over here and we got to make something happen fast. And it ended up working well in their favor. So either whether it was planned, whether it wasn't, it was really, really good. Now we're going to see the fight break out. Bot side, Encore lands. Billy Badass is going to immediately cleanse, but Giggle will flash forward and finish that kill off. Blue Man now forced to run away with his AD carry down. And once again, domination down here for the Colonel bot lane.
Yeah, his name is Giggle, and he's probably laughing in the voice comms right now after that play, outplaying the two of them, basically by himself. Knighton really only getting that crescendo over top of him. Very good on the cleanse for the Rakan's ultimate ability there, and also flashing forward to stay on top of Billy Badass, picking up that kill. Very strong point, even before he has that Trinity Force from Ramana Spike that everybody knows Corki for. He might have get an 80 carry now, but it's still the same build, but even more damage packed into it than it used to be. So very good for the bot side of Kernals, stabilizing the rest of the map. And it might just be a top side versus bot side game here when it comes to these team fights.
I'm a little bit worried for Billy Badass because when you get into games like this with Jinx, you're constantly fighting and you're constantly losing the fights. It can feel very difficult to try and slow the game down and actually get the farm that you need to get to the spikes that you want to get to when you're actually strong. So if I am Kernals, keep up the pressure bot side. Like you said, top side versus bot side. That is definitely brewing here in this matchup. Can Giggle, Nightian, and even East Pity as well, who's still very strong in this Lissandra, keep the pressure up? That is what we are definitely going to find out, is now they're looking towards the mid lane once again. Defoe in the Demonic Ascension has flash, but just can't use it because the Frozen Tomb will keep him in place. Now the Fool as well can't move either. Uses the curse to stun up 3, but will drop to the Heartbreaker, and 2 kills going to Kernals in the mid lane, and they're looking towards the next trio of grubs.
Yeah, Necro and East Pity played that so well on top of the Swain, even in the Demonic Ascension, just not able to get enough healing or damage at this point in the game.
Geyser.
And Geyser gonna get solo killed up in the top lane. Flash Bramble Smash out of Kaz to pick that one up. I'm not sure what happened up there. I did not expect to see a Maokai solo killing in a Vesta. But hey, I've seen crazier things, man. 200 years is still 200 years, not enough to handle a Maokai, apparently.
He's just the down-to-earth tree. He's been out for many years. It's like the old head taking the young one to school there on the basketball court there. Unk taking down the young, and that's what you'd like to see if you're Kernals. And now they have bounced completely back from the situation that we thought they were in, where this top side of the map was going to be hell for them. Instead, it ends up being pretty good. The Fool's been found out here as well. Doesn't have Curse of the Sad Mummy, but Necro does not want to continue to play. Defoe could be caught out as well. He's rooted up. He's hit with the beat drop. Necro now follows up as well. Encore, the flash won't take him to safety. Defoe's been caught out once again. Can't even trade back onto East Pity, although it was close. Another kill in their pockets. They got 7 of those.
Yeah, this is starting to go really sideways for Astronauts here. Never mind. They're looking to try to regain something, but TP coming from Kaz to defend his team there. But yeah, no, really going sideways for Astronauts there. Just the mid-jungle duo of Kernals putting up work with the help of Knight in there, picking up enough grubs to get that spawn. Giggle still just sitting in bot lane, not doing anything that's going to get him caught out. And what looked like it was a lot closer just goes into the advantage for Kernals here, able to just accelerate the lead. They're up about 2K now, up a dragon, up 4-2 in grubs. And just look at the gold here. Look at the gold advantage in mid lane. 1,000 gold for East Pity over Defoe here. And the top lane has basically stabilized thanks to that solo kill. But the big gold advantage here, the big winner is East Pity on this Lissandra, who's going to be havoc in the back line for the side of Astronauts.
Yeah, if you are Jinx and you're playing against the Fed Lissandra, if you don't have cleanse, one Frozen Tomb, you're done for. So let's watch what happens here to Geyser. Nature's Grasp is going to connect. It covers the entire lane. Unfortunately, Mbessa, you just don't have enough dashes, but you do have a TP here. One of your friends is joining the party. That's going to be Defoe. Public Execution is going to miss, but the Demonic Ascension here from Defoe should finish off the kill. Onto that Lissandra. Shutdown goes his way. Now Necro's here to join the party, but the Fool is here as well. Curse of the Sad Mummy lands onto 2. The shields are coming through. Mbessa has 200 years of design underneath her belt, and she outplays, and 3 kills go back to the Astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, we were just passing back and forth on the caster curses here because I say it's looking good for Kernals, and immediately Geyser just outplays them. The amount of damage he did to East Pity in like that 1 second window was ridiculous. Immediately forced him out of the fight, which means Kaz can't really do that much to help him there. And thanks to the TP by Defoe, which is able to come in with a Demonic Ascension and just get on top of East Pity, and then Fool to follow it up, getting that big Curse of the Sad Mummy on Necro and Kaz, making it a 3-for-0 and helping his team pick up the Herald here. So we're back to a very stable state in the game. Gold is actually dead even right now, a little ahead now thanks to the Herald pickup, but we're at another point where a team fight can just turn the game in one team's favor.
I think this is setting the tone for this series. Now, again, I don't want to caster curse that. We hold a lot of power here, Chong, where it's like we say one thing, the exact opposite happens. So I'll just acknowledge the fact that I could be caster cursing here, which might end up, you know, having the gods decide that that actually won't be the case. But with the back and forthness of this game, I feel that this is just setting up for a great series on our hands. These two teams, they're neck and neck. They're constantly trading blow for blow. We could see that in the games to come as well, and maybe even go the distance. And what a way to open up the playoffs here on the second stream of Blue Otter. That's what would be really exciting. That's what we're going to be hoping for here on the broadcast desk. And we're going to see now with that next Drake up and available for Kernals, it would be number 2. This is where that tension could break, and we see a clear advantage that might transition to the late game come through.
Yeah, I mean, as a support player here, I'm going to talk about the Seraphine build really quick. Rushing the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, I don't think it's necessary in this game just because you have a Lissandra. Every single one of her abilities does slow, so you can just get the root with a single E-cast if it's not double stack. But, I mean, a lot of them do this. It does help your team just with slows and chase down potential. But I do think if you went for the Moonstone, the amount of value you add to a Maokai and Viego is actually astronomical in these team fights. But Megan is 004, so maybe they know something I don't. So I won't trash the build too hard just yet, but I'm saying there are other options. You don't have to go for the full AP build.
Quickness, Nature's Grasp. Oh my goodness, everything is exploding in front of our eyes, and it looks like it is Astronauts that are winning out in this one. 4 down immediately. That was the quickest team fight around the Drake I think I've seen in quite a long time. And the Wombo combo must have been there because everyone from Kernals drops.
Yeah, Astronauts opened up the space vacuum and pulled Kernals out into that one with the just insane amount of burst and CC they had there. And the biggest thing is Giggle just was not there, it seemed like, in the team fight. He's the only one who got to live on his team, maybe dropped out before it even started. But the AoE CC Wombo combo that Astronauts has, we saw it there. The quickness into the Curse of the Sad Mummy with the Demonic Ascension over top and the public display going through. But
it looks like people are dying bot lane, and it looks like it's Blue Man. Could be Billy Badass as well. They're flashing forward. They want this for Pump, but they're not paying attention to the Jinx. Billy Badass might just be able to grab the kill into Giggle, but no, it's East Pity that takes that opportunity away from him, and it is going to be Kernals that get 2 back here in the bot lane.
yeah, I mean, they might have picked up the 2 kills in the bot lane with the TP from East Pity, but the big thing is they lose both mid turrets at 17 minutes in the game. That opens up the map way more for Astronauts now, allowing them to get deeper wards and looking for these pick plays with this comp that they have built for themselves. And we're going to see a response
Oh my
TP
goodness. East Pity, UTP, now Geyser TP's on you. He's saying, how do you like them apples? You're getting a taste of your own medicine. And now he's running towards the other team's tower. You have to believe Easy goner in this situation. Defoe grabs it before the Death Rocket can, and one back for Astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, you greed for a tower, you're gonna get punished. We saw it happen against Astronauts in the bot lane, and then it just happens for Kernals in the bot lane. The only difference is Kernals got to pick up the turret, Astronauts did not. But I mean, the play at Dragon, the momentum that Astronauts is going to be playing with here is astronomical. I hope everybody enjoyed that pun. But
I love that.
We're going to see.
Oh, Nightingale is going to drop before the encore even comes through. Astronauts, there you go. That astronomical momentum that they're building. Not as good as the first time you did it, Sean, but we'll just call it that for now. They get another one.
Yeah, and the big thing is the kill did go on to Billy Badass, so the Jinx able to, you know, reset their gold value for when they don't die again. I won't curse it, but you know, able to pick up that gold, which is going to be important to be getting to these key items and try to stay on par with the Corki, who is the most fed member on the side of Kernals right now. So it's going to get scary if these kills do start going over to Jinx, because if there are 4 fed members on the side of Astronauts, it's like, how do you even team fight at that point anymore? It has to just be insane flanks. But also, if you're Kernals, the thing is like, hey, if they're fed when Viego gets 1 reset, he's just going to be the fed member on the enemy team. So, you know, that's the bright side you always have to look for as a team that's losing. Like, look for your opportunities to make plays, learn where you can make a sacrifice on the map to be able to get these advantages back in your favor and start resetting the golden temple back in your favor. But a lot of times, it's just very hard to do, especially if the team that has the momentum is the one pushing and making these tempo plays.
That certainly feels like the challenge, is getting your Viego one of those resets. When these fights really just have not been going in your favor recently for Kernals, it can feel like, how can we actually take them down? And I think we're just going to jump back to what we were talking about in draft. And we'll see the quickness being used from Blue Man. They just want to go right here, right now. They're going on to Nightmare on the Seraphine. Haven't really been able to take him out here just yet, but there's the public execution. That's actually going to land on the Giggle. It hits the furthest enemy, not the closest, and they end up getting 2 as well. Astronauts are not playing around here, Chong. They want blood right here, right now, and they might be turning for the Baron.
Yeah, and that's the Leona Zenith Blade play right there. You know, you get that ability onto an ultimate that does an insane amount of damage. The reason why they just rip that is because they say, hey, if we burn any ultimate summoner spells, we can just turn and force this Baron down. So I'd like to play by Astronaut and just turn something to pick up 2 kills for them. The only thing is somebody's going to have to play bodyguard for Necro trying to get into this pit to steal it. And it looked like, you know, Blue Man was doing it, but hops back over the wall to help the team. So it's going to be a steal smite chance here for Necro. It's the question if we can time it. Yep.
Just can't get there in time. Didn't quite know. And that is Baron for Astronauts. So honestly, it's been pretty crazy for them. What is this? What's going on here, Kaz? This is an interesting strategy. We got Nature's Grasp onto the minions, and he will get them. So hey, had to root them up there to I don't know. Can we get an analysis on that one, Chong?
Yeah, it's either it was a misclick or he just angled it poorly, and I'm gonna say it was a misclick.
Yeah, probably a misclick.
There's probably like a world where if you're Maokai, you do ultimate a wave to try to clear it faster, and maybe that's what he was doing here, but I just don't think it makes any sense to burn an ultimate like that. So probably a misclick when he's going to place a ward or something, and now he's gonna get punished for
Geyser's gonna go for it too. Might not even know that he doesn't have ultimate right now, but just doesn't care. There's no one here to help him. Welcome to 200 years of game design, Kaz. That Bramble Smash will buy you some space, but hey, Geyser's got 2 gap closes to bring him right there, but the Maokai will survive here. In the meantime, though, Infernal Drake number 2 for Astronauts goes down.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, you know, Kaz was just going to be dead there, but it turns out he has one ability that stops him best from doing anything, and that's the Bramble Smash, able to get out of that one, but, you know, is worse for wear for it. Lost about half his health bar, and now he's going to have to try to sit under turret and pick up the CS the best of Maokai can, which we know his wave clear is. He's not known for his wave clear, is all we'll say about that one, but it looks like the rest of Kernals trying to come up here to make a play happen onto Geyser.
They're going to try and make it happen. It's going to be tough. They have the CC lockdown, though, and if Geyser goes too far forward, could be his own detriment. Doesn't have his ultimate. He's going to utilize his dashes to try and buy some space. They're not landing any hard CC right now. There is the Encore. That's going to be dashed away from, but can't get away from the Nature's Grasp. Now they've gotten right onto the Ambessa here. Going to get the Heartbreaker down. That is the shutdown going to the Viego. In the meantime, though, Astronauts, they're looking to make a play maybe onto East Pity. The Fool is on the flank. They don't end up getting that tower just yet.
Yeah, the amount of CC that missed in top lane because they all just kept pushing Mbessa out of each other's abilities was ridiculous. I thought Mbessa was just going to be able to turn that one because of that, but still does go down. East Pity at the same time, they tried to gank him bot, but was able to just get away thanks to his the claw right over the wall. He did it in the bot lane when they tried to gank him, but now bot lane turret will fall down for the side of Astronauts, still using this Baron buff to their advantage, even though Geyser did go down in a side lane.
That's the play that Kernals needs to look for again. Get the pick onto someone in the side lane, whether it's Defoe, whether it's Geyser, and then try and force the 5 versus 4. You saw there how the Fool had to flash from the potential engage from East Pity. If that engage went through, 5 versus 4, that could be a team fight win for Kernals. Look at all those shutdowns available. They're not super massive, but at the very least, you'd be getting gold into your carries. These are the types of things that you need right here, right now, because the clock is ticking. That Jinx is getting items. Everyone else is really strong here. They got to start making plays now. So that's the blueprint I think they need to follow here so that they can have any type of success of coming back in this one.
Yeah, and the big thing about making picks and looking for plays like in side lanes and stuff like that to get back in the game is like, what are we sacrificing for it to happen? And it looks like they might just be sacrificing Kai's life up here, but is able to get out. The rest of his team is here, but the rest of Astronauts is also up here in the top side. So there's a chance this is more than just a 3v1 like last time, and this is more of a 5-man full-on team fight here.
This is exactly what Astronauts wants too. They understand that Geyser will be a target in side lane from what happened last time, and they said, okay, we're going to protect our top laner here, and if they want to fight, we're going to bring them a fight. East Pity, though, on the minimap, doing a really good job of pushing mid, applying the pressure here onto Astronauts, forcing them to make a decision. Do we go for a dive here? Do we try and force a fight? We're losing our mid lane tower right now. They're getting bounties in their hands. Necro, though, is going to walk straight into the Amumu and the Rakan as well with the quickness. That is the critical mistake that's going to seal the deal on this play. 5 versus 4 now on the map.
Kernals was playing it so well because they have good wave clear with Seraph and Corky that Pity could have just stayed mid and kept pushing, but Necro gets a little too impatient, decides to face check when the enemy team has an Amumu, gets 100 to 0. They also did use East Pity's TP, so just a good play that turned south very quickly for Kernals there when they could have just kept Pity mid pushing and probably gotten a tier 2 out of it or forced them to back off of this top lane play because they were not going to dive without a wave.
This lead that Astronauts has accrued in this game has really stifled the snowball potential of this Corky because it was Giggle who was really far ahead and just finished stacking up the tier item now at 26 minutes, which really feels unfortunate because you want to spike sooner. You want to be making an impact faster. Now Jinx is also on 2 items. It really feels like that potential of the Corky taking over this game still has a lot of damage to offer, but now the Jinx does as well. And that advantage here for Kernals has slowly faded. So more and more as this game progresses, I am favoring Astronauts, but we have to think back to that creative playmaking potential of Kernals. How can they manipulate the map? How can they find a pick and then maybe force a fight that's in their advantage numbers wise?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to bet against Astronauts, especially with that one Dragon team fight that we saw where they just completely wiped the floor with Kernals. But I think the big thing here is, without TP on Pity, it's a lot harder to do. But since you have a Corky and Seraphine, you do have relatively strong wave clear. So you're able to just, respond to whatever play Astronauts tries to make with a dive like they did before and have Pity be in the side lane, pushing down these turrets. But since he has no TP, it's a lot harder. He wants to be closer to the team. And Kaz is going to be the one on these side lanes. But it looks like they might just trade Baron for Dragon. But it looks like Astronaut's just not going to be able to let that one happen. Geyser looking to be collapsed on.
He's out.
Able to get out. And the Dragon now just going to go over to the side of Astronauts. As pings on the Baron here for Kernals. It looks like they're going to try to just brute force this one down before Astronauts can respond to it.
It's going to be close. They're making a beeline for it now. Geyser's been the scouting party. He knows what's going on. This Baron really isn't going down that fast, though. 9,000 HP. They're going to have to fight this if they want it. Nature's Grasp is going to go down. It's going to lock up Blue Man here. He's hit up with the Encore as well, and he's actually just going to drop. So right now, 5 versus 4 here for Kernals. Let's see what they can do with it. Curse in the side, but he's going to buy the peel here for Billy Badass on this Jinx. One reset is all he needs, and he's going to get it. Although the fight is still very close. 3 versus 3 now as East Pity goes into the Zonias to try and keep himself alive. alive, but he will drop forward. Goes the Jinx, but has to be careful though. You're quite low. He's going to run right into the rocket, and Giggle knocks him down. It's 3 for 3. Defoe and the Geyser here are the only ones left for the side of Astronauts. If you are Kernals, you are loving how that fight ended up going.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that one ended up being an even trade, but I mean, honestly, the big one in that one was East Pity on the flank, able to just stop Rakan from getting the early engage that he wanted to and putting out a good amount of damage. But then Kaz and Necro able to get onto Billy Badass, forcing him back in the fight and, you know, actually making him waste a lot of time trying to reposition there. And the real winner of that fight is Giggle, just able to basically free fire and get out as much damage as possible. You know, didn't pick up that kill onto Billy Badass. But yeah, like you said, if you're Kernals, you are happy with how that team fight goes. Yes, you lose the Dragon, but it's not so point, and you're able to get some big shutdowns onto the Fool and some much needed gold onto some of your players here. So momentum is kind of still in Astronauts' favor, but this shows that Kernals can fight them even with the strength that they're at right now.
That fight felt like it was more tuned to the Kernals' composition. We talk about win conditions and what each team wants. It was Astronauts who did not get what they wanted in that fight. That Dragon fight that we referenced before, when it was just a 4-person wipe immediately, that's the kind of fight that Astronauts want. That's what Blue Man wanted when he was walking forward. He's like, this is my moment. This is my 5-person quickness. We're going to finish this right here, right now. Runs into Encore, runs into Nature's Grasp, and just cannot move. And that's a huge tool for team fighting, immediately removed there from the side of Astronauts. So big fight there from Kernals. We've talked about it. That is huge for them. They need a couple more of those. Their Corki's getting stronger and stronger. Actually itemizing more burst oriented into the Collector here. That's going to be really tough to take down the frontline targets if that's who you're hitting with that build. But if you're hitting the Jinx, that's pretty good as well. So we'll see if he can actually find the most value out of that one.
Yeah, and you know, you already said it's hard for Blue Man to engage into this Lissandra and Maokai, but like I said in the pregame draft, as it looks like Kaz is just gonna get solo bowled here by Geyser.
Yeah, he's gonna get
resets.
He's gonna get annihilated. Can they respond right now? The Baron's up right now. So this will be Astronauts going for this. Now that they see Necro down here, Geyser just has to waste time. He might just kill the Viego where he stands. Holy crap, this champion is strong, and Geyser is playing it quite well. 2 down, 3 Baron for Astronauts. And all of that work that they just made, the Kernals did in the previous fight, has just been gobbled right on up.
Yeah, and you know, that's always the biggest mistake you can make as a jungler, is showing on the opposite of the map when Baron is spawned, because then immediately the other team can just turn onto it and just take it for free, especially when Geyser just kills the enemy jungler and basically almost kills the Corki as well in that whole process. So this Investa might end up having to hit the ban list for the side of Kernals if they want a chance in the series. But I mean, you can't knock the way that Astronauts played this once they got the lead. Very slow and methodical. A little hiccup in that one play around Baron, but otherwise clean overall, and you know, a real good way to start off a series, showing strong here and hoping to continue that for the next 2 games. So we're going to see Kernals go for it.
What the final shot is for Kernals. They immediately take down the Amumu. That burst there from Giggle is huge. Demonic Ascension for the foe, though, is massive. And Necro falls, giving Jinx the reset 4 versus 4. Now it's Astronauts ready to continue the play. Nature's Grasp is used. The tower in the mid lane falls. East Pity wants to go right on in again, but with the low HP bar, decides not to. Blue Man tries to continue the play. He runs into a bunch of missile barrages here from Giggle. Pay attention to this Corki. What can he do now? Conqueror is proc. Missile barrage lands, but the Jinx will just send him straight to the death chamber. And that should do it for this fight at the very least, as Kaz maybe wants more. Gonna jump right on in with the twisted advance here onto Blue Man. The traps will buy him space. Defoe, can he land an Evermore here? He cannot. Now East Pity out of the fountain as well. This is just the extended play that never ends. Defoe locked up with the Frozen Tomb. Zanya's going to keep him safe. Blue Man's going to go right on in, but he's only going to go into his death. He will keep his mid laner alive for a little moment, trying to escape. The beat drop goes wide. Kaz and Nidian in pursuit. Defoe is going to run right into East Pity, though, and should drop, and it is Kernals that hold on to their base here right before this Drake is now up.
Yeah, but the big thing to look at is what ultimates did they use. They have no, Frozen Tomb, they have no Twisted Advance, they have no Crescendo. So it's very hard to get this if they want to respond on the side of Astronauts. But I mean, with your Investor down, and Swain down, and your Rakan, the only chance to fully get in here and get a steal. And with his build, he can do a lot of damage, and he doesn't get it.
Doesn't get it. The Fool's gonna drop. Gonna go in, try and take that one away. There is some life for Kernals. They've landed the beat drop as well, but Billy should walk out. The last Baron remaining, I believe now, for the Astronauts. They wreck the base, but Kernals hold on. So we were pretty sure at that moment that this was going to be Astronauts claiming game number 1. But there is still hope here for Kernals. It's looking dire. They have those Nexus towers, so there really isn't a threat of a backdoor. It's going to have to be another fight win for Astronauts if they want to close it out.
Yeah, and I mean, Giggle is just getting stronger and stronger on this Corki. He did get that kill onto the Mbessa and almost picked up the Jinx before he went down himself. But the craziest thing is that at one point he was up basically an item and a half. He was basically up half an item on Jinx, but now they're even, as Billy Badass has been playing this game out very well with his position and getting himself back into this one. The only person left on his team with a gold bounty, only 80 carries left of those in this game, but it might also be if Giggle can position well and get the damage out with this collector and start collecting people. So by no means is this game over, especially with the Dragon Soul being stalled out for another 5 minutes here. And it's going to be a Baron fight, or possibly Kernals letting this one go over and just having another base defense like they did last time. But I would expect them to be fighting for this Dragon that's spawning, Baron spawning in 2 minutes.
I would expect that as well. The pressure that the side of Astronauts will be able to put onto their base will just be overwhelming with the Baron. You have all those super minions flooding in. You have to defend your inhibitors as well. If your Kernals, without inhibitor towers, there's no safe spot to really sit and stay. So it's easy access to just walk in and keep taking them over and over again if you are Astronauts. And with that Baron buff and all of those super minions, even if it's 3 and you have 6 super minions per wave strolling on in, Jinx is peppering you with her range. You have the threat of the all-in. That's definitely going to be a death sentence here for Kernals. So they're going to have to try and muster some type of offense in a minute 30 time. And I think it will be priority from Astronauts on that objective. And we'll see what kind of heroics they can pull off in that couple minutes time.
And I did mention it before, but Knighton on the Seraphine, he did pick up the Moonstone, which I wanted him to earlier. But never mind, Kaz is just getting blown up here, eaten alive with his own Billy Badass.
And he's gone immediately. 5 versus 4. Now Blue Man wants to follow it up. Public execution onto the back line is Geyser. Encore rolls on through, but there's a huge Curse of the Sad Mummy. That should do it for this game. If the rest of them drop, Billy Badass gets the kill onto East Pity. Geyser finishes off the back line as well. It's only Necro sitting in the fountain to watch his Nexus fall before his eyes. There was hope for Kernals, but it's been ripped away here in game number 1. Astronauts with a relatively commanding victory here at the 36-minute mark.
Yeah, the tree of Maokai got chopped down there again, just caused the end there for Astronauts, just going right through there and ending it. I mean, that Mbessa in those side lanes came the late game was just unable to be answered by anybody on the side of Kernals comp, so I would not be surprised to see that hitting the ban next game. But you know, Kernals made it interesting, almost came back at a few points in that game, really good team fights out of them. So by no means do I think this is going to be just a 3-0 sweep. I do expect Kernals to be fighting back in this next game, and curious to see what adjustments they make in draft to make that possible.
I would honestly 100% assume the Mbessa is either going to be banned or taken away if they do decide to select the blue side, which they did not have access to in this game. And maybe it is actually Astronauts who end up banning it away. It's definitely a strong pick. We know how strong it is from what everyone's been telling us in the community there, as Geyser 40,000 damage in that game, almost doubling his entire team in terms of the individuals here, almost doubling the Jinx, doubling the Swing, doubling the Amumu's damage. No one really came close. It was absolutely the power pick here. The Maokai did not feel a sufficient answer into it, so I would assume that that is hotly contested here for game number 2, and we'll have to see as we head into a very short intermission while we await for the draft to start on up. But when we come back, Kernals versus Astronauts, game 2, that's hot and ready. Welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League. We've got Kernals versus Astronauts in this quarter-final matchup where Astronauts are leading 1-0 after they really took a commanding lead. They let go of the rope a little bit, but then they grabbed right on tight off the back end of an excellent performance from Geysers and Bessa, which Chong and I believe will be hotly contested in this game number 2. They've swapped sides, and we'll see what the adaptations are rolling on through.
Yeah, I mean, the brand still hitting the ban table, not letting Defoe get his hands on that one. But the Jinx this time around, choosing to be banned for Kernals here, not letting Billy Badass get the one, and not wanting to first pick it themselves. So really curious to see where their priority is with this draft for their first pick. But Mundo gonna be banned away, not letting Kaz not wanting. I'm getting my teams messed up. Not wanting Kaz to get that one, and like we said, Mbessa getting banned away. Guys are not going to be playing that one. Kaz not wanting to play that one himself, so just going to put that one on the ban table here. So curious to see what pick one is this game.
Yeah, for Kernals, a blind pick, a first pick. They decided to go with blue side. So they obviously have something that they want to prioritize. Necro did play the Mbessa jungle, but obviously that's been taken away. So not going to be seeing that. They took away the Jinx as well. It's just going to be the Skarner. So this was denied in game number 1 in the ban phase. Now it should be, well, honestly, I don't see actually there is one Skarner game for Necro, so it should be that Skarner jungle. And honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Amumu hover and lock in, plus the Seraphine as well here, Chong, for Astronauts.
Yeah, Astronauts just knows where their bread is buttered and just gonna go for another team fight comp here. But this time they're getting the Seraphine on their team instead of the Rakan. And Amumu with Seraphine is just such a nasty, nasty combo because they can't move once you hit them with that Curse of the Sad Mummy. So be able to get that ultimate over top of them is really good. Skarner first pick. I think Skarner is one of the best junglers this patch. It's like him and Amumu. Not really much else in there in like my top echelon myself. But Ezreal gonna be picked here for the side of Kernals, letting Giggle get that one, not wanting to have to deal with all the CC and have to take cleanse. He's just gonna look to Arcane Shift away and poke at him with them Mystic shots. But Ezreal is one of those champions that if you're not landing those auto attacks, it feels so bad. And a Janna locked in here on blue 3. As a support player, really bad pick here, because Amumu still gets to fly to you, and even if he doesn't, he's got a second bandage toss to do so when he tornadoes down. So not liking the Janna pick here. I'm curious if they're going to be able to pilot this one and make me a believer, but going to be really hard against what. Yeah, okay.
Wow, the full wombo combo. That's insane. They're just going for the combos in this game. Does the Monsoon, though, actually stop Bandage Toss, or does that just get gobbled up too? Does Mumu just fly at you? Nothing you can do about it.
He'll still he'll start to fly at you, and if you Monsoon it, he'll get pushed back. But the benefit of being a Mumu is they gave you 2 Bandage Tosses instead of 1.
Yeah.
You just get to do it again. You know, the fun stuff to do as Janna is to just get crazy insect plays with your ultimate and tornado combo of people under turret, but it's not something you want to do often because half the time you have to burn your flash to do so. But I'm really curious to see if they're gonna like be able to actually pilot this champion in a way where it doesn't feel like a detriment of getting caught out by an Amumu Seraphine, and especially now with a bullet time just coming over everybody, it just is going to feel so bad if any one person on the side of Kernals is caught with a lick of CC.
So Ari taken away in the first round of bans from Astronauts. Orianna and Aurelion Soul targeting the champion pool of East Pity. Still has the Lissandra available. Again, this is not a fearless league, so we still have picks that you played in previous games, obviously with the Amumu and the Seraphine being picked again. You still have those available on the board. There is a Vex for East Pity, who they have played as well. Orianna being taken away. The champion pool, from what I'm seeing in the history of what East Pity has played, is definitely being pinched here. Let's see what the R4 selection is. Once again, it's going to be, whoa, okay, right. So this is very revealing here, Chong. This is not going to be the Seraphine support. This will be Seraphine in what I assume is the mid lane for Defoe.
Yeah, I was gonna say after that Rakan was locked in, I was like, oh, so astronauts just R5s a Malphite, but luckily Kernals banned that one away, so you don't get that full wombo combo of just pressing 5 ultimate buttons and killing an entire team. But now a Nidalee hover here, so if this is
Whoa.
okay, so Nidalee locked in, which means this is going to be Skarner top for Kaz, I would assume,
Yeah.
and Nidalee jungle here for Necro. Um, I don't like Nidalee jungle. It's one of those champions. I just don't like Nidalee at all. It's one of those champions that really pivots your team comp to have to play a certain way because she only works with certain champions very well, just because of the way her kit works and the way you have to play it and push advantages. I mean, if you're playing poke comp, it's fine, but poke loses to just hard wombo CC like this, and they're gonna get even more pokey with, the Syndra. So their only front line is Kaz on this Skarner. So if he's put behind, which Astronaut should look to do this game, because then nobody on the side of Kernals gets to live, it is going to be so hard for them to play this game at all.
I definitely favor right now the astronauts composition as well. It feels a lot easier to play. Nidalee is a tough champion to pull off, so we're going to have to see how good Necro is at this one. Has played the Nidalee before. Can't quite remember how successful he was on the pick when he did end up pulling it out. The Aatrox will be the response into Skarner. I actually just had an Aatrox in a solo queue game of mine just completely dump a Skarner. So that might be the angle here for astronauts. The Ambessa from Geyser was so good, able to get so much value into Kaz Maokai. Now I think this matchup as well does actually favor the Aatrox. So a winning top lane matchup, maybe that can be helped out a little bit from the Nidalee. But let's see, priority here, Chong, has to be the priority for the side of Kernals, because if Nidalee wants to go for invades, she wants to punish a Mumu, you need to have that backup at your disposal in your lanes. Otherwise, you're going to get collapsed on really easily and put behind.
Yeah, I mean, if Kernals gets at all behind in this game, it's kind of just going to be over for them. It feels like their team comp is just going to do no damage if they're ever put behind. And with what Astronauts has drafted, I just don't see how they're going to be able to stand up in a team fight. And the weirdest part is Kernals didn't even draft like a 1-3-1 or a split push style comp. They drafted just hard poke and disengage. So, I mean, if they're able to do it, it's going to look good, but I'm just not a believer after seeing how they played out a team fight comp in game one. I'm not sure if a poke comp is going to suit them better, but maybe they'll make me believers in this game, and maybe Necro is going to pull out his Morello Namicon and pull out some crazy stuff here on Nidalee.
It would have to be a really solid lead for the Nidalee. Absolutely. The damage is there for Kernals, but it's all skill shots and tough things to land. You have to land your spears. You have to land your mystic shots. Scatter the Weak from Syndra has to land. Otherwise, a lot of your damage is going to be missing. Usually when you play compositions like this, where you're trying to get that first pick and roll the team fight 4 versus 5, you want to have at least some type of CC lockdown, really reliable CC chain, to be able to keep that one target that you have found locked down in time to burst them out. The only crowd control I'm seeing is from the Skarner. So Ishtal's Impact and Pale, those have to be the abilities to really lock down a couple targets for them to layer down the spear, the Scatter the Weak. The burst potential's there. Again, I'm just going back to my original point. It's really tough for Kernals, and for astronauts, they have a lot of, in a very intuitive way to play League of Legends with all of those engage tools at their disposal. The quickness, Encore, Curse of the Sad Mummy. I mean, how, if you are Kernals here, Chong, I'll sort of pick your brain a little bit here. We're talking about how we really don't like this composition from Kernals, but what are one of the ways that you can really find success with it? How do you think it could be possible here or doable for Kernals in this one?
Yeah, I think the only way Kernals is really going to make this one work is if Necro literally just yells at his laners and says, I don't care what you have to do to shove your waves or sack a wave, but we're going to invade a Mumu at this buff in this amount of time, and like just completely neutralize him from the game. Like, I have played with my fair share of aggressive junglers in the day. I've subbed in mid lane for Emerald Scrims when I was platinum, and I had a jungler literally said, I don't care what you do, spend all your mana, we're invading in 30 seconds and we're going to win the game off it. And that's what Necro's going to have to be doing here to be able to do any sort of semblance to get his team ahead, because if you have to, I mean, everybody's played against their Fed Nidalee games before. They've seen an 11-0 Nidalee run at them at full speed and just knows the inevitable's coming. So Necro is going to have to pull out a Thanos level of performance here to be able to make it work for Kernals. But if I had to choose, I'm going to choose Astronauts in this one to get the 2-0 and look to put it at match point.
I would have to agree. Another great point about the Astronauts composition is their lanes are very safe. Seraphine is going to permanently clear the waves. We know how obnoxious it is. I'm an 8 carry player, so I play against Seraphine bot lanes all the time, and they just clear the wave, clear the wave, clear the wave, clear the wave. It's like, oh my god, you can't do anything against this champion. It's so annoying. So if you're a team that wants to get the early lead, that's a horrible champion to play into. Misfortune as well can be very uninteractive. She's got her double ups, makes it hard for you to position aggressively in the wave. She might just rush Bloodthirster as well, and then all that poke that Kernals has to offer, it's just 2 auto attacks, it's back. It's here. I'm full health. What are you going to do about it? So I feel like the lane phases as well. We've already talked about how the Aatrox and the Skarner, it's pretty Aatrox favored unless junglers get involved here. And maybe Kaz has something up their sleeve, but the lanes don't seem too promising for Kernals either. We have built up this storyline here that Kernals have their work cut out for them with this composition that they've drafted, but they might have some secret sauce up their sleeve to shock us, prove us wrong, and bring us to an even match score in this best of 5. Will they end up doing that, or will Astronauts take a commanding 2-0 lead in this quarterfinal matchup in the Blue Water Draft League? That's what we're going to find out after this very short break. And when we come back, we'll be on the Rift. Here for game number 2 between Kernals and Astronauts in the Blue Otter Draft League playoffs. This is the quarterfinals. I'm Ferris. This is Chong on the desk if you're just joining us. We got ourselves a very interesting game ahead of us where we have a very controversial composition drafted from Kernals, where they got a lot of champions that really need to get going early on. Otherwise, things aren't going to pan out their way. We're going to see if they can actually get that lead that they want. The double beat drop from Defoe will stop any early game aggression that they have as the spear goes wide.
Yeah, Kernals are really hoping not to get popped here in this game and turn into some nice popcorn and, make a comeback for themselves. But it's going to be hard with the comp that they drafted for themselves. We already saw it there. They just tried to walk at the phone. He just hits him with a double beat drop, walks out, takes no damage, takes a little bit of damage for it. But I mean, I've seen crazier things happen. I've seen teams win with crazier comps before, so we can't say it's over before it's even started. But you know, a lot of analysts and like professionals like to say, yeah, you lose in draft, it doesn't matter what happens in game. And you know, Kernals is going to try to prove us wrong with that one.
Yes, they are. And it all starts with the early game from Necro. This Nidalee, you said it in draft, Chong. When you pick Nidalee, it just warps the way your team is going to play. Now we have to play around Nidalee. He is the carry. Her invades are going to be our #1 priority. Is Necro actually going to get active in the enemy jungle? That remains to be seen. I feel like you have to. This is the way this champion wants to play, and the way that all the best Nidalee players end up playing it. You get aggressive, you put pressure on the enemy jungle, and you make stuff happen for the squad. So Necro is where it all starts. What can Astronauts and the Fool do to prevent this snowball from happening and give themselves a better chance?
Yeah, the biggest thing to note is that since the Fool is starting on the same side as Necro, it's going to be hard for them to get off these early invades since Amumu will already be at those camps that he would want to invade. So it's really going to have to come with some creative pathing on the second spawn of camps for Necro to get those invades off. And it's even harder for him to gank with the lack of CC that the team has drafted here. But bot lane already getting spicy, some trades already happening. East Pity has some prio here, but could take some damage for it, but walks away, steals a little bit of that Raptor camp, so is going to put him a little bit behind in the XP game, but overall, it's not really a detriment to him. We still got to pick up that big Raptor, which is most valuable for a jungle for the XP reason, but nice play by Pity there in the early game.
Honestly, if I'm the Fool, I'm not taking that, man. I'm ganking mid right away. As let's see what Geyser can do now. Is pushed right on up here, but Necro has joined the party. This would be huge if they can get this first blood. Ishtal's impact stuns up the Aatrox. He's flashing away towards his jungler, but his jungler's not on the way. He's saying, bro, you're on your own. Almost able to get the 1-for-1 with the minions are going to kill the starter. In the meantime, the bot lane is going crazy. Double kill for Giggle. That is a good sign for the Kernals. Things happening all around the map.
What the hell happened bot lane? We were watching top lane. First of all, Geyser just outplayed the hell out of Kernals there, able to use the caster minions to his advantage, pick up Kaz before he goes down. But Giggle picking up a double kill in the bot lane. I'm not sure what happened there or what could have happened to make that even possible. But really well played for the side of Kernals here. And, you know, ships passing in the night. Nothing happens in the mid lane there. But really good start for Kernals here. And this is what you need to have happening. And we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to move on. But this is what you need for the side of Kernals to get this game going. And now that Geyser has no flash, Necro sights are set, the spears are sharpened, and he's going again.
Ishtal's impact finds the stun. They're looking to take down Geyser. He's got a couple bit of healing in his kit here to try and keep himself alive. Lands the Q3 as well. Gets a good chunk of damage. Dodges away from the spear. That definitely could have sealed the deal for him. Doesn't end up dropping, but doesn't have TP either. So that's going to be then a pretty rough couple of minutes. Fortunately, the wave is pushing into him, but they could maybe look for a dive here in the next couple of seconds, Chong.
Yeah, I mean, the spear missing saves Geyser's life, but Necro not giving up on the play. We see him on minimap, channeling that recall and stepping back out, but looking for it again with this wave coming in. If they play this right, Kaz just hits them with the impact. And
good cancel on the Ishtal's impact. Q3 lands. Necro, does he have the damage? It doesn't look like they do. The level up from Geyser's insane. Did he just taunt them too? That's a double kill. No, Necro gets the triumph and the tower reset happened, but still 1-for-1. Things are so exciting in this top side.
So, all in all, this is fine for Geyser. Every time he's killed Kaz, he's even in CS and he's picked up a kill. So that means they're even in gold. He's not losing anything for these plays. It's just getting Necro more accelerated. So if you're Geyser, you're like, hey, this is fine. Eventually, I'll just be able to 2v1 them. And he almost did there on that tower dive. But really good jungle aggro for the tower there to be able to get Necro out. Having the burn flash there is perfectly fine in that play. But yeah, no, if you're Geyser, you're like, cool, I'll be the target if I'm picking up a kill every time. But Necro is living happy, up 2 kills here. And what happens in the mid lane?
Well, I said that Seraphine is just going to sit there and do not a whole lot except for clearing minions. Turns out Defoe is pretty lethal on this pick, finds the solo kill onto East Pity. That's got to feel good if you are the Astronauts. You get one back now, 4-3 the kill score. Also, while all this was happening in the top side, of course, Dragon was taken, and the Fool was slowly and slowly building a CS advantage over the Nidalee. So that is going to close the gap here on that gold advantage. As that was a pretty delayed reaction. I think Defoe and the Fool could have pulled the trigger there onto East Pity a little sooner, but they start the grubs, and the Nidalee isn't really in the vicinity to stop this from happening.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee reset, I believe, but this is just, oh no, she's bot lane. But also, that's the problem. If you keep going through these ganks top lane, you're going to lose stuff bot lane. They lose the dragon. Now when they make the play bot lane, Fool's in the right spot. He's on the top side, able to pick this one up. And I'm curious to see what the Fool is building for the first item. We see a lost chapter in their inventory.
Oh, yeah.
I was expecting another the Idris game. I have no idea where they could be going with this one.
Yeah, neither do I, honestly. Like, okay,
Storm
I'm trying to
Surfer?
rattle my. No, Storm Surge doesn't have Lost Chapter.
It doesn't? Okay.
It could be Luden's companion.
I was
Maybe
like,
that
could
would
be
be
Luden's?
crazy. Luden's, dude. I'm not a mage player.
Blackfire
Oh my
Torch?
goodness.
Blackfire Torch?
Um.
Dude,
Hey,
I don't.
we're casters. We're
I-
analyzing the game here. We know our stuff. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
I know I play support, guys. I hate to tell you, I know like 4 actual items because that's all I get to build in this role. But as I
Oh,
say, that
Billy
Billy Badass
Badass.
getting tanked.
In trouble. Huge True Shot Barrage connects,
my
but
gosh.
good peel from Blue Man on the grand entrance, and they'll walk out of that one. They didn't have flashes either. Those will be back up soon, and they survive more of Necro's pressure. Now the Fool is in the area. Giggle and Nighty on backing off.
I mean, Necro also almost did go down there because he did the Guru form leap in there, got knocked up by the grand entrance from Blue Man, and almost died 2 turret shots. And Billy Badass strut passive hitting that enhanced damage, and then double tap also getting some nice damage in there. So I think if Billy's 6 there, he can just pop the bullet time and pick up the kill onto Necro. So it could be scary to ever try to dive this bottom lane with the amount of damage and CC that they get once they hit level 6.
Absolutely. And the bullet time is going to be a big part of this team for astronauts. Maybe Amumu is building more damage because he's worried about their damage profile, but the Lost Chapter 2 from Defoe means it's going to be more of a damage-oriented build. Again, we talked about different Seraphine builds in the previous game. You can go for the supportive style, Moonstone Renewer, Redemption, all that good stuff, Staff with Flowing Water. You can go for the Rylai's to be more utility in your slows, or you can just build the full damage and look for all of those good amounts of damage. Defoe just survives the unleashed power from East Pity. That has got to suck here if you're the Kernals mid laner, because Nighty lined up that NATO so nicely. The Fool's walking in. They see him. They shouldn't fall here. Bandit Choss goes wide.
Yeah, I do believe. So I looked it up. I do believe there's going to be the Blackfire Torch here from Amumu. The only other thing I could really see him building is maybe he's going for Malignant's first item.
Kaiser.
Could be interesting, but
Looking for the kill onto Kaz. Q3 flash doesn't connect. The Fool should find the Skarner, but the Monsoon is great to keep him alive. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out, but it's not enough to take him down. And the roaming from Nighty proves to be so valuable for Kernals.
Yeah, I mean, Geyser almost got that kill onto Kaz, but Kaz also tying the flash for what Geyser was trying to do perfectly. And, this is just more of the same of Necro just coming up to this top side and picking up a kill. But this time is worse for Geyser as he does lose CS. Kaz gets to live, pick up some CS there. Kaz basically has no items, but is just so tanky with Skarner's base stats that is able to live through that whole play, and really well played by Nighty on that follow-up, roaming up the top side, stopping the Fool from even picking up a kill on Kaz. So really well played so far in this early game by Kernals. It's a question of if they can keep this pressure and momentum up throughout the mid and late game.
That's right. So far, so good. Can they keep it up? Because with this composition, you have to keep going. There's no real bailout. Oh, Jinx 3 items. It's foolproof. We land the CC, he pops off and wins us the game. No, you've got to keep landing your abilities. You've got to keep the pressure on. You do fall off later on if you are Nidalee, and the damage, the scaling is pretty solid here. Geyser's going to be an absolute monster with all that healing. He's going to start beating the Skarner. The Seraphine's going to be pretty insane. They're getting this dragon, denying the stacking here, though 3 grubs for astronauts, rather 6 grubs, the 3 grubs here, which will turn them into 6 as they got the previous trio. That's going to be something that's going to be very important to stop the snowball of Kernals, as they would have really liked that to knock down those towers. But let's see, though. East Pity and Kaz, they're here to party. The Fool has got some company right now and is going to try and still secure the 6 grubs for the squad. Going to get the bandit shots, could get going on in, has to flash over the wall to safety. The Unleashed Power was insane. They end up taking these away. They still get Void Mites, but Necro's found a Fogue here. No flash available for the Seraphine. Actually does have the flash because he just used it now. Necro can't quite finish off the kill, flashes into the tower and will grab it for himself, but now he's got Geyser to worry about. The first Darkened Blade will miss. Good scout of the week from East Pity to buy some space, and Necro is out of there.
Yeah, what a rotation for Kernals getting full in that dragon. I'm that Void Grub pit, forcing him to burn the flash there, and then Defoe almost able to outplay Necro there, but since his tower isn't ramped up, not able to get the damage, was at turret range for way too long, and Defoe ends up falling down there after burning flash and ultimate, so kind of feels bad in that moment, but it is going to be a double malignance here for the mid jungle of the side of Astronauts. So definitely a different build path that we normally see out of a Mumu's, like going that Leandries, and it helps them take neutral objectives a lot faster if they build that item. So maybe if the Fool had that one, it wouldn't be in such a bad spot by the time that East Pity and Kaz roam over there. But who's to say? Hindsight's 50-50, as they say. But Kernals still playing this comp out in early game really well so far.
They certainly are playing it quite nicely. Honestly, a lot better than I may have anticipated. They've gotten everything they need. We'll circle back to that same point, though. Now is the time to up the pressure. They can't take their feet off the gas and expect all good things to come because they have this lead. It will evaporate quickly. Still, one good team fight from Astronauts brings them right back into the game. And now that level 6s are online, now we're slowly creeping out of that lane phase stage of the game. This is where we're going to group around objectives. This is where big team fights are going to happen in the rivers, similar to what we saw last game. And we know how lethal Astronauts can be with their synergy in those fights. They did such a good job last time around. They're hoping to replicate that type of success here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Giggle has been hitting these valuable Mystic shots. We can see just the health bars on the bot lane for Astronauts. I say that, I cast the person. They're looking to go in.
Through. They're looking for Giggle. He uses the cleanse. The bullet time doesn't get a ton of value either. Heal for the movement speed. The Fool cannot close the gap. Giggle just walks right onto that one, laughing his way, well, maybe not to the bank, but to safety at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the proof of how hard it is to lock down an Ezreal sometimes in these fights. Like, yes, you get the enhanced movement speed from quickness, but he's able to just Arcane Shift away, burns the cleanse once he's charmed up, and Amumu is just way too slow, only on brown bags, not able to catch up and make anything happen on top of the Ezreal there. I guess heal for safety, but not a summoner spell that probably needs to be used there. But Kernals, they're like, hey, this is a play they could be making. Giggle respecting it, burning the cleanse, and able to just keep himself safe there.
And the Raptor camp is stolen away from the Fool. Oh no, man. There's a lot of dangerous people ready to take you down. You use the bandit toss to go right back on in, but there's so many people here, and Pale will find him, and they have snuffed out the Amumu in his own jungle. Great read of the map here by the Kernals. The red buff should be their prize and a little bit of extra gold, maybe even the Rift Herald on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, the Fool is starting to look like one in this game, and, hey, we gotta give respect where respect is due, and we have been so far. Kernals, like we keep saying, we sound like a broken record, playing so well with this comp they drafted. It's a lot harder to execute than their game 1 draft, but they're definitely playing a lot better than they did in game 1, and you see it here. Just Necro 4-0-2 on this Nidalee. It looks like they are going that Lich Bane first item, which Nidalee is so known for, the amount of damage that she can put out with these auto attacks. As she hits a spear, it leaps in with Cougar form. Since your Q does apply on hit effects, it just does so much damage to these squishier members on the side of Astronauts.
They look very good on this composition. They look like a well-oiled machine, well coached on the way that they want to play right now. They see the play happen bot side. They predict that the Amumu is going to be walking into that Reds portion of the jungle off the reset. They punish. They need to keep this cycle of punishments happening. They need to start now looking for these towers, as we're going to see another quickness roll through. Flash forward. Giggle should just be A-okay, though. Blue Man getting a little overzealous here, dropping the Ignite to 90, and he wants blood. Oh my goodness, Blue Man. He's seeing red right now. That's not making a whole lot of sense, as really, Nightian and Giggle, they don't care. They just laugh, and they do not drop in that 2 versus 2.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest thing there is like that whole time Billy Badass was not really hitting anybody and had no way to really reset that strep passive to do increased damage. So what could have been good if Billy was in range or just auto attacking at all just burns into wasted summers and ultimates here at a blue man. And especially with the dragon on the map now, astronauts might not be able to contest this one anymore.
And Necro's going in. He wants to take away that Gromp. He's successful in doing so. The Fool is angry. I know he is, man. If you're a jungle player, I'm not a jungle player myself, but I just know this. You have him hop over the wall, take your Gromp, hop back out. That is just mental advantage for junglers. Now he's going to take away the Drake. Necro's kind of running this game, man. Like, you got to give him credit. We have been giving him credit. He's doing a great job on the Nidalee so far. Positioning around this Drake is the Fool. I don't think you want this fight, though. It doesn't really look good for you at the moment, although Giggle is taking a lot of damage from this dragon. So half HP on this Ezreal. Maybe Defoe can find an encore. They're actually just going to back this one off here, though, Chong.
Yeah, the biggest thing to note there is that Giggle the whole time kept dragon aggro. And I'm going to say, the Ocean Dragon has hands. This thing does do some good damage
No, he doesn't.
early. Okay. Okay. I mean, the real one that actually hurts is the Mountain Soul, like the Mountain Dragon. That one does a decent
I was
amount of
talking
damage.
literally.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I know.
have hands.
He's got big he's got big meaty claws. But it's just so it feels bad when your 80 carries just keeping aggro and losing all his health. And Blue Man once again
Blue Man
trying to go in for nothing.
He's going, man. They hit the Skarner at the least, and they chunk him a little bit, but that's about it. Encore is going to not go wide. It's going to hit onto the Nidalee. They're going to combine the bullet time with it as well, but there's huge damage here from the True Shot Barrage, but the first kill goes to the Astronauts. Now Necro in the backline. He finds one, gets a big heal. The Fool and Defoe here, along with Blue Man, they're going to find the shutdown. That one's going to go to the Seraphine. Could this be the moment here for Astronauts to take over this game? One more Mystic Shot will do the trick here, but Giggle's in trouble now because he's found Geyser. The Infernal Chains will be flashed away from him, but the Grand Entrance will land, and that will be another shutdown to the Seraphine and Astronauts. Chong, they have found their fight.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate out of the phone, barely tagging Necro. I mean, it was listed a little bit synergistic because the Fool did not wait to hit the Curse of the Sad Mummy, so you know, Necro able to get and kill Billy Badass there. But overall, what I thought, we both thought, Blue Man just wasting the quickness there and getting nothing out of it turned into a win fight for the Astronauts. And hey, nobody's taking this dragon yet. I hope you're ready for a round 3 here.
Just run it back. Honestly, I want to give credit to this Giga Chad Seraphine build. Like, dude, this is crazy. Malignance into Death Cap Rush. This is just not your typical Seraphine build. This guy does damage. And honestly, Kernals might be caught out by that as Kaz is teleporting away to hold the top lane. Right now, it is Kernals with some alone time on this dragon. The rest of Astronauts are surrounding the area. They don't have Curse of the Sad Mummy. They don't have Bullet Time. They don't have Quickness. They don't have a lot of ultimates, but they do have the Encore. That's going to hit onto the Janna here, who doesn't have a lot of peel for herself. Defoe will grab that kill. Now onto the Drake they go. Necro forced to jump out of the pit. Good scatter lands from East Pity. Unleash power onto the Fool, but he does not drop and stays alive to find the smite. Now Giggle forced to Arcane shift away. The Fool has found the bandage toss onto the Syndrome, plus the Curse that just came off a cooldown. Defoe grabs another one and is unstoppable. Astronauts have pulled it right back from the brink.
Oh no, the Kernals falling off the cob here. They were playing so good, and it's starting to slide downhill so quick. And like you said, Defoe with the Chad Seraphine build, pumping out damage in that fight. 6-1 on this Seraphine. You know, they did nerf the amount of damage that she does on these Qs, but I think if you just build a Death Cap, you say, I don't care, I'm still gonna do damage. And the biggest thing is, the whole time Kaz TP'd away from that one. Neither top lane's there, and okay, so Defoe goes down mid lane. Not sure what happened there. I guess a little greedy for a minion wave. Got caught by Necro and Nidian, but yeah, really well played by Astronauts, especially the Fool. They look like they're gonna go on to Giggle, but immediately hits the bandage toss backwards on the East Pity.
Oh
So,
my.
okay,
Dude.
we got Gumayushi in this game on the Nidalee.
Oh my goodness. That's
All right.
just too many mental edges that Necro has now over the Fool. That's way too many buff steals. The Fool, you gotta start standing up for yourself, man. You can't just let him do this to you multiple times. You gotta get one back. He's gotta get an objective steal or something of that nature. But with that pick, it's going to be the Rift Herald charging down through. Tier 2 secured. Kaz is ready to fight. Ishtal's Impact loading up if they want to try and defend his Astronauts. And a pretty good influx of gold. Still 3k ahead for Kernals.
Yeah, I mean, and the biggest thing to like note here is that Necro, like, as Fantasy is a 6-1-3, the CS is basically even in the jungle, but it doesn't matter. It matters to a point, but never mind. Billy Badass is gonna go down here. We're gonna
Really?
see.
Yeah, he should be dead. There should just be one more jump from Necro.
Okay.
Uses the smite, takes a couple tower shots. The squad's here though, gets him out. Billy caught out underneath that tower between the towers.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't have
Oh.
the CC,
We're seeing more though. The Fool's also caught out. What the heck is going on in the jungle right now? It is all Kernals. Kaz wants more quickness used. Blue Man's going right back in. He's looking for the Grand Entrance to knock him up. Just get out, my friend. That's what you want. But the True Shot Barrage takes him down. Punished for his sins. And the Kernals, they're right back on top in the blink of an eye.
yeah, I was gonna say they have all the CC options to lock down this Nidalee, but if they're not using them, she just gets to run rampant on their team, and we literally got to see that there. Chase down Billy, then immediately turns their focus, picks up the Fool, and basically solo kills Bloom and Giggle, sniping them out there with the two-shot barrage there. Oh no.
Oh, Encore lands, but this should just be a dead Seraphine. They're landing their skill shots right now, Chong. That was Scatter the Weak. That was Spear. And Necro, he's just not willing to give up here. I thought it might have been time for Astronauts once he fell and that fight went through. But my goodness, they brought it right back here. A couple picks. They're right back to where they started. And they're looking to even up this series here with a couple more good plays.
Yeah, I mean, the damage builds don't matter if you're not alive to deal damage, and Necro are doing a good job in making sure that's possible. But it's still doable for Astronauts. If they just lock down Necro on this Nidalee, there's really not a lot of damage coming out from the rest of Kernals just because of how accelerated that he is. Yes, Giggle has the two item power spike, Triforce, Muramana. He's gonna do damage, but it takes more time than a Nidalee just full bursting you with like a 2 ability combo.
It definitely will. Those spears are crucial. That good amount of poke, the scatter the weaks. The fact that there's just been skirmishes and no team fights for the last couple of minutes after that dragon play very much helps out Kernals. They just want to find picks. They want to catch someone out in the side lane. They want to catch someone when they're walking up to an objective with no vision. Someone like Blue Man who's trying to drop wards. They do not want to be grouped up at Baron with a Curse of the Sad Mummy plus Encore plus Bullet Time locked and loaded, ready to land touchdown right onto their faces. That's kind of what happened at that last dragon fight. So again, it just shows us what these teams want. And right now, Astronauts are not getting what they want. They do not want to have Geyser ganked here in the top side, having to 1 versus 2 against the Nidalee and the Skarner. They want a team fight. They're not getting it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all Kernels doing the job that they're supposed to be doing, making sure they have waves pushed in a way where the rest of the team can rotate and, you know, look for these plays that Necro is most likely calling for. And, I mean, I'm going to allude back to it. I just feel like the full rushing this Malignant is not the way to go on this champion, but they're going to look for a team play.
Going right on in. That's a huge combo. That's the combo they needed. 2 people gone immediately from the side of Kernals. Geyser's on the flank as well. The great beat drop is going to stun up the Ezreal, and Geyser flashes over, finds the kill. This is what they needed. That's the Wombo combo they wanted. The Astronauts are all the way up in space where they belong right now, and they're going to go for this dragon right after the fight win.
All right. I apologize, fool. I was not familiar with your game. Gets the engage that his team needs, and Defoe able to follow it up, and Geyser on the flank angle. Oh my gosh, I thought Defoe was still going to die there. That was insanely close. But holy hell, Astronauts clawing their way back into this one with an amazing team fight wombo combo, exactly what their comp wants. And then the biggest, you know, thing about it is Geyser gets these flank angles when everybody on the team is panicking, and they're like, we have to go in, we have to, you know, fight the backline, we have to get to the backline. And Geyser just gets to have free reign on the backside. It's just so beneficial for the way the Astronauts want to play a team fight. And I mean, we're gonna get another fight here as they're taking a lot of damage from this Baron.
So dangerous. They're falling really low. Look at the Fool's HP right now. There's no Nidalee, but there's no ultimates on the side of Astronauts. He's gonna drop soon, and that's the Mystic Shot going to land, but the Ezreal will fall because the Encore connects onto him. Now Nidalee in trouble, forced to use Flash. Kaz with the Ishtell's hit back, wants to find more. A max range Scatter the Weak will land on Billy, who does not have Flash. Impale will connect. And this should be the Misfortune going down, but he's staying alive for the moment. He's just gonna walk in onto the Janna, who has the Monsoon channeled. Billy is literally frontlining for the whole squad and staying alive for so long, but now Necro is here. Now he will put them in the dirt, and that will be the mistake from Astronauts. Too greedy going for the Baron.
All right, I want to put out a public service announcement for every player ever. If you stand behind Baron, the spikes do more damage than the auto attacks. So the Fool standing behind Baron there basically lost all of their HP bar before a fight even started, and it took one Mystic Shot from Giggle to pick him up there. So just very poor positioning out of the side of Astronauts. They're basically all grouped up on the backside of Baron when they could have just been playing towards the more top side of the map, which is a more open space for you to escape through instead of a choke point that is that path between the Raptors into the enemy side of the jungle into the river. Is just poor positioning cost them so much there, and the whole time it was close. Billy was putting out damage, so was Defoe, but if you have no front line or just any like pseudo front line, because the Fool has no tank items, guys, there's not really a tank. If you have no pseudo front line to eat these Mystic Shots or even scatter the weaks, it is just so hard to be able to play this game.
I mean, honestly, the Amumu build this game is interesting. It's really goofy. I love it, but I also really don't like it at the same time. You do a lot of damage, and maybe you don't delete people as quickly, maybe not in that previous fight, or I guess 2 fights ago, when it was Astronauts that came out on top if you don't have that damage. But they do need that front line like you're talking about. As Blue Man, once again, I feel like we've seen this so many times, wants to go in with the quickness. The Janna just says, I'm sorry, my friend. I will not allow that to happen, but have a tornado and eat it for lunch. There you go. And Nidion gets away. That's going to be the quickness down for the next couple of minutes, and it's tough here. It's close. Again, this game is closer than last because it really isn't so much a definitive advantage for Astronauts, maybe so for Kernals, but their composition is really tough to actually crack these inhibitors and get things going. We're in for another doozy of a game here, Chong.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the issue last game with Blue Man on this Rakan is trying to always engage from the front into an enemy team. The biggest thing with Rakan is his flank angle engages are so powerful just because of how his kit works.
Necro's caught out. Necro's gone. There's the bullet time. Nidion's going to fall as well. Maybe this is the cook. Maybe it's the full AP Amumu that's just so good and catches people off guard. In that case, yes. Full AP Amumu, you've sold me. Malignance, Leandries, Rabadons, buy everything in the books that gives you ability power because it works in those situations. And Astronauts, now they can maybe look for the Baron here, 5 versus 2.
I'm like speechless right now because I looked away for half a second and then Necro was dead. But build a death cap, Fool. Do it. I'm here for it at this point. If you're going to one-shot the enemy jungle who's carrying the team...
Oh, here goes Blue Man. He's pity. Into the Zanyas he goes, but I feel like just out of this, he's going to drop. Did the Baron reset? That's the critical thing. It did not. So they should be able to grab this before Necro and Kaz can join. The teleport's just coming off a cooldown. They get it. Chong, they are out of there. Astronauts really want to put this series to match point.
I mean... They must have wished upon a shooting star or something to be able to claw this one back the way they have. And the craziest thing is they're on soul point. They could try to fight this with the Baron resets. They get back on the map so quickly, and they're TPing for it. They're trying to pick off Defoe here.
Defoe has Flash just barely coming off his cooldown, but he's not going to get it in time. He is going to get it in time, but it's not going to matter. Seraphine using that critical summoner spell to no real advantage. It looks like Astronauts want to continue, but at this point, you should just concede 5 versus 4. It's not really anything you have to worry about right now.
So the biggest issue is the foe TP back on the map.
They're going on to Kaz, though. 3-person impale is massive. There's not a lot of follow-up, though. Huge curse to the side way. The bullet time wasn't layered on top, though. Nidion absolutely explodes. Blue Man finds the quickness onto Giggle, who uses the arcane shift to buy some space, but it won't be enough. Don't listen to me, guys. You know the deal. 5 versus 4. They get it done. They win the fight. They're looking to take the tier 1 in the bot lane as well. Geyser is just the world ender personified on this. Aatrox can't take any damage. Just waltzes right through, takes down Necro. They want more. East Pity's next. Billy's there for the double. And Astronauts take yet again another play.
So, you know what, Defoe? I love the TP play. Bait the enemy team in there. You know you guys are gonna 4v5 ace them. So do that play every single time. I know it's what he planned to do. But yeah, the way Astronauts has been playing the back half of this game is just night and day to what happened in the early game. And like we said, if Kernals can't play their team comp the way they want to, it's just impossible. Like, Necro is 10-4. He does so much damage. It does not matter anymore at this point in the game because he is just being clobbered and eaten up in all these team fights with the Fool getting these beautiful multi-man Curse of the Sad Mummies. That team fight, Billy Badass's bullet time wasn't even over top of it. And they still won the team fight. So the amount of damage that Astronauts has been pumping out in these fights is just what is causing them to win, even if they're not layering ultimates the way that they want to.
And now Billy, I haven't been paying much attention to him this game, but 4 items on the Misfortune. 100% crit now. Rapid fire cannon for some extra poke. Ocean Soul to the Astronauts. They had their chance, did Kernals. They were close. They were getting leads on Necro. They had advantages in the bot lane. They got the double kill onto Giggle. But now it's slipped from their fingers. They don't have any inhibitors to work with. The other team has scaled. They have the soul. It feels like it's doomsday now for them, Chong. I don't really see an actual angle for them to win any fights. There should just be too much sustain here on the side of Astronauts, and we've already seen what they can do with their engages. So it's pretty tragic in this situation. You know, the game's not over yet, but it is looking very good for Astronauts. They're looking to put it away here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to agree with you. The game is not over. Necro still has a lot of damage. They still do a lot of damage on the side of Kernals. They just question if it actually matters at this point into an Ocean Soul. This is what kills poke comps, is just the free healing that comes from the soul. And like you said, you haven't been paying attention all that much to Billy Badass. This is similarly eerie to what happened with him in the first game. He was 1-3 at one point, and then eventually he ended the game, I think, like 7-4 on the Jinx. And he's eerily doing the same thing on this Misfortune, but it feels like causing more of an impact because of that bullet time. But good wave clear coming out here from Kernals, able to keep their mid lane turret alive. But they do pick up the outer turret, a tier 2 in the top side for Kaz here, and he's channeling TP to come back. A big scatter the weak here, but not really much coming out from a Giggle, landing some more poke. The foe losing a lot of health here, but you know, overall, they're going to back up. They're going to regen off of this Ocean Soul. They're going to send Geyser back to pick up this wave, and they're going to just take maybe resets or look for picks in the jungle at this point. Because with where all the waves are, they're so dissynced that it's really hard to start playing a siege game, especially without Baron. And what a spear there to pick that one up. And
Defoe. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's not
dead.
close. He's dead. It's there. Oh my goodness. Excellent spears. Excellent scatter. Now, in the grand scheme of
the
things,
mastery emote over top of it.
you know, you gotta get some type of mental edge, and honestly, Necro's been getting a lot of those buff steals, mastery emotes. In the grand scheme of things, well, does that pick do a whole lot? It gives you some gold, but you're still playing into a very powerful Astronauts team with an Ocean Soul. Now, though, this does buy you some time. They tried to siege, they weren't successful. They tried to bush camp you, you snuffed it out. What's coming up in 2.5 minutes here, Chong? That will be the Elder Drake. You got to try and get in the pit there if you're Necro, steal that one away, force the fight right there on the spot. It could get dangerous around this Baron. I would assume the Astronauts try and force that before the Elder Drake ends up spawning.
Yeah, I mean, also the biggest thing to remember is it's so hard to bush cheese into a poke comp because they just have free abilities to check without ever walking into you. And we saw it there. Necro hit 2 spears, 1 tornado from Nightian, and Defoe is just dead even through the healing that you get from Seraphine. But even before the 2 minutes hits the map, in 15 seconds, we have the big purple worms spawning. It is not the new third epic monster that Riot is releasing next split. It's the OG. He's been there since day one. Baron Nash is spawning and hitting the rift again here for this
Kaz
game
has
number
found the
2.
Seraphine, though, or not the Seraphine, that's the Rakan. I get him a little bit mixed up, but teleport's rolling in here for Geyser. Kaz, you've walked too far forward. You got to use the flash to get away. Uses the Impale onto 2. There's just no follow-up, though. Blue Man goes in. Then Nidalee is gone. The Syndra able to pick up the Rakan, though. Blue Man will fall, but look at Geyser. He has access to the back line. Billy is free hitting in the backside for the Astronauts as well. 3 people on the run for the Kernals. That's East Pity. That is Giggle. That is Nighty. And Infernal Chains lands. The Janna might not be long for this World Shield. Is good. NATO is good with the Glacial Augment. Slow is going to run this one away. But I do believe, Chong, they might just be running this one down for the end.
Yeah, they might just look to end here with those death timers. And Blue Man and Fool, really good work there in that team fight too. Just 100-0 Necro. He flash forward quickness and then immediate Curse of the Sad Mummy over top of it with a bullet time raining down is just the way to do it, to pop that fed enemy jungle. And instead of ending the game, they're just going to get wave forever push in their favor, taking that mid inhibitor and look to fight at this Baron. Or not. I'm not sure what they're doing here. They're kind of just dancing and wasting a lot of time. They need to reset if they're going to do so because Elder spawns in 25 seconds.
Yeah, they're a little bit unsure here. They maybe thought that they would get contested on the Baron. They don't want to throw it away like they did in that last fight. They're going to all in now on the Elder Dragon. This is what it comes down to here, Chong. This is Kernal's chance right now to find a Miracle Steer before this fight breaks out and save the game for yourself. If you can fight on the Elder, you might have a chance despite being down so much gold.
Yeah, I mean, if you get an Elder, it's basically a game ender. Also, if you can't end the game with the Elder, you're able to take Baron with it for free because you can't contest the belt. An Elder, but never mind.
Geyser could fall here before it happens. Good bullet time angle, though, and look at the healing from Geyser. He's back to half HP, and that's the first kill here for the Astronauts. That might just be the end right now for the Kernal side. Billy Badass gets the kill onto the Ezreal, is now godlike. The Fool will be dropped here by Necro. Blue Man not able to save him here, and it will potentially be the Rakan dropping as well. The NATO's going to connect. Necro has the damage, but they're going for the end. They're just going to try and end it before they can recall. They don't have the Baron-empowered recalls. The foe has the ability to cancel. He only cancels one, though. 2 of them get back. Tries to find the solo kill here onto the Syndra. The first Nexus Tower is gone. The second on the way as well. Do they have the damage to eat through this Aatrox? The Misfortune just going to focus down the Nexus. Aatrox going to do so as well. They don't care about hitting champions. They just want the 2-0 lead in the series. And Chong, they are going to get it. What a roller coaster of an ending here to Game 2.
Yeah, really good realization that you could just end the game there if you just stop ports or even, you know, delay them long enough. Geyser and Billy Badass realizing that with the amount of damage that they have, able to just turn that into a base race. And what we thought was a Kernals almost guaranteed victory. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, anybody's game, any damn time. And Astronauts able to put us at a match point, picking up the win there. And even though Necro pumped out all that damage, it is for naught as they drop this game.
I want to see, Kernals did a good job of getting the lead there at the start. It just fell apart when things had to be more synchronous. They had to be able to work together to avoid giving Astronauts what they wanted in those bottleneck fights, in those choke points, big encores, big Curse of the Sad Mummies. I want to see them maybe move towards something similar to what Astronauts have drafted in Game 3. It's just the easier way to play League of Legends, and it's more intuitive. You have much more opportunity to play. It's a lot easier to execute, and Astronauts have been taking full advantage of that in this series. That game is a prime example. They fall behind, but through good synergy, through good calls and fights, they are able to bring it back from the brink. I'm sure the Ambessa again, Chong, will be taken away in game number 3, so probably not going to end up seeing that one. But if I am Kernals, I'm moving towards something like that. If you were to pick out one thing here before we head into our intermission, what do you do next, heading into your back against the wall elimination matches here for Kernals?
Stop letting, Astronauts get this full Wombo combo team fight. Like, Fool and Blue Man have played this for Khan Amumu 2 games in a row, and it's been working for him. Maybe ban the Amumu away from the Fool and make him play something else, get rid of that guaranteed 4-man, 5-man stun that's like, I believe, 2.5 seconds, which is a long time in League of Legends. Just get rid of that. right? Make him play something else, play towards what you want to play for, and or even take it away and say whatever you can do, we can do better. But a lot of adaptation is going to have to happen here in this game 3 draft if Kernels want to make a reverse sweep happen and give us a very long night here.
Yeah, they're going to have to pull it together here. Not only do I think they should change some things in their strategy, but also denying what's been working here for Astronauts very valuable as well, like you just pointed out there, Chong. We're heading to intermission, and game 3 is on the horizon when we come back. Can Astronauts put them away 3-0, or will Kernels have that fighting spirit and bring us to at least one more game? Find out right after this. We are into draft for game number 3 here in the Blue Otter Draft League quarterfinals between Astronauts and Kernels. And as you can see on your screen, it is a 2-0. Astronauts looking to put Kernels away here in quick fashion with a win in game 3, while Kernels, they look to try and keep their season alive. No double elimination. If you lose here, you are out. We're already into the draft. We got our bans here today. Potential Ambessa left open here, Chong, on this last ban. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, also the big thing is a Mumu banned away from the Fool. Not getting his hands on this one. So if Ambessa's up, there's a chance we're going to see this picked first here for the side of Kernels. Definitely a possibility.
Yep.
And as I say it, it is possible and it is real. Ambessa locked in here on match point for the side of Kernels.
Well, honestly, if they can play it, kudos to them. They grabbed that one. It's super strong. They're going to take the Seraphine once again. Here is Astronauts. They got the Jinx as well, which was denied from Kernals in game 2. So back to this pick here for Billy Badass and try and replicate that exact same success. Now, a Mumu off the board for Kernals Jungler. That is going to, or sorry, for Astronauts Jungler. Let's see what the Fool ends up playing out. Skarner is available for him. He has played a whole bunch of, actually Skarner is banned away. Oh my goodness, I do it every single time. Belveth is a champion he's played a lot. Viego and the Udyr. So maybe one of these champions. Again, these are also very aggressive. A little bit of a different style to the Amumu. But we're going to see a Mordekaiser lock in. And this is raising some questions. I'm thinking this might be an Ambessa jungle here, Chong.
It could be. I also see a world where it could be Mordekaiser jungle. I know there was a thing for a long time. But a Nami gonna be locked in here. I think Nami is actually one of the best supports in the game right now. A lot of people sleep on this champion. I think she's just very good overall. I think with a lot of enchanters being nerfed recently, she kind of rises to prominence. She's one of those champions that doesn't really get nerfed or buffed all that often unless she's like absolutely running the meta. But because of that, when other enchanters get nerfed, she just rises to this prominence where it's just, what do you do against her? She's gonna deal half your health bar with 2 Ws in lane, and it's just like, all right, cool, I guess laning phase is over at this point. But you know, we speak of somebody who's gonna bully you in lane. Renekton locked in here for Geyser on the side of Astronauts. So either into Ambessa or Mordekaiser. I'm not sure how those matchups super go. I've seen Renekton to win against Mordekaiser and lose against him, but I've never seen him against an Ambessa. As I said, I haven't seen much Ambessa gameplay on any of these patches.
I've heard that Renekton is actually Ambessa's hardest matchup. I just word on the street. I've heard it a couple times. I can't remember. I think it might have been Alois who said that. I don't know if anyone knows who Alois is. He's a very prominent top lane creator, challenger player. He says Renekton's pretty good into Ambessa, but Necro has played Ambessa jungle in Blue Water Draft. And it's a Mordekaiser lock-in. I'm leaning towards this being Ambessa jungle. So if Astronauts anticipated it to be Ambessa top lane and picked this Renekton, well, they are going to be a little bit disappointed, I think, when we see what Kernals actually pulls out here for their 4 or 5 picks and revealing to us their full team. But that will be the Udyr that I mentioned there for the Fool. Has played it a couple times here in Blue Water Draft. Very comfortable, going to run around, try and make plays, try and be a threat here and space out the Mordekaiser, those bubbles, those tsunamis, all of these tidal waves here from the Nami, and see how effective he can be on this pick. And a little bit of a change of pace from the Moon.
Oh, wow. Okay. A Vayne lock-in it's a bold choice. I think it does make sense in the context of Kernals draft. You do have a Mordekaiser and an Ambessa who are going to create so much space and chaos for you, but it's also like, if your Renekton gets on top of Vayne, I don't think there's much of Vayne can do against that champion and like what he just does as a whole. But I mean, hey, we wanted Kernals to take a book out of, you know, Astronaut's book and kind of draft for like a 5v5 wombo combo, and they kind of did so here. A little more janky because Mordekaiser pulls somebody away and Ambessa's trying to dive, but I mean, Ambessa getting on top of an enemy team comp with an Orianna ball sounds like pure chaos to me.
It looks like chaos. And the Vayne pick, you know, if you dodge away from a lot of what Seraphine has to offer on core and beat drop, you can keep your space very easily against Udyr and Renekton. Lux is going to roll on through here for Defoe. Honestly, I mean, it might be a really tough Lux game if you're trying to hit targets like the Vayne and the Ambessa with all of those tools they have to dodge away from your light bindings and these types of things. It can be difficult, but there's a lot of long-range pick potential here with Seraphine, with Lux that can start off the fights. I think a lot rides on this Renekton finding an advantage in lane phase, as well as the Udyr. If they fall behind, there's really no protection right now from the Ambessa, from the Mordekaiser, or even from the Vayne who's going to run forward at your face. Maybe even takes Ghost in this game. I don't know. Vayne really benefits from that. The Ghost ADC meta has kind of died. But if the Renekton and the Udyr aren't strong here, Chong, I feel like this could be a game for Kernals to find their first win in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm also really curious if this is actually a Lux mid. I know there's a weird
oh, right.
mode where
yeah,
it
yeah.
could be Lux support. I know for a while there was the weirdest Lux support build when Warmogs was at like its prevalence as an item. You would build like Aftershock, Warmogs, Celestia Shield, Lux, so you could just literally throw a Q in frontline in a team fight. I don't think that's what we'd be seeing if it's support Lux. It's just probably going to be that AP full poke variant, but it's definitely flexible because we did see Defoe play that Seraphine last game and pilot it pretty well overall, but definitely curious to see where those two champions end up. But like you said, it kind of feels rough in the early game if your Renekton doesn't get ahead, because the side of Kernals scales just as well as you do because they do have that Vayne on their side. Mordekaiser scales pretty well, and Renekton falls off. We know he's one of those guys. He's super strong for the first 20-25 minutes, and then after that, he kind of just falls off a cliff. It's very hard to play the game after that. So really curious to see how Astronauts is going to push this early game with the comp that they have drafted.
I mentioned that I think the Renekton and the Udyr, they have to get ahead. They have to run this game for the team while they wait for the Jinx to ramp up, even the Seraphine as well. Again, I don't know if it is going to be a Seraphine mid. I don't know if Defoe is going to go for that Ultra Chad, full AP Wombo combo Seraphine build, or maybe something more supportive style. We'll have to see. But for the other side with Kernals, if Ambessa doesn't get ahead, if Mordekaiser doesn't get ahead, and the Vayne is still taking a good amount of time like she normally does to ramp up, then it could also be tough here for Kernals. I think top side matters a ton here, whether it will just be an isolated lane between the Renekton and the Mordekaiser, and one of them going to come out on top in the 1v1, or the junglers actually play heavily towards those lanes. Maybe they play heavily to grubs. They leave their scaling 80 carries to just do their own thing in the bot side. Where do you think a lot of the action is going to be targeted here from these junglers? Do you feel like it will be a top lane brawl, or do you think bot lane will just continue to be that spot where things happen?
So I think if Kernals wants to do it, this is the weirdest world where you could pull out a lane swap and make Renekton's life hell and let your scaling Vayne have a freer lane here, right? Get that for like, you know how I think it's like a 6-minute lane swap or something, like a 5-minute lane swap. You just put your top lane bot, they catch waves, they reset, they go back, and they're basically ahead of the enemy bot lane or dead even in what would be a losing lane. I don't think it's going to be done, but I think honestly it should be a top lane focus because you want your Renekton to get ahead, you want your Mordekaiser to be ahead, but also like if you can get an early gank into either of these bot sides and get a kill or two onto these 80 carries and accelerate them in the game, it's going to help your team comp and team fight out so much that I wouldn't be surprised to see either of these junglers also path towards bot side like we've seen a lot throughout this series. But we've seen crazier things. I mean, if Kernals adds what they did in the early game of Game 2 and the middle to late parts of Game number 1, they have a winning recipe, and it's just on to them to make sure that their corn doesn't get creamed here in this third game, and are able to mount that comeback.
That's what they got to avoid, 100%. The corn cannot be creamed, because if it is, Colonel is going home. I think this Vayne pick now, Giggle and Nightian have been, from what I have seen, the more dominant bot lane in the 2 versus 2. Now, Giggle got those 2 kills in the last game and realistically didn't do a whole lot with them. There was not a lot of force exerted from the Ezreal, not a lot of pressure. Billy was still able to get to those comfortable item spikes later on and be a really strong misfortune. Now, if the Vayne can start to run away with this 2 versus 2 in this one, plus all that extra damage she's getting from the Nami, you were praising how good the Nami is right now as a support champion. I agree. She can do a whole lot here for the Vayne, dealing that extra bit of damage, getting that movement speed, kiting away from the Renekton and the Udyr, and also making it difficult for the Seraphine and the Lux here to hit spells. So I think here, Chong, if there's any composition that is more tailored to Giggle in any of these 3 games that they've drafted, I think it's this one here. I think we need to see a really strong performance come out of him. And him and Nightian have been having solid performances to start, so if they can get that again, I think it's going to be successful for Kernals.
Yeah, I mean, we also in Game 1, Giggle did get those 2 early kills on that Corki and was not really able to surmount it to a bigger advantage for his team. But Vayne is one of those characters that, like, if she gets those early kills and, like, can just continue to snowball, it is so oppressive and impossible to deal with that way her silver bolts work and just the chase down potential that she has. So really curious to see if Giggle is able to get this advantage again in lane with a riskier champion to play. Vayne is such low range and like can be very difficult to pilot against something that is a Seraphine Jinx kind of lane. But if he can do it and get these advantages, I can see Giggle just running away with this game. So if the bot lane of Kernals is the superior one as they have in the first 2 games, they could just bring it here for their team and carry them to a win.
And can Kernals find the win here in Game 3 and save their season? That is what we are going to find out after this intermission. When we come back, we're on to the Rift where Astronauts are looking to put Kernals away as well. So don't go anywhere. This series might continue or conclude right after this. It is do or die for the Kernals in the Blue Otter Draft League quarterfinals as they are down 2-0 up against the Astronauts. They have made some critical adjustments in their draft. They have gotten themselves the Ambessa. They have taken the Fool off of his patented Amumu, put him onto the Udyr, and let's see if these changes are going to benefit them here. I think, Chong, it is safe to say that this Ambessa pick, this gets me most excited here. The Vayne pick is pretty exciting too, but the Ambessa jungle, I'm interested to see how good Necro can pull this one off.
I mean, look, you think I haven't seen Mbessa top? Imagine how much I know about Mbessa jungle. I'm just curious to see how this champion works in the jungle. I mean, I've seen it play mid by like people, the likes of like Poe Belter pulling this one out, and like we saw it in game 1 as guys are playing it top lane. But like, this is such a new champ to me, and I feel like it's taking more time for a lot of people to figure out how to actually pilot and build. That like there's a reason we haven't been seeing as much Ambessa as like the likes of Cassante as when he was released with a similar-ish kit, I'll say. But it's just like definitely interesting to see how like different people come at this champion, especially when all the champions come out and figure out what their best role or style is. So I'm really curious to see what Necro does different than Geyser does in the jungle role compared to top lane.
We'll see. Will it be gank heavy? Will it be farm heavy? That we will find out. The Udyr Definitely likes to full clear, likes to get that farm in his pocket and capitalize off of big skirmishes where he can really start to run over the game. Similar to something like a Hecarim is the way that I see this one. I feel, again, I'll jump back now to the bot lane as we panned over there. Giggle and Nightian, again, they're a great 2v2 duo. Now, that is very clear from the 2 games I've watched. They definitely have the stronger lane phase over the Jinx and the Seraphine. The Vayne can dodge away from all the things Seraphine has to offer quite easily, put pressure on the Jinx. Can they find advantages here and accelerate Giggle, prevent Billy Badass from getting strong on this Jinx? That's what we should be paying attention to here in these first couple minutes, because it will be telling if they can actually get that aggression off or not.
I mean, and in the first game, Billy Badass was 1-3 at one point on the Jinx, but was able to, the game was able to slow down around him to a point where he was able to get back in it and be efficient. So, even if they are able to get these kills on the Billy Badass, it's just about continuing the pressure and shutting him down and making sure he doesn't have a chance to come back in this game is what Giggle and Nighty need to look to do. But overall, so far, we just see both jungles both going for this full clear. They're going to meet at this top scuttle. So curious to see if they will be fighting over that or if one of them is just going to diverge their path and go towards the bot one. But in the meantime, Kaz did get a shove into the top lane and is able to get an early reset off, pick up one of those amplifying tomes for himself, and able to get back to the trade before it even gets close to his turret.
We'll have, yeah, exactly, that amp tome advantage if things do break out. I feel like the Mordekaiser will have priority over Renekton in this lane for the most part, just because of the extra range he has with his Q ability. Now, let's see. The Fool drops a ward, spots out Necro, now sees Kaz as well. Has to be really careful because the Orion is moving down as well. Does end up getting the Scuttle. Should be able to walk this one out as well. Not much for the side of Kernals to grab. And let's see, though, here, Chong, because they're going to walk down and try and contest this Scuttle Crab, too.
Yeah, and the big thing is here, Necro could smite this one away from Fool, the likes of they did to him at that top scuttle. So we're just going to get the jump onto Necro here, but Mbessa is just doing Mbessa things, dashing away, and that means he's going to sacrifice the Scuttle Crab because the foe has the push in mid-wave. So double Scuttle here for the side of the Fool feels very good because of how much golden XP that one camp does give you. And Fool going to walk into Necro here, never mind. Gets the ward in, gets the back off here. Bot lane, gonna take a reset. Billy Badass did burn flash from the bot lane, and so did both laners of, the side of Kernels. So I guess a big scrap broke out down here and forcing summoners to fly a little loose here on the bot side. So Juggler's eyes are gonna be open to going down there with the lack of summoners.
I love the way that Fool has played aggressive in the jungle as well. Getting aggressive onto Necro, forcing him away from the Scuttle, getting both of them, building up a farm advantage on Udyr. That's a lot of where he finds his success in these matches, but we've seen a kill. Necro is under the tower for first blood and walks out alive. Somehow was able to find Defoe there and is online, or at least accelerated already on this Ambessa jungle.
Yeah, and burns flash for it, but the big thing is Defoe with no flash. So Pity hits level 6 with the amount of damage that he could burst out. Could look for a solo kill onto Defoe now, or even an assisted gank with Necro. So very good by Necro to pick up that first one and also burn the summoner. But because they went for that gank and they have to take reset now, Fool is going to get onto this dragon and pick up the first one here. A Cloud for his team. Going to feel nice for running around the map after he popped that Udyr ultimate.
But the way that Fool's been pathing around the map, with the way that this bot lane has gone, so far Billy has been okay. And this top lane has felt pretty stable too. Again, I'm recognizing I could cast or curse this, and all hell could break loose within any moment. But let's see how Fool can manipulate this map and start to build up a farm advantage over the Ambessa. Has a pretty good one right now, although that kill brings the gold back a little bit. But if the Ambessa can't really get a lot from this advantage that she has, again, it's going to be tough for the side of Kernels to get a whole lot done here into this composition that does scale pretty nicely with the Seraphine, with the Jinx of Astronauts, although they have some scaling of themselves. So it really is a whole lot of questions raised around this as Necro now finds some free time here on the Grubs.
Yeah, for a second I thought Giggle was just going to kill Billy Badass in the bot lane. But as you said, Necro does get on through grubs, picks up the first one. The Fool running over there, saying, "No, these are mine. You have to fight me in blood for these." And starts picking them up himself. But Necro not giving up on this one, especially with East Pity with the mid lane prior walking over, and Kaz solo bolo in the top lane, pulled her.
The Fool's dead too. Kernals, they're doing it here as
he's
grab
not.
the 2 crows, but the Fool is out. The final spark will miss. No shockwave here from East Pity, but Necro is closing the gap. They are onto this Lux with no flash. 3 kills for Kernals in this game number 3. They do not want to go home just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that feels so bad for Defoe. You walked in there to save your jungler just to die yourself. Speaking of dying, Giggle taking a lot of damage here.
Oh my goodness, Nighty has been rooted under the tower as well. That's a kill for Billy, a comedy of errors down here. Flash forward from Blue Man's just gonna get the kill as well. Holy crap, that was calculated. Not even close down here. 2 kills back for Astronauts.
Yeah, and I mean, what's the easiest way to counter Vayne is to put any form of CC behind her so she can walk away. And really played on like a nice edge there from the bot lane of Astronauts. But the biggest thing is Giggle couldn't even dive the turret if he wanted to, because Billy Badass still has barrier up, so wasn't even really in threat of dying there if they tried to go for that. So really well played by Astronauts on the bot side of the map, and it's gonna be what you need now with Necro on the Zambessa. 2-0 and 0. Very strong point in the game right now. Definitely more accelerated than we saw Geyser at this point in the game. So curious to see how Necro is going to be piloting this one come this mid to late game.
With kills going on to Billy Badass and Blue Man, it raises the importance as well of the Ambessa, who can dive backline so easily with public execution. If she can get onto the Jinx, Jinx is a goner. I mean, there's some peel. Maybe Geyser and the Fool can provide that for the Jinx. But if the Jinx is fed, and the Ambessa, who is also fed, finds her, it's going to be the Kernals coming out on top in those exchanges. So more pressure put onto the shoulders right now of Necro, maybe even Kaz as well, if he can somehow close the gap and find the Jinx to put her in the death row.
Yeah, I mean, also in the meantime, Kaz got that solo kill in top lane for over that whole grub fight. You know, feels very good for him. Going to be rushing that Riley's Crystal Scepter works so annoyingly well with Mordekaiser's passive, just never being able to run away from him. Basically just becomes a raid boss at that point. But you know, it's so hard to play against Mordekaiser now as an AD carry because you can cleanse his ultimate, but the Fool doesn't know that he walked over Ward, and there it goes.
Here, he lands onto the Fool. They want to try and find him. Kaz does have the Realm of Death. Not even going to have to use it, though, because they have found the Udyr, and that was quick. The manner that they locked him down. That's pretty frightening there if you can lock down an Udyr like that. Dominance being asserted here by Necro inside of the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, Kaz still just going at it up here with Geyser, just getting a good trade, and thanks to his W, able to regen some of that health, and could look to just 1v1 him if Geyser overextends, but Geyser got to be the one to go for it.
Geyser wants this 1v1, flashes away from the Q, gets pulled in though. I feel like Kaz just wins this. Look at the shield. It's completely mitigated by that Call to Meek damage, but it's not enough. Another solo kill for Kaz. This top side, it's Kernals that have got what we talked about in the draft in that big top side lead.
I mean, yeah, between their jungle and top laner, they are all the kills in this game, and that is something you don't want to see if you're someone like Defoe or Billy Badass, because those are two beefy characters that do way more damage than they should, running at you at full speed in these team fights. But, I mean, even looking at it, you know, Billy Badass and the, Blue Man are the strong point for Astronauts, and we've seen Billy Badass get strong in these team fights, but that was with the help of his other team members being fed. So it's the question of, can Billy Badass be the one to carry early when he is the fed member, and they do not know that they're sitting on a ward right now.
Oh my goodness, they don't. It's terrible. Here comes the tidal wave. They're going to try and jump onto the Orianna, but look at that bubble. It is beautiful. Billy's just going to flash immediately into death. Final spark will grab one at the very least for the Astronauts. But what
Oh.
a fantastically placed ward. Necro lands the public execution and is able to take down the Lux, splashes away from the tower as well to keep himself alive. Ladies and gentlemen, wards win games.
Yeah, and I mean, what a play from the tidal wave followed up by the shock wave. East Pity the only one going down there, but big thing to note, Giggle picks up a kill there. Would have liked to see probably all three go onto him, but only one going onto him is fine. But Defoe is now sitting at 1-3 on the Lux, not having fun playing against this Ambessa, but this is the power of Mordekaiser. When your top lane is just able to freely take these grubs, there we go. Okay, he learned how to position to able to get the passive pick onto all of them. But like this is something you really don't want to be seeing if you are the side of Astronauts when a enemy top laner can just freely take a neutral objective by himself.
No, and you can do nothing about it to contest. Necro will now help him out. At this point, 4-0 Ambessa. Like you said, stronger at this point than Geyser was in game one. And Geyser did some pretty filthy things in that game. It's really dangerous now for Astronauts' side. Last game, it was okay, Kernals had the lead, but their composition is really tough to pull off. They do fall off, and there is definitely some opportunities through the excellent wombo combos of Astronauts to bring it back. This time around, there is combo potential, but it's a lot more difficult for Astronauts this time. So I do have a little bit less faith that they can pull it out from the brink. Let's see what happens in this bot lane 2 versus 2. Giggle should find Blue Man. He's going to tumble right into the Udyr, though, so this should just be a 1-for-1. The shutdown goes to the Jinx, gets excited, should be able to run down Nightian as well. These are the plays that can bring them back here, Chong.
Yeah, that is not what you want to be doing. You really never want to tumble forward. Like, at this point in the game, I'll be specific. You don't want to tumble forward as Vayne just because you don't have that crazy attack speed, movement speed damage that she does. But now Billy Badass is going to be the one in trouble here as here
He's
comes
got a
Necro.
friend,
But the
though.
Fool is
Let's
behind.
see. Let's see what
Also,
they can do.
Billy Badass playing the Alcove game very well there.
Yeah, Necro just says, okay, you get out from this one this time.
Yeah.
Maybe next time he will bring him down. The Jinx is strong. This, to me, Chong, feels like the last hope for Astronauts. If this Jinx gets shut down and, one more fight really just goes the way of Kernals, it's going to be really tough for them to bring it back. So they got to protect this man at all costs. This is all of a sudden a protect the president comp, but it is so difficult looking at the team of Kernals with the Mordekaiser, the Ambessa, even a rogue shockwave to bring you in. Gosh, you have to position so well if you're Billy to be able to carry this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard for Billy in these team fights, but like even though Geyser is 0-0, if he gets on top of like Pity or Giggle in these team fights with the Seraphine, like healing and shielding power, he's going to cause a lot of havoc, especially with like a final spark over the top. So like, yeah, Billy is your carry this game, but it doesn't mean the rest of the team can't provide enough damage and like threat for him where it's just like he's gonna be the sole focus.
Yeah.
And my point exactly, like Lux at one item still does a whole lot of damage, and maybe if they were at 2 or 1.5, they just full kill 90 in there. But it's still a rough battle for Astronauts here. But like you said, it becomes protect the Billy comp, and if you guys don't do that, it's kind of game over, and you go into a game 4.
It's a great point that you bring up, Chong. The Lux is, and also the Renekton with his very hard CC is something that you have to consider, where Necro, who does have Eclipse, nerfing towards Merc Treads, I do believe, with the boots and the null magic mantle, so will have a little bit of magic resist. But if he gets caught up by one of these light bindings and gets full comboed, Super Mega Death Rocket on top of that, big shutdown, these are avenues for Astronauts. So they could make some big things happen if they do end up landing those abilities. As Giggle now in trouble, has Flash, going to use it to get away from the Encore, but here comes the teleport. This is going to be East Pity to try and join the play. Billy Badass is in a whole world of hurt. The Shockwave gonna bring him down. No one there to protect him. And the Kernals mid lane are making the hero play, and they get a kill top side as well.
Yeah, so I think the second Udyr gets knocked back and tidal wave there, they shouldn't be trying to go onto Giggle and Nadian anymore. You either just full play back, or you just play on the teleport. Like, Billy put down the traps in a really poor spot, but he still puts them down. But they're all playing forward to try to get to Nadian or Giggle instead of playing back to where the TP is going to be. And Billy's just in such a bad spot there. He's got no barrier, no flash, so he's just auto dead the second that Orianna gets there because they're not playing to cover him like we said they need to be, and because of that, it's just more chaos because the whole time you get first turret, yes you get to play bot side, but guess what happens top lane? Necro's there again, and they take the turret.
Right in the river right now, and it is not looking good for Astronauts. Nidian almost dies, but Billy, you're really not in a good spot here. That flash probably isn't bringing you to any type of safety. Big final spark, but it's not going to be enough double kill to Giggle, so now the Vayne is now getting stronger for Kernals. Game 4 right now, they can smell it. They're getting close, and they're in a much better position to close it out this time than they were last.
I was going to say, I remember this is eerily similar to what happened last game, and they still lost that one. So, I mean, I want to believe in Kernals. I want them to close this one out. I want them to win it, but because of their track record, I'm still nervous despite the lead they have in this game. I mean, Astronauts played so well in late game to come back in that one, and good unstoppable there by the Fool. That feels so bad when you burn an ultimate for a just regular ability to just immune it.
They have to be careful, though, because there is a lot of people converging. They're teleporting as well here, Chong. This could be a big play. Necro has canceled the recall. This is huge shutdowns available right now. The recall's being channeled from Giggle. They know they're in a bad situation. Shutdown goes to the Jinx. This is the big play that they're looking for. This could be massive. East Pity flashes away. Final Spark will miss. This Orianna has to try her very best to escape the 5 people that are waiting to take her down. Movement speed is enough to dodge the zap, but the flash forward, the slice and dice. Geyser gets the kill. There, big plays here from Astronauts. They want this game still.
Yeah, I mean, for a second, I thought that, East Pity was just going to be out, but, the flash from the Fool to get that one, get the bear slap, get the stun, but the whole time, Kaz just slap, and another one, and one more for good luck. Nope. All right, there we go. Slowly but surely takes down the top lane turret. Tier 2, so a free 550 gold into his back pocket thanks to how much gold they're worth. So you gotta feel good if you're Kaz. Almost at that Liandry's, I would assume, and I would like to see him build like the Jack shows this game and start to get a little bit tankier, more frontline pressure for the team since it's really just him and Necro on Mbessa as a frontline. Necro gonna flash the light binding and just solo kill the foe here.
Yeah, he's done. Nothing he can do about that one. Flashing forward is Kaz, though. On to Billy Badass. He's just going to dive the tower. Barrier's going to keep him alive for a little longer, but he should have the damage. The pull is good. He's stunned under tower, and he will actually drop here. The shutdown goes to the Fool. So getting one back is Astronauts. They want to maybe continue this play, but Necro and Nidian are out. And again, positioning ends up being that detriment there for Astronauts.
I really hate to say it, Billy, but you got outplayed. I don't know what you can do. I'm sorry. It just feels so bad that it's an 80 carry when you're like, yeah, I can position here, and then a Mordekaiser just flash death realms you, and there's no counterplay to it anymore either. So it's just like, it feels so bad. You're like, all right, I guess I'm either dead or I have to outplay out of my mind. And to his credit, Billy did. Like, he's the reason that Kaz is dead because he played it so well, got the barrier, kept him under turret, and the rest of the team able to be there to pick it up. So kudos to Billy for, not just giving up and playing to his outs, but it's still really hard at this point in the game for Astronauts. They're starting to make the plays, but it seems like it's starting to come to not.
It is possible. It's doable. Again, it comes down to positioning. We also saw Blue Man drop in the mid lane before that tier 1 was secured by the side of Kernals. They're looking to make a play onto Geyser as well. He doesn't have flash. The slice will buy him some more space, but look at Necro on the minimap as well. He's right here for this play. Geyser is definitely a goner here. The Fool is around. Into the Dominus he goes. Might try and make a play here onto the Nami, try and bring her down, make it a 1-for-1. Very close. Oh my goodness, the rocket was even closer, but they can't grab it. Final Spark as well. Nidian, be careful, man. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at your face, but the fish stays alive. Sushi's not on the menu for the Astronauts. They got none of that up at the ISU, or the ISS rather, and that's going to just be the clean pick here from the Kernals.
Yeah, I mean, Nedian just dodging out of his mind there. Even picked up the kill, sending it forward to an Ingrid now. Ideally, not what you want to be seeing from your support, picking up 4 of those kills. But, you know, regardless, you still have 6 on Investa and 3 on Mordekaiser. You still pick up the side lane play. Guys are staying a little bit over to try to get another wave pushing in. But so really get punished by Kernals. But I mean, overall, it's an okay play because there's not much on the map. Yes, you just get rid of side lane pressure, but since there's nothing on the map as astronauts, you could have just not burned ultimates and been like, he's dead, but with the low cooldowns, you can still try to pick up that kill on Nightian. Doesn't work out, but you know, now no harm, no foul because your ultimates are going to be back up in time for this. And oh no, Defoe.
Oh, you definitely are done for now with the light binding used. Has flash, but public execution won't matter. He's here, but he's actually staying alive. Necro didn't have the damage. Teleport from Geyser, he's now in the play. Kaz is going to join the play as well. Everyone from both teams are here. Wow, I can't believe Defoe did not die there. I thought for certain after Necro was there and the public execution after the flash that he was a goner.
Yeah, I mean, we were on the same page there. I once also thought that he was dead, but I guess the heal from Blue Man just enough to keep him alive here. But now, it's so hard to walk in as astronauts. But a big thing a lot of teams like to do is like, oh, we have to get the dragon. Let's take the shortest path and walk through the jungle. Walk through the choke points. And I had a scrim the other night. I was summoned for a team, and I yelled at all of them. I was like, why are we walking through the chokes? You push the mid wave, like exactly what Astronauts is doing in here, and then you walk through the wide open area of the river instead of through a choke point where you're going to get caught and killed. And because you get mid prio, right? You see here that Kernals has to not start dragging. They have to respond to the mid lane prio, which means it takes them longer to set up and it lets you have the opportunity to walk back in as Dragon is started here and Kaz is zoning everybody away.
They do so much damage. Ginsu's Rage Blade on Vayne is incredible. Those silver bullets, they're proccing twice as fast, and the Dragon falls. Yeah, Kaz doing a great job in the front line. Kaz pulled back the pool, and that's a huge shockwave, plus a tidal wave. Encore misses everyone. This should just be a huge fight win for Kernals. The first one falls. That's Defoe. Onto Billy is the Ambessa. Necro now switches targets to the pool. Double kill for Kaz. That might just be the nail in the coffin right there, Chong. Big win in the mid lane for Kernals.
I mean, this is just going to be Baron now, and this is just the issue with Astronauts draft is they have no pure frontline champion. They don't have anybody who can walk in and face check in that bush, and because of that, Kaz just gets to basically 1v5 solo zone everybody away while you have your 80 carry and jump over the solo take or double take the dragon. And I mean, Kernals playing out this game really well with the lead that they have, and I'm hoping that this Baron is going to be the one to close it, but knowing the track record of these series and this game, it's going to take at least one more Baron and a Soul to spawn before the game is over.
I think the danger is going to come when they try and siege for Kernals, because then they have to play into the Lux, who is so good at anti-siege, one light binding over the wall, and maybe your Nami is gone, or your Vayne is gone, has to burn cleanse, or even a big chunk onto Necro so that you can't pressure as effectively. But with it, Death Dance rolling on through soon, 3 items for Ambessa, it's going to be really tough to take her down. And I agree, this Baron, given a solid play, should be it for Kernals. They should be able to bring it to game 4. Let's see how well Astronauts can hold on around their towers. His Geyser, okay, has that slice and dice to get over the wall. Won't fall around those Hex Gates, but here comes the TPs. The siege will begin now.
I mean, and lucky for them, that wave, never mind. Okay, so it looks like the Fool might just die. Nope, gets away. Okay, so now mid lane being pressured. Now that Geyser and the Fool are both on the bottom side, and Necro is just there, but the wave clear, once again, is pretty good for Astronauts. They have a Jinx with Rockets, they have Luck, and they have Seraphine, so it's kind of hard to just hard siege pick and a big shockwave, and then the public play.
Big Encore follows. Necro is in the backline here, grabs 2. The kill actually went over to Giggle there. Guys are doing a pretty good job in the backline though. Necro is in between towers. He has 90 in here to support him. Somehow Guys has been able to make it out from the brink into all that backline, but Giggle on the Vayne. This is what we talked about. Final hour commenced. And that is exactly what it is for Astronauts, is their final hour in game number 3. The Kernals will hold on. They will force a game 4, and they stay alive here in the Blue Otter Draft League.
Yeah, and I mean, they started the game early with a lead, and they're going to end it with an even bigger one. Very cleanly played out of this one compared to how they played game 2, and we're not getting a 3-0 sweep. We're at least going to be bringing you here to 4 games with the way that the Kernals played that one out. And I mean, if they play like that, we might have a long reverse sweepy type of night on our hands here.
Oh yeah, it could go the distance. Again, I said I thought this series was going to be close. And to be fair, yeah, it was a 2-0. Astronauts had Kernels' backs against the wall, but those two games were close. Sometimes a 3-0 can be closer than a whole 5 game series if all 5 games were stomps. That's the way it's really felt here in this series. Now that game was really dominant from the Kernels overall. Not a whole lot of opportunity there for Astronauts to end up playing. But I feel like this Ambessa jungle for Necro was so good. Winning those early skirmishes, the blind Mordekaiser as well was insane. I don't know if Astronauts thought this was an Ambessa top and they wanted to play Renekton into it, but the Renekton just didn't do so hot into the Mordekaiser. So Kaz had himself a very good game as well. So, and they did play more of that team file style composition. It was a little bit easier to execute here, like you and I both talked about, Chong. So now it is Astronauts on the back foot here. So with that composition here, what do you change or what do you think went wrong for them this time around?
I mean, the biggest thing is you take blue side this game if you're Astronauts, and that means they have to either ban the Mbessa or leave it up, right? And you get the first picket. They have to ban the Amumu or you get the first picket. Or they have to leave a brand up that they've been banning all series, and I forget what other champ they've been banning a lot that will also be left up. So it's like, if you pick blue side, one of these 4 champions that have been basically perma banned the whole way is going to be up, and you're going to get the first picket as the side of Astronauts. It's the question of which one is Colonel wanting to give them and saying, we don't think you can win if you get this champion.
That's a great point to make. Blue side is very powerful. We'll see when they do have side selection if they actually take that for themselves, which I certainly think they will. For that exact reasoning that you have said there, Chong, Ambessa will either be denied by the enemy or open for you to take. And then it also opens you up to all those other first picks as well, because it is going to be Kernels who are going to have to take action and ban away a couple of them. We are going to see how this best of 5 progresses after this intermission. Kernels have got a win on the board. They are now looking to continue that momentum into a reverse sweep, while the Astronauts are looking to shut it down immediately. We'll find out how it continues right after this. We're still here because Kernals have put a win on the board and have kept themselves alive. We're now into draft for Game 4 here in the Blue Otter Draft League quarterfinals, and we are going to see if Astronauts can close it out or if Kernals can continue their momentum to a Game 5. Silver scrapes in hopes to complete that reverse sweep. I'm Ferris, this is Chong, and we're ready to get things started here. Bans are completed, and we all know the elephant in the room here, Chong. What was taken away from the Kernals?
The brand is up for Defoe. The one champion that's been banned away all series so far. It is up, and okay, I guess Astronauts didn't want a first pick, so they're probably typing it in chat right now. I'm gonna wait for confirmation on that one. But, you know, like we said, this Mbessa is either gonna be banned away or it's gonna be first pick here by Astronauts. They are keeping the Skarner banned away, a Mumu banned away. Not really surprised at those two. I'm just waiting to see what my production here says this first pick was. It's a Jinx first pick. So that means they didn't want to ban away, pick the brand that was left up for them. So Kernals gonna go ahead and pick that one up here for themselves, which I think is very interesting considering it's been banned away from you all series. You had the opportunity to pick the Jinx when you were on the red side or on the blue side in game number. They picked it on blue side in game 1. And then they're doing it again here, but the brand was open, so I guess they don't want to give it over to Giggles. But oh gosh, if this is the Chinese bot lane of brand Nami,
Nami bot lane
that is terrorizing solo queue for like the longest time, I'm not gonna have a fun time casting this game. But I
it'll be hard for Jinx too.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be shocked if that is the bot lane that they do go with, considering, you know, it would be just hell overall for Jinx to be able to deal with that amount of poke and damage that is going to come out from it. So, okay, I do love me some good Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is one of those champions where everybody's like, ooh, don't hook the tank. If you hook the tank, we lose. It's like, if I hook the tank, ignore him. Just run past him now because their backline is wide open, right? And it's also just one of those champions that if you get that one crucial hook, it can turn the game for you. Even if you're behind, you hook a carry and you win the game off of it. We've seen it so many times in professional play, lower tier play. I've had my fair share of doing that stuff. It always feels great when you're able to get that crucial hook. But as Zach also picked up here, I do very much like the Zach. I think you can play it either top, jungle, even support right now, but we know Blitzcrank is support, so I think the flexibility of this gooey monstrosity known as Zach is very good for the side of Astronauts here.
And I'm surprised that Defoe isn't just picking up this Xerath. It's been banned in the second round of picks every time from Kernals. They're probably going to ban it again. I think it would be so good here. Now, Nocturne provides a lot more backline access, so maybe it would be tougher for Xerath to deal with the paranoia, but I think Kernals should ban it. I think it's really strong, and it's a champion that Defoe absolutely loves. Has played it 5 times, almost actually just as much or just one game less than they've played the brand. So that's my pick to look for in this next ban phase. There you go. They're going to take it away again. So honestly, the Zach pick here, maybe they just want that hard engage into the brand Nami, the Blitzcrank as well. Those hooks are going to be so difficult for them to deal with. They are both immobile, and they both don't like to have to think about something that's going to pressure them when they want to be the ones at the tower. So a lot of engage, not a lot of protection of the Jinx. Let's see what this top lane and this mid lane pick end up being after these sets of bans roll through here for Astronauts.
Yeah, and I do really think the Nocturne's life can be hard to get onto the Jinx if Blitzcrank is playing smart and kind of just like looking, if he looks for a hook and he misses it, and he just immediately plays back to be on top of the Jinx for the Nocturnal. If he flies in and you just hit him with your ultimate and then you immediately knock him up with your E, it's very hard to be able to do anything on the side of Zach, especially with a Zach on the backside and Jinx, if she's kiting back correctly and playing it out. It could be very hard for Nocturne, but also we've seen many times that Nocturne just get onto an 80 carry, get a kill, and then just run over a team fight. But Lissandra being banned here, also the Swain being banned. So, you know, Kernals not wanting to see the Swain of Defoe again, Defoe not wanting to see, you know, East Lissandra again. So not really surprised to see those bans. But now I'm curious to see where the draft goes for the side of Kernals, if they're going to pick an 80 carry or they're going to pick a top lane blind here and keep the flexibility alive. We know Kaz can't get that Mordekaiser again and was banned away. So really curious to see what the pick is here. All right, Lucian
Oh,
Nami.
Lucian Nami instead. I was thinking maybe they go for Oriana here because we know Nocturne Oriana is a very popular combination and pretty well, maybe not the easiest combination in the world to pull off, but something that is pretty foolproof there. And against something like Jinx, that's just easy money right there. They're gonna end up opting into Lucian, so not a Chinese brand Nami bot lane strategy that I also have seen been going crazy down there. Let's see what these picks are. There needs to be some type of, oh my goodness, they're just going full engage here.
Okay.
Galio locked in for Defoe. Now, what will the top lane pick be here for Geyser? They have Gnar is open if they just want to go full engage. They do have access to that Renekton once again. They did ban the Mordekaiser this time, so they could pull that one out as well. And something like maybe a Poppy to mitigate the Lucian could also be valuable here as a blind pick. We'll see what it ends up being. I don't know about the Aurora, though, with all this magic damage on Astronaut's side.
I mean, the thing is that either the Zac or the Galio. So this could also be a Galio top and an Aurora mid, right? There is a world where that is a possibility. But if it's the Galio mid, he does build that tankier variant, so we could see double Abyssal Masks out of the Galio Zac here to mitigate a lot of that AP damage coming out. But I think the bigger thing to talk about is Kernals choosing to go for the aggressive bot lane of Lucian Nami. We know that they have been typically winning the bot lane 2v2, but I think the biggest thing to remember is that the Lucian Nami pairing isn't as strong as it used to be in previous patches, just because the way they've redid Nami's E, it doesn't work on like big ticks or like similar abilities. But like the champions that are the best pairing for Lucian right now are actually like Yumi, Sona, and Milio, and then it's Nami at number 4, funny enough. So I'm curious to see if they can actually use this aggressive 2v2 to get the advantages that they had in game 1 and 2, and unlike they had in game 3 where they, kind of misplayed a play in the bot lane and then ended up dying for it and giving Bailey Badass a lot of pressure and momentum in that bot lane. But if Giggle and, Nightian are on point with this duo, it's going to be very hard for the Jinx and Blitzcrank to do a lot in this lane. So really curious to see how it's played, but we see once again, Kernals not drafting a friend line.
Yes, and that is the scary thing for them is if they do slip up, there's not a lot of people that can really absorb a whole big blow to get people out of a bad situation. Now, Brand, though, as I was thinking as you were analyzing the draft a little bit there, Chong, is really effective into this heavy front line that astronauts have drafted. Pyroclasm goes absolutely crazy. It's going to bounce back and forth between Galio and Zac in its most ideal case and deal a ton of damage. It's going to proc passive on so many people. Brand loves these types of oppositions that astronauts have drafted. Engage into me, I'll throw my alto, I'll stun you, I will get so much damage off. This is a dream scenario here for what I have to assume is that Brand going into the mid lane for East Pity. So keep your eyes on that one. But yes, again, no front line for Kernals, very similar to what they had in game 2. Can they operate around that? Does the Nocturne have enough follow-up here when he goes in is another big question here, John.
I think he does, just because Gwen and Lucian already want to be playing forward in that kind of thing, look for like weird flank angles from the Gwen. But I think the bigger thing is they picked Galio into Nocturne, so you have to preemptively Galio ult your Jinx to cancel the Nocturne ulting in onto her, because once he uses the Paranoia, you cannot use the Galio heroic entrance to get in there and save your Jinx. So it becomes a really weird mind game of the Galio versus Nocturne of if you use the Galio ult too early, then Nocturne can just wait it out, then Paranoia and get in on top of your Jinx. Or if the Galio reads it correctly, then Nocturne's in a whole heap of trouble once he ultimates in there. It becomes really interesting, but we're seeing it again. Astronauts going, hey, what won us the first 2 games? 5v5 Wombo combo. They drafted it again here. And I mean, I think they're going to be able to do this one because I think, Kernals is going to run into the issues they did in game 2 where they get ahead, they have no front line, better team fight from Astros, and then they lose.
I think that's a solid assessment. Let's talk about this top lane a little bit because Gwen, again, if it is a Galio top or something like that, that definitely does benefit the Gwen here for Kaz. Now, if it's Aurora, this is a different type of matchup. Not the matchup that Gwen really wants to play into. Obviously, has the mist to block a lot of that range damage that she's able to deal. But it could be a tough lane for the Gwen, and she might have a hard time in the side lane as well, which is a place that Gwen really likes to reside. She wants that Galio matchup. She wants to be an absolute menace. 2v1ing people. Once she gets to that Riftmaker, Nashor's Tooth, Death Cap, Power Spike, that's when she really gets online and becomes a huge problem here. So a big question, I think, here is, can Kaz actually win out in this Aurora matchup, which I think this is actually what it's going to be here. I think there is a lot of Aurora top here played from Geyser's side. Yeah, he does have an Aurora top played, so I do think this is going to be him taking that into the Gwen. So the question is, can Gwen survive in that environment against the Aurora? I think you're muted there, my friend.
Oh, I was. I've done that way too many times. I was gonna say I was trying to look it up on the side over here to see the matchup of Gwen versus Galio. Well, Linux gave me some very not straightforward. It said Gwen wins the matchup 54% of the time. Then I swapped it to Galio versus Gwen and said Galio wins it 51% of the time. So I'm like, this doesn't add up. I don't know how the math is mathing here. So I was like, I guess it's a 50-50, I would have to assume. But looking at the Gwen versus Aurora ones, Gwen typically loses this matchup. I think it's a lot more skill based in a way, just because of Gwen with the mist and Aurora, trying to deal that range damage. But since Aurora is such a low ranged AP caster, she's able to play inside the mist and deal a lot of percentile health and damage into the Gwen. I think it's going to be a volatile top matchup, and I would very much expect both the Nocturne and Zac to be hovering towards the top side, but the difference is Nocturne wants to farm to 6, while Zac can start ganks at level 3.
It is game number 4. Astronauts 2-1 advantage over Kernals, and Kernals still backs against the wall. They have completed step 1 of their reverse sweep. They're looking to add themselves another win and send us to Silver Scrapes, while Astronauts are looking to put them down right here, right now. This is the Blue Otter Draft League quarterfinals, and we will continue right after this intermission and bring you onto the Rift for game number 4 between these two. Onto the Rift for game number 4, and we have ourselves a Aurora in the mid lane, Chong. So it's
Okay.
going to be Geyser Galio into the Gwen. We were talking about this in draft. I honestly think this is so much better for Gwen. She likes these melee matchups. She can punish this so much more easy. Maybe Geyser has the winning matchup for the first couple of minutes, but as those first one or two items roll through for the Gwen, it's going to get a whole lot easier. Maybe at that point they move the Aurora to the side lane to match her. That could be the strategy here for Astronauts, but that's the big reveal here now as we get into game and actually see where these players are situated.
So fun story. The last time I played in BOL Platinum when my team lost, our top laner on a game 3, they picked a Gwen. And he goes, "Hey, pick me Galio top," right? Hard ints the game away, right?
Uh-oh.
But then in pro play, a lot of people started picking Galio top into Gwen, and people realized that it's actually a very good matchup for Galio. Um, I really wish I understood how this matchup actually works, because I also assumed that Gwen would just hard win this one. But Galio started being picked more as a counter into Gwen. And when like we realized that, we called him out. He said, "Hey, I'm never wrong. I'm just early." And so it's like I don't understand how Galio is able to win this one. I guess it has to do a lot with his W getting that magic shield, and then your first item rush is normally like the AP Sunfire item, is what I just refer to it as. It's Sunfire K plus magic. But I think like in the early lanes is where Gwen really has to get this advantage. Like even there, going for the trades is already burning a health pot just because Galio has that AoE passive damage and the Q helps him clear out waves. I think it's still very hard for Gwen to do a lot early into this one. So that's why I assume a lot of people, when they realized Galio could be played into her, started gravitating more towards it when it was picked.
And we'll see how well Geyser's able to pilot this. So now think about this bot lane too. Blue Man on the Blitzcrank. It will be a lot easier now. We thought maybe it was going to be the Brand Nami bot lane and 2 immobile champions for Blitzcrank. That's free. But now Lucian has the Light Slinger, can dash away from that ability very easily. Nightingale is definitely the more priority target in this one, but you can already see Billy is 40% HP. Those Qs through the minions, the 4 Giggle, are doing so much right now. And again, they've been the better in the 2v2, so I would say that this is definitely good for them as guys are proving you right here, Chong, in this 1v1. Flashing forward, Winds of War, first blood, there it is. And Geyser gets Astronauts their first kill of the game.
Yeah, I mean, shout out my main man Shy. I know he's not watching, but he's not wrong. He's just early. But I mean, I'm a Blitzcrank enjoyer. Going back to what you were saying, bot lane, I'm a Blitzcrank enjoyer. I love playing this champion. It is so hard to play it into the bot lane, like aggressive bot lanes like Lucian Nami. And also, if people just go, "Hey, Blitzcrank is gonna just look to hook us whenever he has the chance to just play inside a minion wave," you feel useless for like the first 6 levels in the game. It becomes like the creative ways you have to play this champion to get engages. Like everybody's expecting every time you're gonna Q and then you're gonna knock them up and then all that fun stuff. But like what people don't expect is as a Blitzcrank, if you W forward and then hit them with the E and then pull them backwards, people don't expect that. So it's like as a Blitzcrank player, you have to think what is expected and what can I do to actually get something to work here. And that's what I need Blue Man to be doing in this game to really do anything to help Billy in this lane.
Yeah, and I was about to say maybe he gets some roams off, but then I'm thinking, okay, wait a second. Jinx alone in this lane,
Yeah.
definitely not something that you want. Is East Pity has to use Flash because the Fool is here. The Elastic Slingshot gonna go wide because he flashes away from that one. But it's another good point to bring up is how immobile this brand is. Is hold my breath here. Defoe able to get away there with the invisibility. The Fool as well getting low. Nightingale has moved up from the bot lane. But immobile champion brand up against Aurora and Zac, who can gank from so many different angles. Now without Flash, and Between Worlds coming online very soon when that level 6 rolls through. Again, doesn't trap people in anymore, but still applies that 75% slow when you breach the barrier. Going to be hard for this brand to stay alive if Astronauts focus that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by Pity. Yes, he had to use Flash, but is able to stay alive in that play. But like you said, it's going to be so hard for him to do anything, and Fool doesn't know he's on a ward, kind of looking like one right there. But it's going to be so hard for East Pity to actually walk up in this lane once the throw hits level 6. Um, And we also saw when Necro tried to gank this Aurora, it just does between worlds, dashes out with the invisibility, even though the Q still hits, and you know where the Aurora is. It's like they already moved so far away at that point. Really, not much we can do. But going back to this top lane matchup, yes, Geyser is down in CS, but that's not why you pick this Galio to win in CS. It's because Gwen can't do anything against him, and even Necro's gonna have.
Oh, he's in trouble though. Has to be careful. Again, he doesn't have flash. He used it in the early 1v1. Okay. He's able to get out.
Yeah, I was like I said, even Necro gonna have a little bit of a hard time to do anything against Geyser, even without any armor at this point. Just has that Bomby Cinder and Doran's Ring, but like I said, he's going to be rushing the AP Sunfire item. I wish I knew the name of it. I don't build it. I play
I think
support.
it's Hold Radiance. It's
I
either
think it's
Hold Radiance or the other one.
Hollow Radiance. It is Hollow Radiance. You were correct. And Flash out there by Necro, trying to kill the Fool there. Heroic entrance by Geyser to save his jungler, forcing the enemy jungler to flash. So now Necro gonna have less threat on the gank once he hits that level 6 mark. If you flash away from the fear or able to just kite it out, he's not gonna be able to flash follow up and keep those strings attached to be able to get the kill.
Big, for sure. It's a huge tool for Nocturne to stick to his targets. The Fool now, again, waiting around this mid lane. Maybe wants to jump in. I don't think that'd be a good idea here. East Pity's going to drop that ward. They don't know that the Fool is here. He still doesn't have flash. And Defoe has between worlds. He's going to use it. Elastic Slingshot. That's going to be the next kill there for the Astronauts. Now the Fool is going to be in trouble here because Necro has a good amount of damage, but he still has his passive, I do believe. He's not going to be too worried about dropping in this scenario. 1 up for the Aurora in the mid lane, and any grub play for the Kernals denied.
Yeah, the Fool played that so... He might die to grubs.
Yeah, that's looking a little rough here, the Fool.
He might die to grubs.
He's playing with fire, though. This is going to be a fight of the century here. Look at all the mini ones, though. That's going to be doing a lot more damage. The Fool! Dude!
Oh my god! Wait,
they're going to kill him! No, this is too funny.
Wait.
Wait.
He's still going. I kind of wanted to sit here and watch this. This is poetic.
Okay, he's good.
I was gonna say this is like death by 1,000 cuts right here, but yeah, really well played by Fool in that mid lane gank, just playing so patiently, waiting for East Pity to either overextend or overstep, and he does exactly that. And Defoe able to capitalize on that kill, really, putting in the work. Though no flash on East Pity is really hard to play against this mid-jungle duo that Astronauts have drafted for themselves. And now Zach has to be a little bit more careful when he goes for ganks, losing that cell division to the grubs. I mean, hey, Mutual Objectives got hands in this season, man. You got to be respectful of the damage they do.
They've been tossing it up with the players in this series. It was Giggle around the Ocean Drake that was just like beefing with him, and then the grubs as well. Popping the passive is crazy.
It was also the Baron in game number 3 or game number 2 with the Fool taking all the back spikes. The Fool is 0 for 2 against these neutral objectives. He can be in and beating them up. He's got to feel upset about that one. Got to get his revenge there. Stayed after the cell division, but now Dragon gonna go here for Necro and the boys on the Kernals, and overall it's even, I would say. Like, yes, you have the kill onto the Galio and onto Aurora, but regardless of that, you pick up the neutral objective. Your Nocturne is still farming, and you are somehow losing in CS bottom lane. I'm not sure how that ended up happening, but I think overall as Kernals, you're not going to be too upset with the way the game is progressing right now.
I think what's happening bot lane, and this is something that we'll hold our breath though, because Geyser, he's going in, trading with the Winds of War. Needlework is actually utilized here. Kaz looking for the solo kill, pops the Conqueror, misses the 3rd ultimate proc there, which would have done big damage to Geyser. He walks away from that one. But sometimes when you're playing an aggressive bot lane like Lucianami, I know this for myself, you focus so much on trading that you forget about last hitting. It's actually a true story, and that might just be what is happening to Giggle. And Necro, though, is getting a whole lot worse happening to him there. Just gets obliterated by this mid-jungle duo here from Astronauts.
Yeah, really good roam there by Defoe, getting the getting the
mid.
mid. Yep. I mean, we
I'll
got
stop
there
talking.
eventually. We got there eventually. But really good play there by Defoe, getting the mid wave shove, knowing Brand's on the back with no TP. Probably took a good trade to force him back, and then just walking up, and they find Necro. Guys are willing to burn flash to make that play happen. Get another kill onto Aurora, which is going to be a big issue. If she's fed, like Giggle with the low range is gonna have a hard time playing against him. But now East Pity.
Tidal Wave is going to hit Billy, but there's the blue man hook that's going to bring East Pity into the tower, forces his flash, but he will drop, so it will be +1. First kill of the game for Kernals. Nice play, nice roam down from their mid laner. Now the Fool is going to be caught out here. Doesn't have Cell Division, I don't believe it's come off a cooldown. It has not. Giggle will grab that one. 2 back now, and now Billy's in trouble too. Doesn't have Flash, has Barrier, but there should be more than enough damage to take him down. The Chompers won't bring him to safety. 3 kills here. Kernals have exploded the bot lane.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just the power of Lucianami, right? He got the culling out, basically full channeled it onto Billy there to cause him no health. I mean, Blue Man, with a really good hook, almost was able to get that kill onto East Philly, but, he burns the flash, gets out of there. But overall, just well played by Kernals, knowing the way that they can play this bot lane and get the advantage out. So it's going to start becoming Giggle versus the world, and I kind of favored Defoe in that one just because of how low range the Lucian is and the way the Aurora kit works and can just kite out an 80 carry. It's going to be really hard for Giggle to carry this game. But I mean, if I'm the Kernals, from Kernals, that is one of the players on my team I want to have the steering wheel to get us into a Game 5 series point.
I think another player just like that, and I absolutely agree with you on the assessment with Giggles being someone who can be that person to drive them into the mid to late game success. Also pay attention to Kaz as well. The Gwen scaling is absolutely insane. Right now, the Galio does do a pretty good job, but later on it will be all Gwen once those items roll through, at least I think, because she's just an absolute monster in the late game. That's just how it goes. And doing pretty well for themselves, has a good amount of CS. Did get solo killed there, but won't be too detrimental in the long run now. As 6 grubs, they're looking for it, is the Astronauts. Necro is in the area. They know that he's here, but he's just going to take the blast cone over to his Krugs. Nightion in the area as well. They really don't have much to contest this. Hook goes wide. Not going to grab the Nami there. They do have a ward onto this, though. Don't quite have Paranoia. It should just be 6. Channeling the recall as well for Necro. Big objective take for Astronauts in this 13-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, 6 grubs is going to be good, especially not Gwen, any of them. And like you said, in theory, Gwen should win when it gets later and items come online. I don't know. I haven't seen this matchup enough. I've seen it like maybe 4 times, 5 times. I think it's like just even throughout the game, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Kaz could just absolutely obliterate guys or into the late game of this. But now Blue Man here going for Giggle.
Oh no, he's walked straight into East Pity though. The hook does land, and there's a teleport rolling on through as well. Giggle is half HP. Here's the Between Worlds. Defoe absolutely annihilates him off the map. Nightion is next. East Pity could be next as well. He does not have Flash. Defoe continuing the chase, but he gets to safety underneath his tower. Excellent presence on the map from the Astronauts mid laner. They make that a winning play as Billy has to be a little bit careful, but so does East Pity because Aurora's making her way back, but now Necro's down here as well with Paranoia available. If Defoe goes for this, he's getting Nocturne ulted. Let's see what happens here. East Pity, you're definitely dead. Does the Nocturne end up coming through? Maybe? Yes? No? Jinx, she's up. She's ready. She's available. There you go. Grab her. She's going to get the death down, and Necro might find 2. He gets a flash instead. He's able to get one back as another bloody exchange down here on the bot side.
I mean, really good TP play there by Defoe to be able to pick up another 2 kills for himself and a crucial one onto Giggle. But I think if Necro ults sooner with East Pity alive, it's just a 2 for 0 instead of letting his mid laner die to pick up 1 kill for himself like greedy junglers do. But I mean, now you're down Paranoia for a Dragon, right? You're down basically all your ultimates, like Pyroclasm is coming back up. I think culling is online. I know Spectator's a little weird sometimes, but now regardless, Dragon's up, and you're gonna have more ultimates on the side of Astronauts, just because that crucial Paranoia is is gone, which means Galio could hover towards the mid lane and ult in if he wants to, but he's channeling recall now to look for a TP play.
They're going. Elastic slingshots in. He steals the dragon. The Fool has got his victorious effort against the neutral objectives. Between Worlds, his massive zap is going to land from Billy. He's going to get excited and reset in this fight. The rest of the Kernals are running for the hills. Billy wants more. I'm not sure if he can bind, and he dodges away from the bubble. East Piggy walks forward, uses the blast cone to escape. Thankfully, with that Chemtech soul that's now on the map, has that extra distance to make. But what a play from the Fool here around this neutral. Necro, he's saying, hey, that's my blue buff, bro. You can't take that one away from me. He doesn't know he's in this bush right now, Chong. Let's see. Smite is available for him. He should just be able to steal this one away, and he does. Oh my goodness, the Fool. He gets one back, and then it just ripped right out of his hands with another
Kaz.
camp steal. Oh,
Kaz.
big solo.
Yeah, I wish we could know what happened there, but yeah, big solo kill up in this top lane. He probably, if I had to assume, he hit all 3 waves of needleworks there, which is so much damage and healing back for Gwen. I think that's really the only way she wins this matchup is if she's hitting all these needleworks and getting the, perfect shot on the Qs. But Kaz could still be in a little bit of trouble. Good immunity there.
He might be in trouble, though. No flash is available for Kaz. The Fool does have to be careful, though, because Gwen does do good amounts of damage. Billy, whoa.
He flashed on minions. He flashed on minions.
I don't even know if he had the AD, though, to finish that off.
And this, my friends, is why we aren't masters and professional challenger players, because we're flash autoing minions. We've all been there before. Don't go into chat and say that you haven't done this. You will be lying. I'll go back all the way in solo queue games and find it, I swear to God. But regardless, I agree. I don't think he has the AD to actually pick up that kill. I like the ambition, right? Because now you want to start getting kills with your other carry, which is going to be Billy. Like the ambition. I don't think it's the smart play when there's a Gwen and Nocturne in the game, and also a Lucian Nami.
No, and the Rift Herald now completed for Astronauts. At the very least, they pushed back some players, and they were able to claim that one now. The mid tower has been knocked down. The tier 1 in top lane has been knocked down. The bot lane one is still alive. With this Herald, they could play maybe, in 2.5 minutes, I'm not sure if it's still up and available. They could use it to get priority on that dragon if they wanted to. If it's still available, they can try and pressure the tier 1 bot lane or look to get some chip damage onto a tier 2 and get more gold for yourself. They've been doing pretty well this game. The Jinx, she's getting there to where she wants to be. And right now, the big focal point, though, is Defoe on this Aurora being such a massive impact for Astronauts in these fights. TP plays, things are going well there as they're TPing to try and knock down Kaz on the Gwen. Blue Man is here on the flank as well. Kaz is in trouble. Kaz doesn't have a flash in his summoner spellbook. Hook will land. CC comes through as well. Defoe is dominating. They knock down the Colonel top laner.
Yeah, and Defoe is 6-0-1 on this Aurora now. An absolute menace in this game, and
he might be in trouble too. Hey, this is Zach right now. Problem? Hey, this is the tank right now. Do you have a problem right now? Is there anything wrong with this champion? I don't think so. I think this is perfectly balanced gameplay right now. The Fool should be able to pick this one up, but he's getting stunned up now. He's gonna get a heroic entrance on top of it. Not sure if he needed it, but Geyser's there for the KSN. Hey, bro. Thanks for warming it up for me. I'll take that 300 gold.
Yeah, Geyser literally said, hey, don't worry, bro. You set him up, I knock him down, and steals it with the Galio ultimate. Like you said, I don't think that's actually necessary in that play, but, Kaz
or the rest of the side of Astronauts here. Big
dead.
Shutdown's gonna go the way of Necro on the Nocturne. Teleporting in is the Galio. Necro jumps on in. He's gonna take a lot of damage though. Exhaust down onto the Jinx. She's gonna use the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it's not gonna be enough. They have mispositioned. They have stayed too long, and 3 kills plus the big shutdown onto Defoe go back to the Kernals.
Yeah, Defoe got caught there by Necro on the Nocturne, got feared up, and was just not able to get away. A big shutdown going over there as well, and then Billy using that flash before to try to pick up the kill on Kaz as it costing him life in the end. So very, very good play by Kernals there to respond to what happened bot lane and the overstayed top lane. And the bigger part of it, they also got Geyser's TP out of that, and they're gonna have TP advantage once East Pitties is back up and he is in the side lane. Aurora on her way to match him.
That she is. Dragon now alive. And now Zach is on the opposite side of the map, walking towards it now. Jinx is coming out of the fountain. Doesn't have the Infinity Edge complete. So we're on 2 items for Giggles Lucian. And waiting for that big item spike is the AD carry of Astronauts. Now, let's pay attention to Defoe as well in this fight. It looks like it's going to happen. It looks like both teams want to contest this right now with the way that they're positioning. But right now, it is priority for Astronauts. They have the mid push as well, forcing everyone from Kernals over here. So this could be a very tough enter into the river.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing always in these objectives is getting that mid-lane priority, which forces your enemy to respond to the waves before you lose them, and you get a lot of damage on boost. But, I mean, they're walking up towards the Baron side of the map. They could really try to pressure, but they don't really have anybody taking out to just take 3 hits from Baron. So not going to go for that one. A good dash away there by Yo to not get fucked. But now, Dragon over to the side of Astronauts. They're up 2-1 now, looking to get closer and closer to that soul point, which could win them the game. It's one of the weaker souls. Oh wait, outside. I lied. It's not soul. I thought it was Chemtech for a second. No, it is Chemtech. Why does it show that one in the corner? Regardless.
That's a common spectate delay or spectate bug that happens. Oh, Denami not dead. Maybe is dead. Is dead. Elastic Slingshot brings him down. Necro and Kaz, though, are here. Zach has to be careful, but here's the heroic entrance. And Necro and Kaz are going to say, all right, I'm on out of here. They get that pick. They get the tier 1 bot lane as well. With pretty good movements around the map for them. Yep, they're going for another charge. He's just going to get that smited down, though. Thankfully, his team's around to save him in this situation. They're going to keep going, but their minions are dead here. East Pity able to trade 1 tower back, so that's something back for Kernals.
Yeah, I mean, I was too busy enamored by it not being the correct soul spectator that we missed out on 90 and getting kicked off there, but ended up going really good for Astronauts. They trade 1-for-1 in turrets, but they pick up the extra kill in the end. But, you know, getting the dragon, getting one closer to it's still a Dragon Soul, yes, weaker than most, but Defoe now could be in a lot of trouble here as well.
He's feared up, but he went into the Veil, got that invisibility. Bubble not going to connect. 4 people grouped up from Kernals, but there's nothing for them here. And again, I want to point out, Billy, very close to that Infinity Edge, should have the gold on this reset. Big power spike for the Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx is always kind of going to be slightly behind on items from Giggles Lucian just because of gold value costs. I believe it's just cheaper overall for Quick Blades and Essence Reaver to Yuntal and IE. Yep. So if he gets a power spike slightly earlier, you know, lucky they don't fight at that point.
No, again picked off. Tried to use the paranoia now to make a counterplay, though. They are onto the Jinx, but Billy flashes away. They're going to grab Blue Man. Culling does so much damage. Forces the flash from Defoe, but Giggle follows that one up. They're going straight forward. They make the counterplay happen. Billy's stunned up, too. That should be 3 kills now for Kernals. They don't care about losing their top laner because they get 3 back in mid.
Yeah, I mean, what a fight there for the side of Kernals with the paranoia. And then just, you know, now that Brand is on Rylai's, it's another one of those fun interactions that it's just impossible to run away from him. Necro's just...
Dude,
okay.
Why did the Baron do so much damage? Dude, what is up with these neutral objectives in this series?
No. You forget, this is Fighter Baron. This is Territorial Baron. This one does more damage than the other Barons.
That is true.
I believe it's either Territorial or Hunter Baron. I forget I know there's 3 Barons. They all got different names. I believe this one is like Hunter because it has the paths like on the side and the front entrance. So I believe this one just does more damage overall. And since you don't have a tank, this one's gonna absolutely rip through your team. And once again, Necro going 0 for 3 fighting these neutral objectives, learning that they have hands and he can't withstand them.
Honestly, now that you've pointed that out, Chong, this has been out for the entirety of Season 14. And I thought it was going to be such a crazy monumental change when they announced that a year ago. And I completely forgot that there was different Barons in this game the entire time I've been playing. So that's a good thing to point out, is yeah, that Baron hurts. And it is still very early. It was only 23 minutes into the game, and they were already peppered up from that previous play. As now Kaz is in some trouble once again. Hey, bro, it's tough out here. You're trying to side lane. You can't do it. You're trying to farm up, get level 16, all the good stuff, but you just get knocked down. But hey, your team is on the other side. Maybe they're able to rush down this Baron in time.
Yeah, it might be close. Oh wait, they're gonna play the
Nope.
turn on the TP. Immediate flash out there by Geyser. Okay, but now they can't take this Baron, and it means that we get a blind hook. I would have loved to see a blind hook there by Blue Man. But regardless, we're gonna see the mid lane prow come up here, and then what they should do, which they're not gonna do, is walk up into the blue side jungle or the Baron side jungle, clear the vision, and then be able to still contest the dragon. But you just want to make sure that the side of Kernals is not going to just try to trade it 1-for-1 and get a Baron themselves. But if they get Dragon, they're put on Soul Point. They're really in a good position to still win this game. I mean, Galio is absolutely a beast in the side lane, regardless how many people come and help him. I would love to see these two top laners 1v1 and actually see who wins this matchup for real.
Teleport from Kaz. They're looking to try and threaten the Baron, like you were saying. Right now, everyone's moving towards the Dragon for Astronaut's side. And they're utilizing Paranoia as well. They're TPing the Brand up here too. There's not a lot of people in the area right now. They have 3 people on the Dragon. I feel like they should have just 1 person on the Dragon right now. And other people trying to stop this Baron from going down. Geyser's caught out with the bubble. Hook lands, but there's no follow-up. Geyser's going to drop low soon. He is going to fall. Teleports coming through from the Aurora. The Baron is low. They should be able to pick this one up. Nightion almost falls. Has to flash away. Big pickup here for the side of Kernals. The question is, can they get out? It does look like they're going to be able to. They give away Soul Point, but right now, Chong, I think they are very happy with what they got.
I mean, I would be too, and it's exactly like I said. So you need to clear the vision on the Baron because they're just going to trade it 1-for-1 because you're not on Soul. Very good play by Kernals there. Very poor play by Astronauts. It's just simple macro 101. It's like if they're not gonna, we know they're not gonna contest this bot side because they're positioning towards this top side, and we just got the mid lane prow. We killed their side laners, so they're gonna have to respond to this mid wave. We just have to walk in as a team, clear vision, and then walk to the side of the map that we want. And since you don't go through the proper steps and channels, it costs you losing a Baron buff and extending this game even longer, which is kind of something I wouldn't want to do against like a Brand and Gwen and Nocturne.
I absolutely agree. Gwen is getting stronger. Gwen is getting closer to level 16. Now, not sure what that third item is going to be. Maybe should be a penetration item so that Void Staff to roll on through. Once he hits 3 items, will be so unbelievably strong. Defoe is 3 items now, but starting to fall off a little bit. Falling behind in XP, just hit level 15 now, and has been shut down in the last couple of plays. 3 items for the Lucian. This is slowly and slowly 2.5k gold lead here for Kernals. They are really in control of this game right now. Giggle has to flash away though from the Fool and his elastic slingshot. So he loses out on that summoner spell. And keeping them on their toes is Astronauts.
I mean, yeah, he loses out on the summoner spell, but Billy loses out on almost all of his health there. Good pulling by him, but Fool being in the right place, right time, forcing a big summoner spell at this point in the game, because still, Defoe does still do a lot of damage. So if he gets on top of Giggle, is able to burst this down, it's going to be hard for him to do anything.
It certainly is. But the pressure is on. This Baron, it's feeling pretty overwhelming right now for Astronauts. The Fool is trying to take away at least some of his camps, but he can't quite do it because everyone from the side of Kernals is here. He's able to get that one, though. Gets that advantage over Necro. Finally wins one of those small smite fights. Super Mega Death Rocket lands on a 4. And Paz is actually super low. Rocket Grab goes wide. That would have been pretty big for them, especially if it landed onto Nightion. And the pressure, more confidence here for Kernals. They're applying it right now, but they still have to be very careful. There is still a lot of damage available for Astronaut side.
Yeah, very good sidestep there by Nightion to not get hooked there, because it could have been way more than it was if that hook does go through. But, I mean, I still feel so bad for Billy in this game. It feels like he's just like way more behind than he should be. Like, he's 1-4-3. He's getting chunked out every opportunity, losing out on XP and CS. And we're starting to see it here. He's almost a whole level down. He's down 1,000 gold. It's just very hard for him to feel relevant in this game. But I mean, it's still anybody's game at this point. The biggest thing is that this the Soul Dragon, sorry, is spawning in a minute 34 astronauts. So they're basically going to fight tooth and nail for this one. And I think if they lose it, the comp for Kernals just has so much damage, they might just be able to push and end the game if Kaz is alive on this Gwen.
Potentially. Kaz is going to be in trouble again. Geyser does not get in range for the taunt, though. The Fool is sitting in the brush. He is on a ward. Kaz knows what's going on. Full control of the bottom side of the jungle is taken here. Good hook. Do they have the damage to finish off the Nocturne, though? That is going to be the question. He's actually quite tanky there. Billy not able to do the damage he needs to do, but they're going to follow it up. He's walked too far forward, though. He's flashed away. He's going to get to safety. Nighteon's next. So is Giggle. This could be the throw here from Kernals. Billy grabs the kill onto the Lucian. Big shutdown play being made top side as well. Kaz with Ghost able to get right on away. 40 seconds to go until this Chemtech Soul. The Nocturne will be back up just in time.
And look, when we thought Blitzcrank was a useless champion, he hits one of those hooks that I talked about that can win your team.
He hits another one. Oh my goodness, though. Billy could be in trouble, though. He's going to be burning down from the Blackfire Torch, uses that barrier to keep himself alive, does the damage. The Fool gets the kill with Let's Bounce. This could be the game-winning play potentially here. Let's see what Astronauts can do.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Man hit the most important hook of the game right onto Necro. Yes, it wasn't under turret, but Billy spaced it so well, able to put out the maximum DPS that he could. And then Defoe coming in, getting the Between Worlds with the Flash ultimate onto, after Necro was already dead, onto both Nighty and Giggle to be able to just fully burst them down. And then once again, as I was singing his praises, Blue Man hit a crucial hook onto East Kitty. Yeah, Billy almost went down, played out very well with the barrier and spacing, and now Soul Dragon. A pretty good one, especially for Zach. Couldn't remember champion name for a second. Onto a Zach. Chemtech Soul here for the side of Astronauts, and now with a Baron spawning in 40 seconds, I hope you're ready for some more action, because we're about to give it to you.
Absolutely. And the shout out on the Chemtech Soul for Zach, also Galio as well, who loves to play on low HP too, and is going to be playing on low HP when he is frontlining for his team, is absolutely massive. Billy, actually, you know, despite Blue Man hitting those hooks, Billy actually did the damage necessary in those fights. Repositioned nicely with the flash. I thought it wasn't going to be good enough. I thought he was going to fall there, but actually got away from the calling, got away from the tidal wave, and did the damage necessary in that fight. Now has Runon's Hurricane, so if many people are grouped up in front of him, he's going to be dealing the deeps necessary to carry the squad right now. They have priority in the river over the Baron. It feels like this game has been flipped immediately on its head right now. Astronauts are now in the position that Kernals were in just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just another like point where it's like, mid lane prio is the most important thing in any game ever when it comes to neutral objective fighting. And it's kind of hard to win a mid-game push game against the Brand. But Brand is not sitting with his team to get mid lane push. He's looking for like people to face check him and get a pick that way, which could be rough, but luckily you have a Lucian, you have a Nocturne who do clear waves relatively well. But now mid-wave is in a neutral state again. That means the side of Astronauts should be walking in here with the prio they have to start clearing vision.
You can see Defoe in the side lane constantly beating out Kaz right now, who has completed Shadow Flame. It's an interesting purchase to me. I feel like it was necessary to purchase Magic Penetration with the Hollowed Radiance and the Merc Treads from both the Zac and the Galio Spirit Visage as well on the Zac. So you're going to be having a very difficult time dealing the necessary damage to these frontline targets if you are in a fight, let alone getting collapsed on in a side lane like Kaz has been so many times in this game. So it's going to take him a little bit longer to actually deal a good chunk of damage, I feel, unless he is onto the backline, which I feel is unlikely in this game state. Right now, Astronauts taking it very slow with this Chemtech Soul. They want that right moment to pounce on that Baron. And they're playing for the long game. They want this win, and they don't want to make the mistakes to throw it away and send us to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to be looking at Blue Man here again to hit one of those crucial hooks And if he does, you just basically win the game for your team after the first two that you hit. But Defoe gonna look for something onto
Oh,
Kaz.
Defoe
You're
could be
not
in
knowing
trouble.
Necros here.
He's going to get caught out right now. They're actually teleporting for this. I feel like you would just go for the Baron in this situation. Between Worlds going to bring him back and forth, but he's just going to drop. Oh my goodness, what the heck are we witnessing? This is Spider-Man or what? Defoe, incredible plays. How did you get out of that situation? I'm not at a loss for words because I'm talking a whole lot right now, but that was absolutely insane. That is the craziest Aurora play I've ever seen in my life. But in the top side, somehow, Nidian has taken down the Jinx. Somehow, Giggle and Nidian have 2v3'd up here. So what was a great situation, now not so good. Giggle gap. I saw it in the chat. That's what I'm screaming right now because that's insane. The Baron will not go the way of Astronauts just yet.
I wish I had words to explain the thoughts in my mind, but Defoe basically outplaying the crap out of the top and jungle of Kernals. Like you said, basically Spider-Man in that one with the way he was playing between worlds, just bouncing back and forth, waiting for guys to get in there with the TP. But then I don't even know what happened in the Baron pit. You're 3v2 and you lose to Illusionami, and they didn't even lose any health either. So just absolutely insane play from Giggle and Nadine to stop what would have been a disastrous play to turn it into a relatively even one. But even better play, I think, out of Defoe to outplay Necro and Kaz in that one.
Honestly, if I'm Astronauts in that situation, yes, Defoe, incredible plays. But I feel like they should have just done the Baron. Like, you see Nocturne down there, just pull the trigger on Baron, take that. Okay, maybe you lose Aurora, but who cares? You can just wait for her to respawn and then play with it. And they still got that miracle situation where somehow Defoe outplayed it. Somehow they were able to kill. And Giggle went crazy on the Lucian with the Nami there. Flash away from Billy. That's Culling and Paranoia utilize their onto Blue Man now, but here comes a heroic entrance. Tidal Wave following it up as well. Kaz is gone. The engage is botched here from the Kernals. Now the re-engage is through for the Astronauts. Between Worlds is absolutely massive. East Pity in the middle of everyone. Giggle versus Billy, and Giggle wins that one out with a sliver of HP. Will escape, but will drop to some type of burn, and that kill goes to Billy Badass. 3 for 2 in favor of Astronauts in that mid-game exchange.
Yeah, we're at the point in the game where gold really is irrelevant. Both of these champions, like both teams, are just so strong right now. Only a 1k gold difference between them, which really doesn't mean a super lot. But the Fool might go down.
I think he likes these odds because here comes Galio. They're just going to play time. Oh, never mind. They're out of there.
Okay.
They're out of there, Tom.
No, they don't want to die before Elder.
Fair enough.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, wait, Defoe. This would be a huge pick. They're gonna get it. You can't slither your way out of this one, pal. You got no between worlds. You're right in this world, and it is Necros. The Fool, you don't have any business starting this one up right now. 5 versus 4, Chong. This is gonna be a tough situation here for Astronauts.
Yeah, I really, the way the pendulum has been swinging this game, but we've seen the Fool do this once this game. He's already stolen a dragon, and he's trying to do it once again, and a crucial one. If his team gets Elder, even with the 3 that it is, I think they just actually hard win a team fight.
This is so dangerous, though, because they're going to be fighting 4 versus 5. If he goes for he doesn't get the steal, he's probably going to die here now as well. They're going to try and leave him, but now he is dead. Defoe is back up in 15 seconds, though, and the Baron is up for them. They'll probably take that instead. I thought maybe they would start and run it down and try and end the game, but really crucial mistake from Defoe costs the Elder plus the Baron here for Astronauts. Kernals, now that you have these 2 buffs in your hands, assuming that you do get this Baron, they have to be thinking about trying to end right here, right now. They won't get a better opportunity than this.
Yeah, and I think this also just goes back to that side lane play that you were talking about before.
Blue Man. No, he just walks into it and drops. And, okay, Paranoia is utilized. TP's coming through. Don't walk forward here, guys. There's 5 versus 3. They got Elder. This is very dangerous here from the side of Astronauts.
Actually, I think Blue Man there might have actually kind of helped them prevent a Baron, because Necro's super low now. They're going to still try for this one. But I think Astronauts might be able to play for it if they're... Never mind, there's not really a debate. What am I talking about? I don't know anything. But regardless, I think this does allude back to that bot lane play that you were talking about, where they should have maybe just left the foe, or instead of TP guys are in, try to have them walk down and then ult onto the foes to save TP to go back up to Baron, and then they double TP after the play instead of chasing. But I think because they decided to chase for more kills after they had the foe outplay and they picked up the kill, it made it so much harder for them to take Baron, and now it's just a slow trickle down effect of that. Like, they have Soul Dragon, but they're down 3k gold now. So it's crazy to see the way this game has turned around so quickly.
There's a very small window here. 30 seconds of Elder. They're going right for it. No flash on the Jinx. She's going to drop here for sure. This is an excellent play from the Kernals. They get 2, and they know exactly what they had to do here with the Elder Drake. They want Silver Scrapes. It's a big combination, though. Is it going to be enough is the question. East Pity will not fall. This should just be it. Giggles underneath the tower. He finds the kill, but it's traded back. Can the Galio stay alive? Can the Zac stay alive? They cannot. Do you believe in reverse sweeps? Well, that is exactly what Kernals do right here in this series, because they are sending us to Silver Scrapes.
I hope everybody had made enough popcorn for this banger of a series, because the Kernals ain't giving you any to pop yet. They are sending us to Game 5, as you have already said. And wow, what a comeback victory in this 4th game. And if I'm Astronauts, I am scared now. All the momentum is on the side of Kernals, right? Astronauts should have won that game with the lead that they have. Kernals were able to turn it around. They came back at game 3, game 4, and now game 5. I think Kernals are, with momentum on their side, they gotta be the favorite going into this one.
Honestly, I might think the same, but these games have just been so damn close that I could see Astronauts winning. I can see Kernals winning with this momentum that they have. It's just insane how close the series has been. It's been so good. It's the 4th seed, it's the 5th seed. They have very similar records. I thought going into this, I said it all the way back in game 1 when we had those back and forth fights and the kills were really close. It could be an indicator of what is to come in this series. Well, now we are here, game 5 on the horizon. What a battle between these two. And, you know, it was pretty well played here from the side of, Giggle on that Lucian was really effective here. The big shot calls from, I'm assuming it was Necro, to go right in onto the Jinx, who had no flash. They had Elder Drake. They knew only 1 minute left. Can't waste this opportunity. We got to go in. Big plays being made. And now they have one more before they are able to pull this one off. But can Astronauts come back after 2 back-to-back losses and save their series, save their season? That is what's on the line here. When we come back, Silver Scrapes is on the horizon. We'll bring you game number 5. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion of this series is coming up next. It is the final game of this quarterfinal matchup here in the Blue Otter Draft League. It comes down to this. Everything has dissolved into a best of one, where it's astronauts or it's Kernals. One of these two teams will face either the Gorillas or the Frogs in the semifinals. And let's see what these teams have in store for us for game number 5. Ambessa Amumu taken off the board. Astronauts first pick the brand. There we go. We didn't want to see the Jinx again because we felt like the brand would be more effective here in the hands of Defoe. And they picked that one up.
They've learned from their mistakes and are no longer picking the Jinx. It worked out game 1, did not work out in that last game we saw there. But, I mean, we said it when they didn't pick it after that last game. It's like, it's the dude's background when we're looking at players for the teams in between games. It's like,
Yeah.
just pick the man, his brand. They give over the Jinx. Giggle has been winning lane with scaling champs in a way, like with the Corki he won lane and with the Vayne he didn't win that lane, but like it's not this aggressive lane. Like even with Corki you can still win lane early just because of his damage profile, but because they're not on this aggressive 2v2 bot lane on the side of Giggle and Nightion, there might be a chance for Billy to play this style of game that he loves to play, which is scale up into the game. But Jinx Seraphine is the response here for Kernals, and we've already seen it once this series. The Seraphine go mid, so there's a chance that it is a flex pick here.
I want to see Caitlyn from the Astronauts. Caitlyn for Billy. It's so OP on this patch, probably the strongest carry on this patch. It's something that Billy has played a ton of. They're gonna walk in the Nami themselves here. So wait, hold on a second. Maybe we're gonna see
They're gonna run back
the
the
Chinese
draft.
bot lane.
They're gonna run, no. I think they're gonna lock in Lucian right here and run back the draft. The Astronauts
Maybe they
just
do.
played against him.
But I would love to see Caitlyn. Even with the Nami, it's pretty good with Nami as well. It's just something Billy's good at. It's also really strong on this patch. It's really good into Jinx too. So if they pull this one out, I will be happy with the Astronauts. I think this is something they should definitely do. Then Defoe is also on their brand. Not going to lock an 80 carry yet. They're going to secure the Viego for the side of the Fool. Okay, interesting.
So they are keeping the brand bot lane flex alive.
Right.
When I was casting Platinum for Blue Otter League, I did get to cast some of Billy's games over there. He does he does play Caitlyn and stuff like this, but he's known more of I've known more as this player who likes to scale up into the game. So that's why he was picking the Jinx. I think he could also pilot a Sivir very well and be able to scale up with that wave clear style. But I think Sivir so far is still fine into the draft that Kernals has. I think it's a lot harder to play Caitlyn into Wukong Seraphine. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Caitlyn this one as much as you do want to be seeing it here. But I do like the way Astronauts is drafting so far of keeping the flex of the brand alive, even though I do think that at the end of the day, this will go to Defoe mid. I'm just curious to see where we go draft-wise from here. We see Lucian ban. Colonel's not wanting a taste of their own medicine. Do not want to play against Lucian Milio, so just going to ban that one away. So still probably going to ban another 80 carry, whether it's the Caitlyn, maybe Sivir, maybe even Xayah. Xayah's pretty strong in this patch right now. But we'll see where they do go from here.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Lysandra taken away once again from East Pity. And we're going to see it revealed to us, brand bot or not. I would assume not, yeah. Dude, Defoe has just played so much of this champion. What 80 carry will they pull? That is going to be the question. Top lane matchups still, too, are open. Unless this is a Wukong top, likely not going to be the case. Necro hasn't played any Wukong yet in Blue Otter drafts. They actually take away the Caitlyn, so they're pretty aware of that possibility. So we're not going to end up seeing that, though. So then for bot laners here, it's no Seraphine too. You and I were talking about the Ashe, Chong, so that might be something that they end up going for, has lots of playmaking potential, and then you might opt into having the Fool as your primary carry on the Viego. So I could see them going in for that as well as Astronauts on the final ban. Deny the Vex away from East Pity. Aurora locked in on R4 for the Kernals.
So there is an 80 carry that we already saw this whole series that Giggle played with a Nami, and it was Vayne Nami. So I don't think Billy's going to play it. I'm really curious to see what he does pick now, just because of the dive threat that they are showing with Aurora Wukong. I do think Zaya is very good here, less so not with Nami. She's like all right with Nami, but I think Zaya, very strong AD carry this patch. They're going to lock in Orin to give them that go button, that engage option. But you're saving your AD carry for Blue 5. Like, I'm curious what they're actually
It's
going
gotta
to be
be
locking in
Ash.
here.
It's gotta be
I
Ash.
think it should be Ash because you have Viego, you have Brand, right? Those are basically going to be your 2 DPS carries.
Okay. The
I said it.
Zaya, like you mentioned,
I was
maybe
like,
it's
I
being
said it 30
hovered.
times. Okay, we're locking it in. I was like, I said it 30 times, and they're gonna finally listen to my prayers and lock into Zaya. I think Zaya is like still super strong right now. Like, yes, she has the shorter range, but the fact that you have a self-peeling ultimate is just so strong, especially against champions that want to be diving onto you at likes of Wukong and Aurora.
Yeah, Featherstorm is really effective into those champions. Top lane response here, unless it is Aurora top, it's going to be Nasus. Oh my goodness. DK'd in competitive. That's what we love to see. That is exciting. I would assume it's going to be Nasus in the top lane, not Nasus mid like we've seen a couple of times. Long time ago, Nasus mid was actually being played in pro. But yeah, it should go into the matchup against the Orange, shouldn't be too hotly contested. And DK, oh my goodness, for all you Trick 2G fans in competitive, I'm excited to see how this one is piloted.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun game 5 here. You already said it, I was gonna mention it. I was like, maybe this is a Nasus mid. I don't think you want to play Nasus into a Brand, though. That sounds absolutely awful.
Yeah.
I do assume it's just gonna be top lane, free laning into Ornn, but you always got to worry about he is the goat wizard assassin mage warlock frontline watcher sentinel rebel starting naming TFT stuff, or it is everything, right? So there is the potential for him to be able to get that kill onto you, and if Viego wants to play up there, it could be very detrimental to a Nasus, and it feels like even if Nasus gets 400 stacks, if he's 0-10, he kind of feels like a paper bag walking at you. So really curious to see how Kaz is going to be playing this champion out. But I'm going to ask you here, if you had to choose one of these comps, you know, your playoff life on the line, which one are you going to be rocking with?
Which one? I am honestly, it's a tough one because both teams have what I like, which is from this series is front to back style, where you're not playing something crazy like Game 2 Kernals did. I would honestly say I'm going to go with Kernals just because, number one, and this doesn't have anything to do with the draft, they have momentum heading into this game. And I also very much like the scaling that they have with the Jinx and the Seraphine, the really reliable engage between worlds from Aurora, Cyclone from Wukong, good matchup for Nasus to scale, get those stacks, be a side lane threat. That's what Kaz really has liked to do in this game. On the Gwen as well was pretty effective at doing it. And if the Viego doesn't get online, there's problems that the side of astronauts can run into. So, and the range advantage also, I haven't even talked about this as an AD carry player. Jinx is so good into Xayah. It's really hard for Xayah to play, and she can't punish Jinx. She has no range to do it unless they land a bubble or something like that. So, long story short here, I am going with Kernals here. What is your analysis? Who do you got in this pivotal game number 5 here in the quarterfinals?
So as a man who has played his fair share 5-game playoff series, when your back is against the wall, I'm always gonna trust the player who's on their main champion. The foe is on his brand this game. I'm gonna have to trust that he's gonna be the one to carry it out for his team and get them this crucial victory. Despite me liking the Kernals draft much more, I love the Seraphine Wukong interaction that is there with the Wukong Warrior Trickster with the Seraphine Ultimate over top, getting an additional target to bounce it off of. Massive free scaling into Ornn. I'm a big fan of all that stuff. But I think if you're going to give a man Game 5, his main champion, you're going to have to rely on him. And I'm hoping and I'm believing in Defoe being the reason and difference maker the Astronauts gets to still see the light of day after this one.
Definitely could be the case. It's not a horrible game for Brand. Pyroclasm can bounce through a whole bunch of those champions jumping in the front line like the Wukong, like the Nasus, even Aurora if she's using between worlds to get aggressive. We have had a banger of a series. This has been so close in a lot of these games. I would say at the very least 3 out of 4. It all comes down to this. We have Defoe on his main champion. We got spicy drafts. We got Nasus to roll on through for the Silver Scrapes matchup. We're going to head to an intermission, and when we come back, the conclusion definitively of this series will happen, and we're going to see it on the Rift. Astronauts versus Kernals coming up next. onto the Rift for the deciding game of this quarterfinal matchup here in the Blue Otter Draft League. Kernals and Astronauts. It comes down to this. You are allowed no more mistakes if you are either of these two teams. Astronauts striking first in the first two games, 2-0. Thought it might be an angle for a sweep, a DoorDash of a series, but no, Kernals have brought it right back, and here we are now in game number 5. Astronauts getting their first taste of their backs against the wall in this series, and let's see how it concludes, John.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing to look at right now is Billy Badass deciding to go very defensive with his summoner choice here, taking Cleanse onto Zaya. Really, the only thing he's going to be needing to cleanse is an Aurora, not an Aurora Ultimate, a Seraphine Ultimate. I mean, maybe the Wither, but like it's gonna be on such a low cooldown come late game that it's not gonna matter. And I'm pretty sure if you get withered once, you're just dead. So I think it's definitely an interesting choice to go that summoner compared to the likes of Giggle going barrier to give him that 2v2 power in this lane that has been kind of pivotal and volatile throughout this whole series.
I'll go back to what I talked about in draft. Jinx, very good in Zaya. You pair yourself with the Seraphine too, who also has a range advantage over Zaya and the Nami. This is a free lane for Jinx. Whether you kill the Zaya or not, you should have yourself an easy time. Again, not trying to caster curse Giggle and Nighty on here, but it's just free. There's nothing Zaya can really do to stop you from just farming, scaling, and being very, very strong. So that's good news for the Kernal bot lane if they can capitalize on that. As I'm looking at the HP bars in the mid lane, East Pity taking a pretty big trade in that lane, and see how that one plays out as well. What can Defoe get on that patented brand?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Defoe getting the better of this 1v1 matchup against East Philly last time, but now Defoe looking to do what East Philly couldn't on this brand, and we see it working out so far for him. I mean, like I said, you get your pick, and you should perform on this one. And he's doing a good job so far into East Pity, getting some good damage onto him with the brand rotation, and I'm curious to see what he ends up doing once he gets to level 3, because this is really when brand start dishing out maximum amount of damage with the rotation of spells, making sure everything hits in the proper order. And being at half health with no pots is going to be really rough for East Pity here.
It certainly will be. The brand putting on the pressure for the Aurora early on. The Ornn with shove over Kaz on Nasus as well. Opted in for Ghost instead of Flash on this champion. So more vulnerable to ganks, yet if this is the way the lane is played, and honestly, Nasus would love it if that were the case, can easily stack underneath the tower, not in threat of any ganks. This would be a very good situation in the top side as well for Kernals, as Giggle and Nightion consistently applying this pressure. The Fool is not even down here to punish, so they are having a very nice time down here.
Yeah, and also just go back what you said with guys who are having the push in top lane. You know, not really all that surprising. Nasus not known for his legendary wave clear, but Ornn is able to get pushed thanks to that bellow breath and just be able to hard charge under turret. Make Nasus's life a little bit harder to try to CS, but Kaz doing a good job up there to go even on CS. But now Fool is mid lane, but Necro's here too.
Going right in. This is a 2 versus 2. East Pity going to get caught by the Spectral Maw. The Fool flashing forward to try and finish the kill. The follow flash from East Pity is good to escape. Necro takes some damage on the exit, and either of these teams will lose any members here now, but Necro going to spot the Fool in his jungle. That shouldn't lead to any casualties.
Yeah, a little aggressive there out of the Fool, burning the flash there. Definitely don't think he needed to do that. Not sure if he was able to actually get onto East Philly after using everything in that mid lane. But East Pity, you know, burning the flash, and I did it again, you mentioned it to me before. But East Pity burning the flash there is going to be very good for Defoe. But Defoe also had the burn flash there at some point. Oh, I see what happened. He flashed to try to kill East Pity. I saw the health bar there at the last second. So now Defoe also down this crucial summoner spell in mid lane. So once again, this is going to be a volatile point. We're going to see junglers most likely gravitate back towards there to try to get their team the advantage that they're looking for.
A lot of volatility that's building around this mid lane. Flash is already down, like you mentioned. Junglers have already visited here once before. These are two junglers that really like to scrap. Viego's always down to fight, get resets, go crazy. Wukong, probably one of the strongest 1v1 junglers in the entire game. The champion is just a stat check machine. So I expect to see a lot of chaotic things happening around the timers of both of these junglers, and them being a very big factor when it comes to how this game shifts, where the momentum is going to be for both of these teams, who's going to start getting advantages, and where the action is happening.
Yeah, and like you had said before, Forrest, this is what you like to see. Jinx is up to over 10 CS against this guy at this point. Crucially, Billy Badass not burning that pot, so was able to actually stay in lane for longer and pick up the CS and XP. But like you said, nothing Isaiah can really do into Jinx, and Giggle showing that to us here in this game.
Yeah, it's really solid for them. It will be smooth cruising, and we'll see how Giggle is able to pilot the Jinx. We talk about always the first thing to think about when you try and analyze how successful a Jinx is going to be is the threat to her in the backline. They have Call of the Forge God, and that's really about it. And maybe a tidal wave, but that's a pretty relatively easy spell to dodge and get away from if you have, your flash and the tools available to you to walk away from that. So other than Call of the Forge God, this Jinx is having an easy time in this game being able to hit the members of Astronauts. So honestly, Giggle, pay attention to how well this player is going to be able to do the damage necessary for Kernals to be strong. And look at the CSing too. Already 10 CS per minute at the 7-minute mark. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that can really threaten Giggle all that much this game is if Full gets fed on this Viego and it's heartbreaking right on top of Giggle. Could make his life very hard, but I don't really see that happening all that much this game. I think Fool is going to be playing teamfights a little bit slower and on the edge, trying to pick up these souls once somebody goes down, thanks to the brand Pyroclasm, but definitely still an option once we get into those late game team fights if the Fool is strong enough on this video to be able to 1v1 native carry.
I feel like the tension is very much here in this game number 5, and the nerves from both of these teams are also here. Maybe not so much so for Giggle on this Jinx, who's been having an absolute field day down here in the bot lane. Hasn't really missed a single last hit, it feels like, on this Jinx. But everyone else, the pace of this game has been so slow. And it's different from what we've normally seen. We've normally seen some kills go through by now, some action. We saw a 2v2 in the mid lane, but crucial mistakes are what you want to avoid in games like this because you don't have any other chances to make it happen. So that might be in the back of these teams' minds is if I make this crucial mistake, I'll cost my team this series. And I'm very nervous to play up and make these aggressive plays.
Yeah, exactly like you're saying. As someone who's played in these games before, you take things a little bit slower because you do not want to be the reason your team loses. But eventually, somebody's going to find the angle and pull that punch and be able to actually make it land and be the reason why your team wins. It just depends on when that cracking point is, and it might be here. They have the full warded on his team. He doesn't know they're here.
He's going to get knocked up by the Cyclone. He now has to run for his life, but he can't go anywhere. Doesn't use the Heartbreaker to escape, so he will just drop Necro. Gets first blood and the red buff here for Kernals.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a really well synced up play by Nidion and East Pity, willing to sacrifice a little bit mid to be able to get that play onto the Fool there. Necro calling for it, I assume, once he hits that little 6, goes, hey, I'm strong, we should invade this guy, and is able to pick it up there. I was going to say, I've seen Viego into Wukong before, and Viego, Wukong, once he gets one kill and gets the Sheen, he can start ruining Viego's life and just be winning any 1v1 they decide to take against him.
Oh, for sure. And let's talk about the Nasus now. Bought the cooldown boots, the Ionian boots of Lucidity, just to stack quicker. Has 171 at 9 minutes. That's pretty solid, I think. I mean, I used to be, back when I was like 5 or 6 years ago when I was playing in like Silver, I used to be a Nasus main. And so from my very old knowledge of this champion, I think that's a pretty good stack number. I used to be obsessed with how many stacks I would get at the different timers and different landmarks. So Kaz is having no problem against the Ornn. And the point I'm trying to make is Giggle as well against the Xayah. No problem. This lane is going swimmingly for them. They have so much scaling at their disposal right now. And they also get the kill onto the Wukong. Like, this game is going so well for them. They are laughing right now with this game state.
Would you say they're giggling?
I would say so. There, Chong.
The foe had to burn Flash in the mid lane because of East Pity's Between Worlds there. So good out of them to be able to get that one out. But like you were saying, I wish I actually knew NASA's breakpoint stack numbers. It's like I play Senna. Do I know how many souls I'm supposed to be at? No, I just know I see big number. I know I'm doing good, and that's all about. I know I'm not here to learn that part of the game, but Giggle now having the burn flash in bot lane because of the Fool trying to get that gank out. So we see Flash is being burned by 2 carries for different teams on different sides of the map. Now it just becomes of how teams are going to be able
He's
to
got to
punish
give
those.
this. He's got to back away. He did it too late, though. He's going to die
Oh,
under this
no.
tower. It's way too easy for them to dive this. If Billy just... They dive this, right? You have to dive this.
You have to go. You have to go.
Oh, no. This is a mistake, because now the rest of astronauts are... Sorry, Kernals are here. I can't believe they haven't gone for this now. And they'll miss out on a big opportunity there, because they have Featherstorm. They can drop tower aggro. Billy could tank. The Fool could go in. He had Heartbreaker. No flash on Giggle. That was the easiest kill of your life that you just missed out on if you're astronauts. And that's really unfortunate there that they're missing out on these opportunities now, because Giggle's going unpunished. He's scaling. They're getting grubs. Chong, it's looking real good for Kernals right now.
So this is what I was saying, where momentum plays a big factor into this. You were, as the side of astronauts, you're now scared to be making these plays that should be routine or just free. And it's like, hey, we should go for this dive. It's like, oh, but what if they're here? What if we all die for this? Like, you're scared to make those riskier plays that could cost you a lot in this series. But like I said, at some point, somebody on that team just has to be the one say, go for this. We win this here, even if they're here. Even if they're not, it's even better. But no one seemed to be willing to do that on the side of astronauts and cost them such a big momentum swing. Cost Zaya a way back into this game, really, by picking up a kill and more CS and another turret play. But now Jinx gets a Yuntal unpunished, and the Flash are starting to come back off cooldown. They're going to have to look for a play like that again soon.
Blue Man is already chunked to half HP, playing around this Drake. It's a Mountain Drake. It's Drake number 2 for Kernals. Does astronauts have what they need to contest this is the question. Both bot laners are going back. That's Blue Man and Billy Badass for the side of astronauts that are completed their recalls. And no one's starting this dragon up just yet. But I feel like, again, is that thing that nerves, those second thoughts that astronauts we think have been having with these plays going to affect them around these neutral objectives as well? Will they try and contest this, or will they just give it away and say, we're just going to play to some imaginary win condition here? Let's find out. As getting this second Drake too, they've gotten literally everything except for the one trio of grubs has the side of Kernals.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just too late to this one. This is already going to go away now to the side of Kernals. But, I mean, they're still looking to contest this one. I think this is a risky call to be making here.
They're going with the tidal wave. Cyclone lands. Flash away from Blue Man, but he dashes right on forward. Necro forced to get out of there. The Featherstorm was too threatening. East Pity is low, but he's able to escape now. Giggle getting aggressive. He backs on away. Drake, a couple ultimates utilized, but definitely on top is the Kernal squad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're on top of that one, but it could have been so much worse for the side astronauts. A really crucial tidal wave out of Blue Man to stop the first dash forward engage from Necro to not have it get onto Blue Man. But now the bot lane, Giggle still doesn't have flash.
He's going to get hit with the Spectral Maw. The good beat drop will go and connect, but the Heartbreaker stops the CC. They just don't have the damage. They weren't there to finish off the Jinx. It's so unfortunate. Giggle gets away again.
I think Fool should have burned flash on that play.
East Pity, though, he's going to drop. There is the brand that we were waiting for. Defoe finds the solo kill, gets the first kill of the game for the astronauts. Stun onto Necro as well. Almost chunks him down to 0 HP. A sign of life here for astronauts in this mid game.
Yeah, really well played by Defoe there, getting the kill. And then almost also just killing Necro there on the tail end. Necro, once again, is kind of losing a fight to one of his jungle camps, it looks like. Got really low there on the sideboard for a second, but I think if I'm full there, I should be flashing to get that kill onto Jinx instead of letting her just walk away from that play. I think it's a worth flash for you to pick that one up, but doesn't go for it. And for the first time this series, we're not seeing Nightian rush that Rylai's on the Seraphine. Choose to go to not Rylai's. Ardent Sun's first item, but flash from guys here as the gank tried to come out top. He gets away from that one, but goes back in.
He goes back in. The Ornn's pretty tanky, though. If we could get a stack check on this Nasus, I just want to see how many stacks the Nasus has.
He's got at least 2. I can tell you.
378 at 15. Okay, now I know. I was a little unsure last time. Now I'm aware. 378, and over the years, Nasus has gotten many buffs here as Defoe has to flash away from the beat drop to his stacking. Right now it's 12 for cannons and champions. But dude, 400? Oh my gosh. Like, that is like health bar evaporating levels of damage right there. Like, Billy, if he gets hit with 1Q, his HP is gone. It's insane right there.
Look, all I'm saying is I was correct in my prediction of saying he has at least 2 stacks. So shout out me on that one.
You
But
were
no,
correct. Your
like
vision.
but like you're saying, the way that Kaz is playing this Nasus and stacking up every chance that he gets is absolutely terrifying. And not even just Billy, like Blue Man Defoe and the Fool as well are just gonna have a hard time doing anything against Nasus if he gets to you with a Wither and then 1Q. But I mean, it's gonna start even getting hard for guys the later this game goes on, and Kaz is kind of doing his best Thanos impression this game, and we'll see if it ends up working out for them.
I think it definitely will be effective at the very least. Whether they win the game or not, this Nasus will be a problem. Side lanes, as well as team fights. The team fight application is his siphoning strike is going to annihilate Squishy's health bars, but it will also annihilate Tower's health bars as well. Let's see if they can take him down, though. Here comes the Fool. He's Squishy himself. Ghost is popped. Does have Fury of the Sands available. Will use it. Now trying to run away. Now as Blue Man is here. Tidal Wave is going to miss, but it forces him back. The bubble will miss as well. Look at the damage! Oh my gosh! It just annihilated his HP, and he walks away with one of it as well. Encore! Defoe is just diving the tower, and he drops triple kill for the Aurora Kernals. They want that reverse sweep bad.
What is the foe doing? Why he's solo diving in tier 1 turret when a Seraphine is on the enemy team? But regardless, really well played there by Kaz. And like I was gonna say, yes, he has all these stacks, but if you look at the comp that Astronauts has, it is kind of very hard to be effective as a Nasus in a team fight just because of how much CC and ways to prevent you from getting in there at the initial start of a play. But he just said, be damned to all that. I could just walk at you or walk away from you and still kill you like he did in that top lane play. So very good by him. But now, also, Billy Badass got very chunked out there by Giggle. So Giggle doing the work that you want to be seeing on a Jinx in this matchup.
Yep, it's been going so well. 183 farm, 10 CS per minute, forcing the Feather Storm because Nidion's hitting those beat drops like a true performer, a true musician onto Seraphine, but could be walking into death here. Nope, gets the ward down, should be A-okay. Next Drake is available, and Billy Badass went back to base. So this should be the green light right now for Kernals to just start this one up. And you really apply that pressure now, forcing maybe even Soul Point at 18.5 minutes on top of everything else they've been getting this game.
Yeah, and I mean, we're at the point where, like, it's really hard to see a way for Astronauts to get back into this game with the way that the Kernals are playing with this team comp that they drafted, the momentum that they picked up from the first 2 games. But if they're going to do it, this is the chance.
Pyroclasm used. It didn't get much value, though. They're out. TP utilized, but that was canceled. Looks like Geyser utilized Call of the Forge God to stop that TP from coming through.
I don't think he did. I think he just did an EQ play, but never mind.
Oh my goodness, here they go. They're onto the Nami. She is gone. The brand will follow. Double kill for the Wukong. Giggle's in trouble. Flash forward. The Viego cannot finish the job. It is absolute tragedy that we are witnessing. Shakespearean levels of tragedy right now on the Rift here in the Blue Water Draft League, as it's 7-1 now for Kernals.
I mean, I hope everybody was a believer after that last game, but Kernals really showing up here and making the reverse sweep become a reality for everyone who wanted it. The way they're playing this game, I mean, Nasus probably has like 7,000 stacks at this point, and it's just going to be wraps in this game come a team fight. Yeah, when was that 600 stacks at 20 minutes? That I assume that's the pace you want to be on, if not better. But regardless of that, the rest of his team is making work happen around the map. Like the Fool is looking like one in this game number 5, getting off something that isn't tank oriented, initiation oriented, and is just getting caught out left and right in this one. And Defoe, he's on his brand, but he's trying to push these team fights a little too fast before he has that Rylai's and that what brand is known for, of getting one ability and not letting your opponent move anymore.
And the engage that Brand likes to play into, he hasn't really been able to do that. He used his pyroclasm aggressively in the last fight, so he didn't have it when the engage came through from Astronauts. He was diving the top tower for the very infamous flank of this game that we're going to keep talking about in top lane.
The Brand flank goes crazy, guys. Trust me.
Crazy for the other team, apparently. But yeah, Defoe, I mean, hasn't had a bad game. Honestly, I would say has probably been, despite what we just talked about, the best performing player on Astronauts this game. Let's look at this 1-versus-1 between East Pity and Defoe now. This would be his time to make an outplay happen. Has to flash away, though, and East Pity will take that one all day.
I mean, yeah, has to flash away from that. Otherwise, he was going to be in big trouble there. But Defoe still can put out some good damage despite being down in gold, I think, to East Pity, because he's 3-1-3 at this point. But now they're going to try to dive the most infamous champion in League of Legends for doing this against, and that is an Ornn.
Has already used Call of the Forge God to clear out the wave, so they're going to be waiting here a long time. And until they want to try and eventually make this dive happen. And it looks like Geyser's going to be okay. The rest of the squad is there to back him up, and he'll live to see another day. Good on him to make that decision to clear out the wave. Let's look bot lane, though. I think another fight initiated here from East Pity. So close, down to half HP. Both of these mid laners go, but doesn't have Between Worlds. So not going to end up finding it. Blue Man, though. Hey, bro, you're in a little bit of trouble, my friend. Gets the Blast Cone, might take him to safety, but there's a Super Mega Death Rocket. He doesn't have Flash. Give that kill to Giggle, and the Kernals will take it and walk on out.
Yeah, I mean, we're up about 5K for the side. We're up 5K for Kernals at this point in the game, and this is where you start going, okay, so how do Astronauts get their way back into this game? And that's really getting a good pyroclasm out of Defoe to pounce off multiple targets on Kernals when they try to engage into them. But they just haven't been playing that way this whole game. They're playing away from Defoe, knowing that's what they need to look for on the side of Astronauts and what they want to look for, but never giving them them that option, which makes it so hard. And we see a ping in the mid lane. We know Necro is fighting with Billy Badass right now.
Oh, he has to use Featherstorm. He will escape. Heartbreak used from the Fool to close the gap, but he just doesn't do any damage right now. Tidal Wave is used. It lands onto the clone. Giggle gets a kill. He's hit by the bubble, though. Should be okay. Uses barrier to keep himself alive right now. Between Worlds utilized. Does not trap anyone between them. Everyone will stay in the same world, but still +1 to Kernals, 9-1 now.
Yeah, it's so hard to start talking about this game as a way for Astronauts to come back, because every time they try to go for play or look for something, it's immediately countered by Kernals. Kernals just playing phenomenal in this game 5, like basically mind reading Astronauts. Like, what's the play they're gonna go for? We're here to defend against it every single time. I think the only bright spot so far for Astronauts in this one is Geyser and Defoe. In this one, you know, guys are not letting the dive happen from top lane. Yes, he's losing out in CS, and yeah, Nasus gets a free stack. That's what they chose this for. The only way you stop that is if you put Brand top lane, and they didn't do that. So like, this Nasus is gonna probably hit 1K stacks by 30 minutes.
I would say so. He knows they're probably winning this game, and Kaz is just sitting here like, I just want to hit 1K stacks. This would be me. This is what I would do, is I would just like, okay, I know we're probably winning this one. I just want to see how many stacks I can get. He's happy to sit here and just, because think about it, it's 25 minutes. They're still sitting here in this lane. And guys are sitting here like, man, this sucks. Like, I can't do anything in this one. And their team, his team, has to think about something they can do right here, right now, because 25 minutes in, you're not safe from the Dragon Soul threat. And that is what Kernals are playing for right now.
Yeah, and I think the smartest thing that Kaz has done this whole game is not take that top outer turret yet. because he doesn't want to give Orin that free wave to just farm up in a long wave. And
Geyser, though, he's knocked up with the Cyclone. He's a goner. He's using the Call of the Forge God, but the train is falling off the tracks. The conductor's down on the floor. The rest of his team is being sieged by the NASA's. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Mr. Billy. Super Mega Death Rocket brings Blue Man and the Fool down quite low. East Pity can't quite finish off those kills, but that's Soul. And you know what Kernals are saying? They're saying, come on, man. That's too easy. Just like that audio we're hearing in our ears all over social media. Because this game has just been too easy.
Nah, what Kernals has been saying, if we're going to quote social media, is they looked at Astronauts at the first 2 games and they said, I understand it now. And have completely true shooter style, read them perfectly and adapted and made the corrections to get this one. They do understand Astronauts.
Can you finish it? He can. And will he be able to get any more? No, he will not, because East Pity will immediately send him to the afterlife. And oh, is this BM? This is BM. That's just crazy. He's not even gonna get the kill, is he? Wow.
Ran next to him to not kill him.
Necro is not gonna find out anything either. Yeah. Hey, probably could have had that kill, instead didn't. Is it gonna matter a whole lot? Not really. Maybe just asserting dominance here, inching ever closer to those 1K stacks, though, is Kaz. Going to probably breach 800 with that cannon. Plus 12. Honestly, hey, if it was plus 12 back when I was in Silver one tricking this champion, I probably would have hit Challenger. No, let's be real.
I mean, I think the funniest thing in this whole game is that these top turns are still standing, and as I say that, he's Pity going to go up there and ruin the fun of letting the top outer turns both stay alive all game long. But I mean, in that team fight, I think we saw Kaz delete Billy Badass when he was at like about half health.
Yeah, yeah, honestly, yeah, it's insane. It's like one of those games where, you know, you're playing blind pick and you get NASA's mirror matchup and you just all chat to each other, ask to just have a stack off, and you just sit there and stack. That kind of feels like what this game was, except Geyser is unfortunately not playing Nasus and is just playing an Orin that is forced to sit there and watch Nasus stack. Is big plays potentially here for Astronauts, although now East Pity is going to ruin the fun. Blue Man actually lives once again with 1 HP. Somehow has some type of built-in Tryndamere ult when it comes to East Pity, trying to bring him down.
He can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep living on 1 health. Just auto-attack the man. You had a stack on him, East. Just kill him. Don't let him live. Oh. Speaking of not living, Giggle's dead. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, Giggle's dead. And is Billy dead now? Nope. Oh my god.
That's a lot of damage. And Kaz is just ruining their inhibitor. He just doesn't care. He's going to drop now. Okay, so a lot of gold is being injected now into the Astronauts team. We'll hold our breath a little bit. So there's some mistakes that are being made, but at the same time, they crack mid. They play the macro well. And it's actually, this game's been going on for 20 minutes. It feels like this has been an absolute slaughter. But slowly and slowly, they've just been playing for scaling. And I think it was Giggle that was just too far forward, not really paying attention to who was around him, gets caught with the Call of the Forge God and drops no flash. We'll definitely pay more attention now, probably after that happens. But 3 items on the Jinx. That's a good sign there for Kernals as they look to put this one away here very soon.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely very well played here so far out of Kernals. But like you said, they are making a few mistakes and slipping up ever so slightly. But I mean, Kaz now breaking open that bottom inhibitor. Inhibitor is a free avenue of gold funneling into the base for Astronauts to be able to start coming back in this game. But the other big thing to remember is since you broke that bot lane inhibitor, that is just another free pressure point there for the Baron spawning on the other side of the map. And he's just going to TP back bottom lane and say, if you can't stop me, I'll end the game. Or my team's just going to get Baron. Never mind Necro's bot lane.
Necro's bot lane, they want Geyser. I think they're going to get Geyser. He's got no flash. He can't even call his train. Well, he called his train, and the train went the wrong way, bro. He's driving his train incorrectly. Can you even drive trains? He's not conducting it properly. He's got too many people around him. 1 too many. Maybe 2 too many, because I don't know if he'd win the 1v1 against Kaz either. He drops. They haven't gone for Baron yet, but I would assume that's a play they probably should go for soon if they want to try and run this one down and finish her off.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with you on that, but I'm just still very curious as why they just aren't having Kaz stay bottom lane. Okay, we're seeing it here. They're having Kaz stay bot lane to threaten a potential end as the team takes the Baron. This is what I like to see when you have a strong split pushing champion on that side of the map, is just to leave him down there, force everybody to him, and take the free objectives on the other side of the map. And very well played there by Kernals. Nice macro call.
It's all but it's very close to being finished with. They're trying to get Kaz here, but he just ghosts. He laughs in their face, giggles in their face, we'll say, to keep that joke going on and on. Is now Defoe is had enough. He's like, man, stop running away from me. I want you right now. I need to get something in this game. Can't get it. Kaz is really tanking in. Spirit Visage as well. Swifty Boots, that's a fast dog right there. As they're starting off the fight now, Necro is just completely annihilated the Fool before the fight even starts. Hold the forward throw lands onto the Seraphine, but she just knocks down her support counterpart. Defoe is gone. No Hexgate's going to bring you to safety. Oh my god. That is insane damage from the Nasus. The Nexus Towers are not long for the world. What a shellacking in Game 5. Kernals, reverse sweep on the cards. What a performance. What resilience. They refuse to fall, and they will move on to the semifinals to face either the Gorillas or the Frogs here in the Blue Otter Draft League.
Yeah, I mean, the reverse sweep is real. They did it. Like, shout out to Kernals. You know, after that second game, I was kind of doubting them a little bit as somebody who hasn't seen a lot of the draft league fun around here, but they did it. They made me a believer. They made the reverse sweep happen, and Kaz on that escape just hit raid boss here at some point. But overall, Kernals playing a better game in the last 3 games, better macro and everything to be able to come back in this one and get the reverse sweep win over Astronauts.
I want to point out that Ornn did 32,000 damage. You know what that was from? Was from him just smacking the hell out of the Nasus, saying, I'm getting you, I'm trading with you, you better be afraid. And Nasus is just stack, don't care, man. Like, whatever you're doing, I don't care. You can keep racking up that damage. I'm going to rack up that permanent damage, and that is what he did. But you're absolutely right here, Chong. Excellent performance from the Kernals. Great performance from the Astronauts as well. In a lot of these games, even those decider games where they could have closed out the series, the games were close. It was so unbelievably close for them to be winning this series 3-0 or winning it 3-1. It just didn't pan out that way, and the games went the Kernals' way. But we've had a very long night here on the broadcast. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in for this very long stream. We hope you enjoyed all the games. Happy to be bringing you that coverage here. I'm Ferris. That was Chong. Thank you as well to our producer Chippy on the broadcast tonight as well. And from us at Blue Otter, we are going to say goodnight to all of you, and we will see you in the next one for the continuation of the Draft League playoffs. Thank you so much, everyone. Have yourselves a wonderful night.